remind you to please leave your mobile devices in silent mode. The first presentation is going to be in English, so those of you who require translation, you can ask for a device for simultaneous translation outside of the room. We will start in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. Greetings to everyone here in this morning and everybody also through our YouTube channel. Welcome, everyone, to the third regional forum, Arise 2023 for Latin America and the Caribbean, building a sustainable and resilient future, which purpose in the current event is to exchange experiences among the networks from Arise within the Sendai network for the disaster risk relief between 2015 and 2023, adopted by United Nations countries as a strategy for sustainable development, sustainable and resilient for the private sector. We thank, of course, the participation of the RISE networks for the Americas networks in the Caribbean and also RISE in Colombia. Those are Antioquia Presente, FENALCO, Antioquia, SURA, National Council of Security, National Association of Industrials, ANDI, FASECOLDA, Smart IT, Resilient Solutions, Carvajal, Unit for Disaster Risk Relief, who made possible this space. Next, we're going to start with our first activity in the third forum, Arise 2023 Americas and the Caribbean Building Sustainable and Resilient Future. We're going to start with the um, results of the Sendai framework. So we invite our speakers to come to the stage, Lira Fabian and Eric Gonzalez. So welcome everyone, and I wait for you here at the podium. And while they approach us, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Bio. The biography Lire Fabien from Dominica is the focal point of RISE from in Dominica, who is represented in the Association of Industry and Commerce in Dominica, the main organism representative of the private sector in Dominica. They foster social development, and Eric Gonzalez, who is the officer of the Office for the Disaster Risk Relief of United Nations in Switzerland. He has led from several international organizations, such as the Inter-American Development Bank, the Development for Disaster Risk Relief. So welcome. It is a pleasure to have you here with us. And if you would like to start, please go right ahead. Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you very much. Allow me to make my presentation.
I come from UNDRR in the headquarters in Geneva. Lisra, my co-presenter, wears many hats, but one of them is being the ARISE board member. Today, we want to share the following outline, which is basically to give you an idea about disaster risk reduction. Perhaps for many of them, this is preaching to the choir, you already know, but maybe some other members are not as knowledgeable as many of you in the room. Then we want to share some of the results from the midterm review. Lisra was there in New York, so she's going to bring the main messages, what was the experience to be actually in the meeting. And at the end, we want to share some information about ARISE specifically. All right, so for disaster risk reduction, perhaps the first thing I want to share is where UNDRR is located in the UN system. The UN system is a beast, right? It's so huge. Many of you are familiar with agencies such as UNDP or UNICEF, the World Food Program, but the question is, where is UNDRR in all this? And as you can see, those at the top, those are created and somehow governed by the General Assembly. But there are other agencies, such as UNDRR, that belongs to the Secretariat. And these agencies are in direct coordination with the Secretary General of the UN. And when you have time, it's interesting if you can take a look to this whole diagram. But basically, UNDRR is part of the Secretariat, and that is the place where we operate from. We just want to share a couple of slides of main messages, which is, okay, so some weather events are happening, climate change is here, and any opinion you have about where the data is coming from, or what is the evidence, or what is the preference you have in terms of the science behind climate change. The fact is that we see an increased frequency, intensity, and duration of some weather-related events. So what is behind this? I don't want to argue, but what we can see is the effects, right? And these events are having an impact not only in the communities, but also on the businesses themselves. So if we are facing all these challenges, what we need is some guidance, right? And UNDRR wants to help. Okay, you know, many droughts, storms, natural hazard events are happening. How can we address this issue? To address this issue, UNDRR has put forward the Sendai framework. And the Sendai framework is the continuation of several other frameworks that help us understand disaster risk reduction. The Sendai framework was enacted in 2015. It's a 15 non-binding voluntary agreement. And basically, the objective is the substantial reduction of disaster risk and losses. As I said before the Sendai framework, there is the Hyogo framework for action and other procedures and frameworks, but this is the one currently in place. We have three parts. We want to prevent the creation of new risk, reduce the existing risk, and invest in resilience. To do that, we have 4 priorities and 7 global targets. I will address some of these in the next slides. So this is the framework, right? We have a problem. Now UNDRR tries to put a framework to understand this problem. Now, on the left, we cannot see that well, but on the left at the top side, you can see the number of deaths. And on the left, in the lower side, you can see the total amount in damage, that is in US dollars. The region of Americas has been doing better in terms of number of deaths as compared to other regions, for example, Asia, right? The number of deaths when a disaster happens has been reduced. We were having a conversation with Diana earlier today. On the other hand, the amount of money that is lost when a disaster strikes is very high. And the region is among the highest, just next to Asia. So we have some margin for improvement in this regard. Then, before I go to the graph on the top right, I want to share with you some economic concept. This is a graph of the GDP growth per capita of the Republic of Korea as compared to Brazil. The Republic of Korea in 1960 had the same level of GDP per capita as many countries in the region, in Latin America. But as you can see, in a matter of 50 to 60 years, they managed to become a high-income country, right? On average, each citizen has more than $30,000 per year. And that is in 2 generations, right? The question is, when Brazil, Colombia, Bolivia, when they are going to reach a high income level? And this is something I had a conversation with a person named Augusto Lopez Claros. He was working with indicators in the World Bank, and he called it the dirty little secret of development economics. The answer is, it is possible that for many countries in the region to reach a high income level, it will take 150 to 200 years. Meaning that not even my grandchildren perhaps will live in a country with high income resources. Right? That is so. We are working in the UN, we are working in the private sector, but it's probably going to take more than 200 years to reach a high income level, to have higher standards of living. Of course, I'm making the assumption that having higher GDP per capita will also imply better health, better access to education, etc. So this is super important. However, when a disaster happens, the GDP growth goes down. And ideally, after some time, it can go back. Or sometimes it goes down because, buildings are destroyed, but then the recovery happens, the economy goes up, and then it comes back to the usual path. And then you have this episode of economic growth, a disaster happens, it goes down, but it never recovers to the same path. This is something called build back better, right? A disaster happens, we recover, and we recover better than before, so that our economic growth path is even higher. Unfortunately, most of the countries are in this scenario. So if it was going to take around 150 to 200 years, when a disaster happens and we are not prepared, that is going to take 300 years, 350. Right? For me, that's unbelievable. It's part of the reason I wanted to become part of the UN. But even if I'm dead or my grandchildren, maybe even they will not see the results. And so we need to do more. Now, UNDRR, how is trying to help in this situation? What we are trying to do is to do partnerships and capacity development on all these areas, right? Generate more knowledge, advocacy, integrating DRR with climate change. All this work is happening in UNDRR. And this is, these are some of the targets that I was telling you about, right? We want to increase the investment in DRR. We want to increase the international cooperation strategies. On the other hand, we want to decrease the number of losses. So this is the framework, and what we are trying to do is connected to the SDGs, specifically 1, 11, 13. So in a way, we have the problem, we have the framework. Now we are starting to attack the problem through these actions. which are connected to the SDGs. Our argument is that we cannot do this alone. So we need the private sector. We need other sectors in society. It's not only UN or the governments. Now, once this is understood, and specifically people in the private sector say, hey, the private sector is important in this process. And in 2015, many of your colleagues in the private sector traveled all the way to Sendai, and they make their voices heard. They wanted to say the private sector is important, we want to participate in this process, and eventually, if you read the Sendai framework, it is highlighted that the role of the private sector is key. Now, once you put the topic on the table, it goes into the framework, and if it's in the framework, it will become part of the work program. So in the work program of UNDRR, you can see that strategic objective number 3 has deliverable 1, deliverable 3.2.1 that says business resilience, enhance, and private sector leadership in disaster risk reduction promoted. So because many of your colleagues raised their voices, now we need to work on this. And that's why UNDRR is helping to do this event, is working with you, because it's in the framework. It's in our work program. And it all started because many of your colleagues and you yourselves raised your voices. How are we going to attack 3.2.1? We are working on all these 3 issues: business and investment resilience, inclusive stakeholder engagements, and urban resilience. Now, I would like to share with you the importance of you participating in this event by using one example. Hans-Peter Teufers is the current ARISE co-chair. We have 10 members of the board. One of them is Lisra with us today. And Hans-Peter is the co-chair, along with Mami Mitsutori. She is the head of the UNDRR, appointed by the Secretary General. So as co-chair, the messages he gives in terms of private sector and disaster risk reduction appear in our annual report. We also promote in social media. The messages he has are also promoted on YouTube videos, on conferences, on events. And as president of the UPS Foundation, he also has the ability to provide some resources and say, okay, we are going to work in projects in the Caribbean. We also work in a project in Kenya. So he directs resources to the priorities he thinks are more important. And he does this along with the global board, along with UNDRR, working together, identifying priorities. So if you want to become member of the board or participate in the network, you really can make your voice heard. You can influence policy at the global level. And it doesn't matter if you are a big or a small company, right? Hans-Peter Teufers comes from a big company, but we have members of the board that are micro, small, and medium enterprises. And it doesn't matter how much money your company makes, but here you will have a seat on the table. And when you speak, like Nicolas here today with us, your voice will be heard by Mami Mitsutori, who will take the message to the Secretary General, right? Your voice will be heard. And your voice will go into a document into a work program into this meeting today. Now I will hand over to my colleague Lisra for the next part of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Eric. And good morning to everyone. I hope you're doing quite well. I want to recognize Petifa Lewis Smith from the Caribbean, from Caricham. Welcome, Petifa. And also recognizing my colleague and everyone else. Thank you very much. The Sendai Framework Midterm Review is really key to what we do as ARISE, because ARISE looks at reducing risk, ensuring that we become more resilient. So key to everything that we do, it focuses on the Sendai Framework. And for the Sendai Framework, it goes up to 2030, but this year has been the midterm review. So we're now at the midpoint where we're looking at what have we done to achieve the Sendai Framework, and what do we need to do so that we can be successful by 2030. We'll go through, and there's a video that we'll play first to give you some information, some more background on the Sendai Framework Midterm Review, and then we'll look at Arise contribution and commitments to the Sendai Framework Midterm Review. So now we'll go to the video.
Half of humanity is already in the danger zone. The world is failing to invest in protecting the lives and livelihoods of those on the front line.
Imagine. 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 Imagine.
Imagine a world where we can prevent disasters. Can you picture it?
We firmly believe that human decisions are the largest contributors to disaster risk, and we have the power to stop disasters from devastating. That is the good news.
The final years of the Sendai Framework are an important opportunity to understand risk in all its dimensions, draw on both science and traditional knowledge, and work together to ensure no one is left behind. We need to consider present and future challenges and how risks and disasters cascade across systems, sectors, and geographies. We can no longer afford to bankroll future catastrophes. Response is not enough. It's time to focus on prevention, reduce risk, and be prepared to respond. Together we can transform crisis into opportunity, build back better, stronger, and more resilient. Can you imagine a world without disasters? Working together to reduce risk for a resilient future.
Question to you. Can you raise your hands if you can imagine? Can you imagine a world without disasters? Can you? You say you can? You can imagine a world without disasters. That's excellent. Now, with the Arise network, there are over 450 members and 29 networks all across the world in all different regions. And Arise has been one of the key allies, one of the key partners in resilience. So looking at the Paris Agreement and being coherent with all the other agreements that the world has come into agreement with, Arise ensures that we're able to work on the disaster risk reduction and the resilience of the private sector. So Arise is a natural ally, and it's also one of the biggest advocates for the UN coherence. And looking at the SEM, which is that grouping of all stakeholders of the UN and all different groupings, whether it's persons with disabilities, youth, and all different groupings, we come together to look at an all-of-society approach so that we can drive action, we can be actionable, and we can get results by our different activities and our commitments in different parts of the world. Now, achieving efficiency in the way we do business is also defined by how we cooperate with stakeholders. Across the Arise network, it includes Colombia. Yes, it's an Arise network. Also in the Caribbean, there are several Arise networks, but also in the UAE, in Philippines, in Japan, and seeing how we can collaborate as networks to gain best practices, to share insights, so that the mistakes that we may have made, all networks will be able to learn from these and our efforts can be stronger. It's also important that to foster and influence humanitarian and development matters, it should lead to results which are multi-sectoral. So not just looking at one group or one set of stakeholders, it ensures that it's integrated among all pillars. And we saw when Eric shared that the Sendai framework looks at the Sustainable Development Goals. It's not just looking at the Sendai framework in isolation, but seeing how we can integrate into the Sustainable Development Goals and ensuring that we don't just look at profits, but look at how we're impacting customers, how we're looking at our suppliers, ensuring that public demand is looking towards being risk sensitive so that our customers will not be affected, and all around we can be more resilient. Now, the Arise Network over last year and this year, we've contributed to the process of the midterm review of the Sendai framework. And I mentioned before, the midterm review is that midpoint where we look at where we are right now. What have we done? How have we contributed to achieving the Sendai framework? And last year in April, at our Arise Network Leaders Call, we all shared different information, or we all shared insights into contributing to the midterm review. There was also the annual general meeting where all the networks, all the members got a chance to share insights into what have we done across the world to contribute to this. Now, there are two other areas of how we contributed. We ensured that our report was included in the general documents of the midterm review, and it was represented there, as well as a high-level meeting which took place in May. Now, for the Arise Network, these are the key commitments that we are sharing with all our members, sharing with all networks, so that we can continue to work towards achieving the Sendai framework, so that all our countries, all our businesses, our organizations can become more resilient. The first one looks at applying the Build Back Better principle to think resilience and build better from the start in all areas of our infrastructure, or recovery and reconstruction. Sometimes we may take it for granted, or in some countries, we may not pay as much attention to the building codes. And we see that even with the earthquakes that happens across the world, we see that with stronger enforcement of the building codes and adherence to the building codes, then our countries may not be as affected for the earthquakes based on the impact of the earthquake. So what we're encouraging that with everything that we're doing, let's think, how can we build resilience and build back better from the start? So not just after the fact, but if we think of any investment that we're making, any construction, any infrastructure, that we look at building back better. The second commitment, we encourage everyone to look at incentives for businesses to drive more capital, investments, and ensuring that our risk, we look at resilience building. We also look at advocating for the removal of different barriers that will reduce our businesses' ability to be more successful. So in all aspects, yes, we have different organizations, chambers of commerce, and other support organizations. Let's always look at how can we create incentives for businesses and advocate for the removal of all the barriers that will reduce the business's ability to be more successful. We also want to move the insurance industry from maintaining business as usual. It's not just looking at, okay, there's a disaster or there's an impact, and we look at how can we pay out based on the impact to the businesses, but let's look at how can we incentivize reducing our risk? How can we incentivize having greater solutions for insurance so that it's not just focusing on business as usual? The fourth point is engaging in discussions with businesses in the prevention and preparedness stages, not only in response and recovery. We see that if we look at response and recovery, we're being reactive. But if we look at resilience building, where we prevent disasters and we look at how we prepare ourselves, we are being more proactive. And if we're more proactive, we'll not have as much losses, we'll not have as many deaths, we'll not have the economic losses we see on a large scale across our countries. So we're encouraging all businesses and everyone to think about how can we prepare and how can we prevent disasters, but not just in response and recovery. The fifth point is that we want to promote more benefits and the value of resilience to customers and extend our training to increase public awareness. So if we ensure that our consumers are resilient, of course, our consumers will be able to purchase more from our businesses and we'll have a more sustainable ecosystem. But if we do not consider our consumers or customers being resilient. If our customers are no longer able to purchase our services, purchase our goods, then our businesses for sure will be affected. So for all businesses, we encourage looking at how can we ensure the resilience of our customers. The sixth point that we are committing to and encouraging everyone on is harnessing the potential of data and technology more efficiently. Question to you, if you believe, do you believe that with data you're able to make better decisions? I know it's a given, right? It should be a given. But sometimes we do not pay as much attention to collecting data or harnessing that data as effectively as we should. So we want to encourage everyone, let's pay more attention to data. Let's collect more data that's relevant to making more informed decisions, making better decisions, and ensuring that these decisions actually help us in prevention, in preparedness, in ensuring greater resilience among all stakeholders. And finally, one of the key groups that I always advocate for and I'm really passionate about, it's MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises. It's important that we engage with MSMEs to integrate risk and resilience into their planning and their development. Now, if we think of the big businesses are extremely important. But without the small businesses who provide the goods and the services and they're important in that value chain, if all MSMEs are wiped out, our big businesses will not survive. We need micro, small, and medium enterprises. And it's not just looking at how we make profit, what we do as a big business, but looking at how we ensure sustainability for the micro, small, and medium enterprises. We see that across the Caribbean and Latin America, over 70, 80, and in some countries, maybe 90, but the statistics differ based on countries. Most of these businesses are micro, small, and medium enterprises, and they impact livelihoods, they impact our communities, they impact everyone on a daily basis. So ensuring that as countries, as organizations, as businesses, we focus on the resilience of micro, small, and medium enterprises, this will help us to better achieve the Sendai framework. So now, we want to encourage everyone that you, as an Arise member, could I see a show of hands of all the Arise members? If you're a member of the Colombian network or any Arise network, could we see your hands? Almost the entire room, but those of you who are not Arise members, we encourage you to become Arise members, whether it's of Colombia, but being part of Arise, we present ourselves as ready partners. Arise as a global network, and we believe that your commitment, once you sign up to Arise, is that you're committing to reduce the impact of disasters, reduce the economic losses, reduce the number of people who are affected on a daily basis from all different types of disasters. And you being an Arise member, that means we don't want to leave anyone behind. We are being committed, we are working steadily, and committing to the Sendai framework. For sure, together we can go further. But if we want to go alone, we may go fast, we may achieve a little bit, but together we could do a lot more. So we will continue with Eric, who will share with us some of the main findings of the Sendai framework and some of the political declarations as well. And we hope that you being a part of the Arise network, you continue to commit to achieving the Sendai framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lisra. That was super. So there you have a first-hand experience of how the network operates. And Lisra was in New York herself. Thank you very much for taking the voice of Arise. What we wanted to share in this last part of the presentation is so what came out. People met, reports happened, and what are the results? The first thing is the findings that the results found before the high-level meeting. And they focus on two issues, that risks are systemic. And unfortunately, even though these risks are systemic, the answer that governments, stakeholders, etc. give is often siloed, meaning that there is not much coordination. But in this forum, we're working with the private sector, and the question is, so what? so what for the businesses? And what we try to do is to summarize the main points that are relevant for the private sector. One of them is that the report says, especially in financing, is that many companies are focused on response rather than on prevention, and that's a problem. The second one is that there are not so many incentives for the private sector um, to influence the decision-making process of the private sector, and so that they can invest more. Then there is a short-term view, that is, risk is externalized and is not included in budget and processes, so it is not accounted. Then there is a lack of access to risk data and knowledge. So those are the main points that we believe are relevant for the private sector. Okay, so next we want to show you a short video of our colleague Nicolas, who was also in New York, and if we can play the second video, please.
Desde Antioquia presente y como miembros de la red Arise fuimos invitados.
As a network of the Arise Network, we were invited to a high-level table to reflect and discuss, and also to take decisions on how can we move forward faster within the agenda of the Sendai framework. That was an agenda built in 2015, and it goes all the way to 2030. The first big conclusion is we're better before the knowledge of the threats that we have worldwide. We have to work more intensely in two additional concepts, which are the ones building the risk concept. And number one is vulnerability of systems before those threats, and number two, the exposure concept. How exposed are communities, businesses, the institutions before the threats and the vulnerabilities as well. So we have made progress. There are fewer people dead, but there are greater risks. The second large conclusion is we have to work in governance that has been strengthening at the national level in all countries around the world, but that has not come down to the local levels. We have to work with the mayor's office and with different organizations that may contribute in the solution of this problem, which is an everyone's problem. Communities, companies, the civil society in general. Number three, we have to invest that keep in mind the risk at its base, that they have a fundamental element upon which resilient infrastructure is made, resilient investment, and also resilient projects. What is resilience? It's the capacity of the system to be prepared to reduce risk. And a threat materializes or becomes true, the communities may have better capacities to react and to stay ahead better. Number four, we have to strengthen the preparation processes, risk reduction, and the reconstruction before disasters. We have to work under the principles of Build Back Better, and including two additional concepts: to have it safer, to have a stronger system, and also a more resilient one. And here we're together working to save lives, to prepare the community so they don't suffer, they don't have an impact after the threats that will continue occurring. And number five, and not less important, we have to mobilize resources and capacities for all of us to be thinking about topics of risk reduction. Our commitment from the Arise Network is to work intensely, invest in budget, to build new capacities, and to act deliberately upon the disaster risk reduction. We have to do that now.
Excellent, thank you. So before we make progress, I have a question. How many people do you think work at UNDRR all over the world? You can guess, any number is okay. 20. It's a good guess. Thank you, Nicolas. Well, that would be a bit too little. 150. 100. Yeah, you got it right. It's only 100 people serving 5 regions of the world. It's a lot. We have an excellent team in the region. Our colleague Yazid is connecting meetings at 6 a.m. Almost every week. And what I'm trying to say is that it's very small. And what we need is partners. The fact that Nicolas was there, Lisra was there, it amplifies our work. We cannot do it alone. This time, the message of Nicolas is being publicized in UNDRR, and we have the local voice of Colombia, of the region, and that's how we build partnerships, and we try to strengthen our work. If we are only 100 people all over the world, we have no choice but to work with other stakeholders to do partnerships. So thank you, Nicolas, for the video. It was fantastic. We thought it's an excellent summary, and what we want to do here is to just inform you what were the main topics that were discussed in New York last April. The first one is, so the high-level meeting happening, and the result is a political declaration. The political declaration is addressing the 4 priorities of the Sendai framework. The first priority is to understand disaster risk. So we think basically there are three main topics: understand, the tools to understand, and that everybody is involved. The first one is that we need more capacity, finance, and technology. Then we need to understand emerging and future disaster risks. So this is just understand the risk of disasters. The second one is we need tools to understand. So these tools need to be interoperable, multidimensional, multi-hazard. And then risk assessment, right? Finally, it is the responsibility of everybody to understand disaster risk. Okay, next question. The World Economic Forum every year asks business leaders what are the top risks. And in 2023, they ask the same question. What is the top risk in the next 2 years? What do you think is the top risk according to business leaders? Erosion of social cohesion and polarization, or cost of living crisis? What do you think is the top risk according to these business leaders? Cost of living crisis. Please raise your hand for cost of living crisis. Thank you. Raise your hand if you think it's erosion of social cohesion. Thank you. So it's kind of 50-50. We will see the full results. For this one, in the meantime, is cost of living crisis. I suppose it's because of the pandemic that was creating a recession, etc. So the next one is, what is the top risk in the next 10 years? So this is looking ahead. Those of you who believe is failure to mitigate climate change, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. Those who believe is geo-economic confrontation. I think this is a serious one. Yeah, there is some colleagues also. Most of the business leaders believe is climate change. These are the full answers. In the next 2 years, you see the panel on the left. Many of the risks in the next 2 years, according to business leaders, are related to natural hazards and climate change. But as we said before, the cost of living crisis was also at the top. For the next 10 years, almost all of them are related to climate change or disaster risk reduction. And it is the trend we have been speaking about at the beginning of the presentation. In addition to understanding risk by itself, we need to have an idea of how it is interconnected. In other words, there are cascading risks. Some of them are ecological, some of them are in technology, some of them are socio-political, and they are connected. Then we almost sometimes feel overwhelmed, because if you're a business owner, you have some day-to-day operational concerns and risks. And on the other hand, we have some existential risks. So in the day-to-day, you have recession, labor, cybersecurity, mental health, lack of succession for some MSMEs. On the other hand, we are also analyzing risks that can wipe out humanity, right? We are taking a look to artificial intelligence, whether or not it's a risk, environment, and many other things that can happen. So somewhere in between, we have many other range of risks, And the pillar 1 is we need to be aware of those from one extreme to the other and everything in between. Next one is governance. So basically what the political declaration is saying, let's cooperate. It turns out that some governments are not coordinating within the government, and then we need to plan. So whatever coordination is happening needs to be reflected at the local level. And once it's in the plan, it needs to be appropriately budgeted. The legal and regulatory frameworks need to be there, and DRR needs to be mainstreamed in all the areas of work at the local and national level, right? Sustainable development, water, biodiversity, etc. I'll go to the next pillar, which is super important for the private sector. That is investing in resilience. I would say many of these points are relevant for the government. So I wanted to share with you which ones are relevant for businesses themselves. And the first one is engage the private sector to scale up investment. So investment is something that is coming very strong from the political declaration. The other one is that we need to integrate DRR into the financial system, right? When we do loans, insurance, those things like that. And to a lesser extent, if there are some multilateral or bilateral development assistance programs, I think it would be important to link it with the private sector. All the other ones are more relevant to government. But this is just to give you an idea what is coming out of the political declaration in terms of investment for resilience. Now, the final pillar is the priority in terms of Build Back Better, recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. So these 3 points are mainly focused on multi-hazard early warning systems and monitoring. So we need to have better data and have the information at hand. The other 2 points are cross-sectoral inclusive national and local disaster response. So this is a little bit more coordination, and then coherence, meaning whatever you do in disaster risk reduction needs to be aligned with climate change, with sustainable development, and the other agendas. So this is what is coming strong from the political declaration. What the president of the UN General Assembly is calling for is a change in the way the system works. But look at his words. What he's trying to say is that we need to focus on private investments and incentives for disaster risk reduction. Then he's touching upon financial institutions, the collaborations on debt, support, financing streams, build capacity for de-risking investments, and finally, that we need to internalize the risks. So this is important. What for me so far you can understand from the political declaration is that governance is an important point. Besides governance, coherence. And then what is relevant for the private sector? Investment. Specifically investments with infrastructure, with the financial sector, and the risking investments. All right, so out of this meeting tomorrow, there will be a declaration from the Arise Forum. And this declaration will be signed and approved by 11 a.m. on Thursday. On the left, our colleagues from the regional office have put the declaration so that you can see it, and you have some post notes so that if you want to change something of the declaration, now is the time. It's important to hear your voices because, in my personal opinion, what is coming out from the political declaration is excessively focused on infrastructure and finance. So the question is, where are the MSMEs? Where is the supply chain? Where are, for example, not only access to finance, but growth-enhancing packages? You have access to finance, you have access to training, you have access to a mentorship program. And so if there are some packages that is not only about getting credit, but what happens once you have access to finance and you are eventually successful as a business owner investing in disaster risk reduction, that should be there. But so far it's not. So we need more of your voices. LISRA has been fighting very hard to put MSMEs on the table, but it's not enough. And out of these declarations, out of your participation in future events, on the priorities, that you know firsthand from your work, those need to be included in what in the declarations and further in the other processes. they become important issues. Okay, so the final part of the presentation is engaging stakeholders. Here, what Lizra said is the data from Arise. What I want to tell you is the story of Arise. It started as a network in 2015. Nowadays, as Lizra mentioned, there are 450 members, 29 networks. So when the members become part of Arise, what they try to do is to do activities at the local level. So there was a mushrooming experience. There were so many activities at the national level, but not all of them were coordinated. So what we needed is to have some focus areas. So the members of Arise said, okay, our work is going to focus on resilience, SME resilience, investment, insurance, and infrastructure. Then UNDRR came with guidance. We produced some products on risk-informed investment, SMEs, and insurance, so that we have the areas, you have the access to knowledge, and hopefully we can align better our projects. To date, we have more than 50 projects, 20 events, and other assessment tools that you can find on the website. One final point of Arise is that you not only talk to the private sector, but you also talk to other sectors in society. When we have the meetings, we invite people from academia, people from, people with disabilities. We also have NGOs, and that is interesting of Arise. It's not only the private sector talking to themselves. These are the priorities. Most of the members are working on SMEs, then infrastructure, insurance, and then investment. These are the guidance notes that have been produced in the past years to align on the 4 focus areas. And these are some of the events where the private sector is interacting with other stakeholders. These are some examples of the work that is made by Arise members. There is the Center of Excellence by Kari Cham, which is providing a number of tools for micro, small, and medium enterprises. In the Philippines, you have data storage facilities. That's super interesting because once a disaster happens, many SMEs lost all their information, not only legal, but also budget, And in the Philippines, there is the initiative by SM Malls, one of the biggest companies in the Philippines, to provide data storage centers. There is the critical assessment tool. This is done by Arise US and Arise Canada, also in cooperation with Arise Dominica, to assess the infrastructure. There are scorecards for cities by members of Arise US. We also have in Argentina, some of the insurance companies are working on products addressing drought that is being cyclical. We have also in the Philippines, Japan, and the region of Asia, the quick risk estimation tool, which is for SMEs to assess the level of risk. If you go to the Arise website, you will find a number of information. You have the corporate documents to tell you what is Arise. You will also have newsletters and the reports which are provided every year, and it's a summary of what the members are doing. Then how can you become part of Arise? You basically need to read the terms of reference, what is Arise. You need to prepare the documentation, which will take you 15 to 20 minutes, and then you submit online. The application form, you need basically 3 things. The legal registration of your company, you need the sign statement of commitment, and then fill the form, and you submit online, and that's it. Then we do a due diligence process that it's a background check of the information with UN standard tools that check the reputational risk of each company. And if everything is okay, then you are welcome to Arise. Okay, so I want to play the 3rd and last video, which is an example of how Arise Philippines is working, just so you can connect with the region of Asia.
Imagine a better, more resilient world where nations can bounce forward from disasters. Critical infrastructure stand firm against calamities, where businesses and communities can thrive, and basic services are uninterrupted, especially when they need them most. This could be our future if we start working together on disaster risk reduction now. The United Nations adopted the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction in 2015. a bold but brave movement to build resilience in every nation across the globe by minimizing known risks and preventing the creation of new risks. To strengthen pre-disaster risk reduction and pre-disaster preparedness to build capacity among communities towards recovery, and to save lives and protect businesses and investments. The Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction has 7 global targets. To substantially reduce global disaster mortality and number of people affected globally by 2030. Reduce direct disaster economic loss in relation to global gross domestic product and reduce disaster damage to critical infrastructure and disruption of basic services. Substantially increase the number of countries with national and local disaster risk reduction strategies by 2020 and enhance international cooperation to developing countries through adequate and sustainable support to complement their national actions for implementation of the framework, and substantially increase the availability of and access to multi-hazard early warning systems and disaster risk information and assessments to the people by 2030. To help achieve the targets of the Sendai Framework, the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction set up Arise Global, an international network of private sector volunteers committing support to the cause. Part of this global network is Arise Philippines. Established in 2015, its membership network of companies and private institutions has grown. Focused on the 4 priorities for action of the Sendai Framework, namely 1. Understanding disaster risk. 2. Strengthening disaster risk governance to manage disaster risk. 3. Investing in disaster risk reduction for resilience. And 4. Enhancing disaster preparedness for effective response and to build back better in recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. The members of Arise Philippines continue to work together towards a shared vision of a more resilient Philippines. Through awareness building, mutual cooperation, and action, Arise aims to contribute to building stable businesses, sustainable communities, and safe and resilient Filipino families. Through continuous action and collaboration with the government and the public, this vision can finally become a reality. Helping communities and businesses bounce forward better for a more resilient Philippines. There's still a lot of work to be done. We will live up to our mandate by undertaking activities under our work themes and priority areas. And with your help, we can go further and build better. Be part of the network. Let us co-create a sustainable and resilient future for all of us.
So with Lisra, you saw a video at the global level. We wanted to share with you a video at the regional level with the video of Nicolas. And now you can see a video from another region, which is Arise Philippines. I hope, and we hope, this can give you an idea of the whole network. As you can see, I'm more passionate about the economic development part at the beginning and less passionate about the political declarations and things like that. Those processes for me are too heavy. But it's fair for you to know the whole spectrum of our work. So in addition to what we showed you in terms of Arise, UNDRR is also working with the private sector through other platforms. One of them is the Chief Resilience Officer Network. This started in January and is a group of 20 Chief Resilience Officers from different companies that are trying to come together and make some suggestions in terms of what is relevant for CEOs from the Sendai framework, what are good practices, the frameworks for implementation, library, a number of documents that will come out soon in terms of key performance indicators, and hopefully after some months we can share with you some work. The next one is the Investor Advisory Board. The first meeting was in April in New York. This is a similar group. It's not only chief resilience officers. It is a group of people working with investment companies. And similarly, they also want to make suggestions in terms of DRR. Then there is the Task Force for Insurance Development Forum and other platforms. So according to how the work this year goes, this will also be linked to Arise. So I think for us today, that is all we wanted to share. Hopefully you can have a better idea of what UNDRR does, what is Arise, and I want to end with a question. What Arise is going to be in the future? How is going to be helpful? And I think the answer for me is it depends on you. How do you want to use Arise? Where do you want to take it? And I think my colleagues in the regional office in Panama, my colleagues in the regional office in Geneva will be there to help you. I hope you can join us in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric, Lizra, for being with us and for your presentation. Muy bien, y siendo las 9.
All right, at 9:30 in the morning, we're going to continue with the next lecture, which is Experience Excellence Center Carrie Champ in charge of Petifa Luis. Petifa Luis is from Grenade, and she's an executive with a wide experience of more than 39 years in the public and private sector. And she's currently the chairman of CARICHAM and has performed as a focal point of Arise in her country, Grenade. So, Petifa, welcome. Please tell us about the experience at the CARICHAM Excellence Center.
Yes, welcome.
Okay, thank you. With this is the next slide. Okay. Buenos días a todos. This is the beginning and the end of my Spanish. I will attempt to speak just to get an idea of the people in the room. How many of you speak English? Okay, and how many Spanish? Okay, so there are more Spanish speaking than English. So my apologies for not having it in Spanish, having the caption in Spanish. Next time, I'll be more prepared. I want to take this opportunity to say thanks to Arise and UNDRR for having me here to share with you some of the work that we have been doing with CARICHAM. So my approach would be to do it in three parts. One, to give you a little background of CARICHAM, what CARICHAM is. Two, to look at the MSME environment in the Caribbean region. And I'm sure that you will find some things that are similar in your regions as well. And also, I'm going to look at what CARICHAM is doing in terms of facilitating and helping MSMEs. Now, CARICHAM is a network of Caribbean chambers, which was launched in 2019, where 13 chambers came together to sign an MOU, and this meeting was facilitated by UNDRR with help of Lizra being the pioneer in this area. Thank you, Lizra. I acknowledge Lizra, who continue to serve in disaster risk prevention, mitigation, recovery, and she's, as she said before, she's very passionate about it, and MSMEs. Then 4 years later, we grew to 24 chambers with 150 businesses or more from the Caribbean. The latest addition is Aruba, who joined this last month. Our members speak all the languages of the Caribbean: Spanish, French, Dutch, English, Papimento, etc. Yeah, so, and we promote trade among our member countries and advocate for greater regional integration. This is a list of all the countries that are members of CARICHAM, and we're looking to increase the numbers with those that are remaining who have not been on board as yet. I'm trying to manage to had to stop and pose for the picture. Yeah. CARICHAM envisions an integrated and prosperous Caribbean region with resilient businesses and supportive ecosystems. And our mission is to facilitate trade and business growth by connecting, strengthening, and enhancing chambers of commerce and businesses with our stakeholders through partnerships, shared values, and responsible business practices. And I want to stress partnership because, as mentioned earlier, you hear it over and over and over again, that we cannot do it alone. We cannot continue to operate in silos. We have to work together, find synergies, and as a region and as a world, work together to achieve what we want to achieve. We see that climate change affects all of us. So it's very important for us to find ways to work together and let not language be a barrier for us. We have technology that we could use. And I have promised to learn and practice my Spanish a little more. So next time I'll be delivering in Spanish. So I'm making it public so that I'm forced to keep my word because I always keep my promises. As I mentioned earlier, building partnerships is very important for us, and this will help facilitating business success. I think I went through that already when I stopped and paused, yes. Okay. We continue to sharpen our focus, enhancing business value for our members. And some of the things that we do is we represent the interests of the private sector on a regional and international level. We facilitate capacity building for members, promote trade and investment regionally and internationally. We continue to foster innovation and strategic collaboration among members and partner organizations. We educate our members on business continuity and resilience strategies. We hear the whole question of continuity and resilience over and over as a recurring theme in our conversation today and continuing. Implement cooperation and capacity building programs and collaborate with our regional and international institutions to provide to positively impact our community. We assist members in understanding the benefit from our trade agreements. That is something that a lot of us have not paid a lot of attention to, especially MSMEs, understanding trade agreements and what is required in order for them to be export ready. That are some of the challenges we have. We continue to strengthen relationships between the private sector and our national and regional stakeholders. One of the things that we recognize, especially for MSME, is having excellent relationship with governments. Because the government is responsible for creating the enabling environment for businesses. And if MSMEs are not organized, they don't have a voice. So it's very important for MSMEs to come together, organize, and have a voice. As it is, though, it's very fragmented in the region. But I'll speak more to that a little later. What are some of the challenges of MSME? Let's just go back, make sure I have not skipped anything. Okay. So basically, this is a little bit of CARICHAM and what it is that we do as a network. We started as a network to keep it very simple and flexible, but as we have grown and more demands are being made on CARICHAM and also in terms of securing finances and relationships, solidifying relationship with our partners, it is very important for us to become a legal entity. So we are in the process of registering CARICHAM as a legal entity. So it will make relationships and us moving forward a lot easier. Lizra mentioned, so she saw my slide, that in the Caribbean, the MSME sector is major, although it's not recognized as we think they should be. Over 70 to 80% of the private sector comprises medium, small, micro enterprises. And as you could see, they contribute significantly to the gross domestic product in our countries. And they provide significant employment, contributing to poverty reduction, which is the #1 sustainable development goal. Now, I just want to pause a minute to speak about the MSME after the pandemic, with the close down of countries. Now, a lot of our island states rely heavily on tourism. It's one of the main pillars. In Grenada, for example, apart from tourism, we have education because we have the St. George's University, where we have quite a number of students from outside of Grenada, the Caribbean, mostly from the US and Europe, Asia. Now, when the pandemic occurred and we had to close our borders, that was a significant blow to our gross domestic product. And what happened is that what kept the economy going was those wheels in the cog. The cog in the wheel of the economy was the SMMEs. And I think that suddenly it was recognized that they are really significant in terms of keeping our economy going, right? Despite that, we see that MSME are plagued. The sector is plagued with several challenges. The main one identified in surveys is access to finance. Also identified is the need to build capacity in the whole question of business management. What we see is that they continue to experience inadequate access to finance and investment and working capital. Of course, because of the capacity, we also see high level of loan delinquency. And there are significant gaps in business knowledge. The whole question of financial planning, budgeting, record keeping, Data was mentioned earlier. We collect data generally, but it's just raw data. Data is not mined, so we can't take the information and use it to move forward in our planning, right? Both at the level of government and private sector is something that we need to focus on more in order for us to understand the environment in which we operate in and plan to move forward. The sector is very disorganized, fragmented. Most of the needs are largely unmet, and they are informal. And I explain to you what I mean by that. They are informal because in many cases, they are not registered. So they do not form part of the formal sector where taxes are paid. And as such, benefits that are available to businesses that are registered are not available to them. I think part of the problem is MSME not understanding tax structure, and the thought is that if they rise above the surface, tax would basically cripple them. And as such, their needs are largely unmet. So we see that there are issues in terms of inconsistency in quality of products, service delivery, etc. Now, what is the biggest challenge? When you ask MSMEs what is their biggest challenge, they will say access to finance. However, this can be restated in that the biggest challenge for MSME is their inability to convince financial institutions to give them funding. They are not able to convince the lending institutions that, one, their businesses are well managed, two, their business idea is a sustainable one, three, that the credit that they get from the financial institution will be put to good use. Many MSMEs have a difficulty in separating personal finances with the business finances. They're all tied up in one, and it's very difficult for you to tell a single mother with children that she can't use the money to feed the children, send them to school, and then she's left in a situation where she doesn't have finance for material to continue to produce her products. So it's quite a bit of a challenge. Now, when we look at the whole question of the challenge for finance, what we see is that generally commercial banks are hesitant to lend MSME finance. They think that they are high risk, and of course the banks are very risk averse to lending to startups. And loan delinquency is fairly high, 15%. But also, the commercial banks do not understand MSMEs. And it seems like they're not interested in learning more about them. In the region, especially in the OECS, the Organizational Caribbean States, we have the central bank who has financial product for MSMEs, which is under the Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee Corporation, and they have some products for MSME. But for MSMEs to access these products, which guarantee a percentage of the loan for them, they have to be much more organized, because people are not going to throw money behind bad deals. So unless you could show that you're organized, that your planning is in order, you have your financial statements, sales receipts, whatever, it's very difficult for you to get financing. There are government policies which are designed to assist MSMEs. But the whole question of implementation leaves a lot to be desired. And I think it's because MSMEs are so fragmented that the advocacy, the voice, having one voice to advocate on their behalf is a challenge. The chambers have been working closely with MSME and encouraging them to join the chamber so that the chamber could advocate for them. But we also have the stigma of the history of chambers in the region, especially the older ones. Obviously, they were started during the era of the plantocracy, and where it was just the few bigger folks, as you say, who ran these institutions. So it was seen as an institution for the big boys. So it's quite a lot of work to change that perception, to get MSME on board, that their interests are being served. We have also, in Grenada, for example, the MSME policy is being reviewed, and also there's a incentive regime that is also being reviewed to facilitate MSME. However, the caveat is that they need to be registered. They need to be in the formal system in order for them to enjoy the benefits of what is offered. So there's quite a lot of promotion, education to do for MSMEs so that they feel confident that the system is not out to get them, but rather to support them in their businesses. We anticipate that with training of MSME and also working with the bank, because in Grenada we have a local bank who is collaborating and partnering with the Grenada Chamber of Industry and Commerce to create avenues for MSMEs. So the bank is going to have a particular section dedicated to MSMEs. This is something that we don't have normally. So they're moving to have a section that is for MSMEs, and also we are providing training. So when we provide training for the MSME and they end up with their business plan, etc., the bank is much more open to facilitating them because they have confidence that they've trained, they have the tools, they're using it. So they are better, they could take a risk, they could take a chance on them. So that is one of the things that we think would help in terms of MSMEs moving forward. So we realize that there is a serious gap in terms of MSME and what it is that we need to do to close this gap. How can we close the gap based on the things that I've outlined before? How can we reduce the challenges for MSME? Apart from the advocacy and the policies mentioned before, we need to deliver quality programs that will improve financial literacy, which is one of the challenges, the whole question of budgeting as well, business planning, management skills, building capacity in order to access credit and finance. Now, what is the solution? What can we do? How can we help? One of the things that CARICHAM is looking at, and it is not the total package, it is part of it. So we still have to work closely with government, we still have to advocate, we still have to ensure that there's an enabling environment for MSMEs with the banks, etc. But we also think that we need to focus to help MSMEs to build their capacity so that they're in a much better position to take advantage of whatever is advocated for them. So CARICHAM has come up with what we call CARICHAM solution is Center for Excellence. This was mentioned earlier, so I think the name is a little more familiar to you. What is the Center of Excellence? It is a resource hub, basically, for MSMEs, business resilience, which is aimed at empowering MSMEs through the use of tools and knowledge sharing, and to help them prepare and rebound from business disruption. So the question, as was stated earlier by Eric and Lizra, is the question is not just about recovery, but prevention, helping them to organize to prevent the disaster and also in a better position to rebound from the disaster and any business disruptions. Okay. Did I skip? Let's see. Resources. Sorry, what did I do there? Okay. The Resource Hub basically offers resources that are delivered in a secure and supportive environment to facilitate knowledge exchange. Some of these resources are also available in Spanish. No, not all of them are, right? Some of them are available in Spanish. However, efforts are being made to have all the material translated to all the languages of the Caribbean. So that is a project that we have that we're working on so that anybody who access the resources, it's easy for them. The resources are free and they're downloadable, right? Now, I just want to say that this project didn't start overnight. It took quite a bit of time. And I also want to say again that Lizra was a pioneer in that regard. Lizra, stand, let's give Lizra a round of applause. And although Lizra has moved on, she has not really left. She's still connected to CARICHAM and providing service for CARICHAM, especially in the area of disaster risk reduction. Yeah. So the Center of Excellence was launched in May this year, and we have over 100 resources in 5 thematic areas. We have, I don't know if you could see there, we have business resilience, digital transformation, financial management, multi-hazard, early warning systems, and operational management are some of them that we have. The center provides a comprehensive approach to addressing MSMEs' needs by providing these tools and resources and information, as well as training and capacity building. And this will help MSMEs to navigate the challenges for continued business. We have business continuity planning as well, before and during and after they're impacted by a disaster. Now, I just want to highlight that the Center of Excellence was produced for with CARICHAM through technical assistance provided by UNDRR, the UPS Foundation, and ARISE. So they are partners with CARICHAM to ensure the success of MSMEs. Okay. Yeah, I'm almost there. Yes, so basically the Center of Excellence is a pioneering initiative with a range of specialized services and that is needed to navigate challenges in business disruption and recovery. And here again you see the areas that we're focusing on. And if you go to the site, which I'll put up shortly, you see these are some of the tools. So you go on each, yes, I got that message. Stinko Minutus Mass. Yes, business continuity planning guidance tool and resource toolkits and various templates. So you go there and you'll be able to access all the information. Is like I said, is over 100 tools and resources that you can use. And this is the website. And I also want to issue a clarion call. I mentioned our partners before. We see them here again. Our partners in delivering this particular product. And we're very grateful and thankful to them. And we look forward to continuing working with them. So I have 2 more minutes. So, to conclude, I encourage you, please join, use the resources, and it is free. Share it with as many of your members and non-members as well, because it's important for the environment, the economy, that everybody's on board. Like we say, nobody left behind, no one left behind. So the information provided is free, and I conclude inviting you, and let us together build a vibrant ecosystem where MSMEs thrive, innovate, and contribute more to the economic development of all our countries and all our regions. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll take this with me. I'll leave this. Thank you.
Petifa,
Being with us. Muchísimas gracias, Petifa, por tan...
so thank you very much, Petifa, for this experience. So important, inviting the networks of Arise in the Americas and the Caribbean to replicate these processes in order to progress in the sustainable and resilient future for the companies. Now, important information. We're waiting for you to continue with our agenda for today in 30 minutes. But we're going to change rooms, so we're going to be at the great room, at the large room. We're going to have a coffee break at this moment. You may have a tea or a coffee, a cup of coffee, right next to this room, and we're going to stop for 30 minutes. And in 30 minutes, we're going to meet again at the large room. We're going to see the speaking of Mami Mitsutori at 10:30. So thank you very much. going to be the English channel. This is a test. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. English channel interpretation.
Muy buenos días para todos.
Good morning to everyone. It's an honor to be with you today. That started in a very inspiring way to inspire us to protect our planet, our home, to safeguard life, and to build a more sustainable environment. On behalf of the National Council of Security, welcome to the 56th Congress of Environment Forum and the third Arise Forum integrated in this academic space led by the Office of the United Nations for Disaster Risk Relief, UNICEF, and Connected Business Initiative, CVI. We start with this, the most important event in Latin America, with an important agenda with more than 80 specialized conferences, forums, master classes, and conversations regarding trends in labor security, models to foster safety ecosystem, novelties in technology and their contribution to safety in the work, the update on the legislation and tools in order to maintain tools. Everything with more than 50 national and international experts of over 12 countries. So thank you very much for your attendance, not only for being here, but also we say hello to all attendants, virtual attendants connected via streaming through the platform of the National Council of Security. So we start an international event that would not be possible without the contribution of our important partners. Let us know all those entities that came together to our event and that allowed us today to provide you with 3 days of knowledge generation.
AXA Colpatria.
AXA Colpatria, Belisario, experts in labor law, ARL Bolívar, Cerrejón, Responsible Mining, Cerro Matoso, Colsanitas Insurance, Cormancol, Cruz Verde Colombia, Equidad ARL, Port West, Positiva Insurance Company, Prevsys, Sura, and Zona Segura. The same way, we also do a special acknowledgement to those organizations that came together providing academic and technical support, where we would like to highlight the following entities. OID, International Labour Organization, FASECOLDA, and the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Relief, UNICEF, and Connecting Business, and other entities that came along to the technical and academic support. We greet especially to those entities that are with us in the main room. On behalf of the Ministry of Labor, we have Carolina Galindo, Manager of Labor Risks, the Director of the National Unit for the Disaster Risk Relief, Iria Gonzalez, Regional Coordinator for Latin America and the Caribbean of the Initiative Connecting Business of OCHA and PNEUD, is Nathan Wataki, National Coordinator and Focus Point of Labor Law, and also a representative from UNICEF and Resident Coordinator, our Regional Chief for the Americas and the Caribbean of the United Nations for the Risk Reduction Relief. Thank you very much to all entities that are here with us. And in that way, we give the microphone of our Congress on Environment and Health and the third Arise Forum for the Americas and the Caribbean. This is a space that is conducted so as to exchange good practices and to present the work developed on the priority lines of the networks and to link the private sector with the community of the disaster risk relief. So now Aletia Arango Gil, Subdirector for the Reduction of Risk Relief. Madame Aletia, welcome. Good morning to everyone. Aleti Arangos, Subdirector of Reduction Risk Relief on behalf of the Director of our Director Romeo Lopez and our government of Colombia, Potencia de Vida. Welcome to all attendants of this Congress and of the third Arise Forum 2023. For me, it's an honor to be here giving you the welcome to this event where from risk management we can exchange best practices and to highlight the instruments that are done in the framework of risk reduction and to use tools that allow us to talk about this role that we play in our communities and our businesses. As representatives of this unit coordinating risk relief, it is our duty and our privilege to be an active member of the Arise Colombia network, permanently contributing to the advancement of knowledge and identifying of new integration opportunities within the private sector and the public sector. And in that sense, we all around climate change, which is our most important role for this government. I would also to say thank you to the Office of the United Nations for Disaster Risk Relief for believing in Colombia as a host country for this forum, and the National Council of Security for their leadership and their commitment to the Arise Network in Colombia, connecting business, and UNICEF Colombia for their contribution so that this event we may have a greater contribution and foster the Arise networks in all our regions. From all our commitments for the Sendai Network for Disaster Risk Relief for 2015-2030. On behalf of the government of Power for Life, welcome. We wish you great success and that this journey is a profitable one. Thank you to Aleti Arango, representative of the National Unit for Risk Management Relief. In this moment, we invite Tania Chapuisat, representative of UNICEF and President Coordinator at Interim. Ms. Chapuisat, welcome to this space. Welcome. Good morning. As I am Tania, coordinator resident, so I am here and on stage to talk on behalf of United Nations in Colombia. So first I would like to thank the Arise Network in Colombia, especially the National Council of Security for organizing this Congress on Safety, Health and Environment, and the third Regional Arise Network. I would like to highlight as well the commitment of the networks of the private sector of this region that today are present with the participation of 15 countries on site and other countries also present online, in line. It is crucial to promote the participation of the private sector as a crucial actor in building a more sustainable and resilient world before disaster. The role of the private sector is a transcendent one for the local and national development because of the big contribution, social and financial, that they provide to the country. In this context, their preparation before the disaster risk relief must and should lead the adaptation from society and also to the prevention and risk reduction. Because of this, it is a priority not only with the governments, that the governments emphasize in policies and mechanisms that support that SMEs and large companies in risk reduction, risk prevention, but also at the same time the companies are included within their priorities the risk management of disasters as a model that helps them to stay in the market, to keep their capacity, productive capacity, and contribute to the development of their environments. In this way, I would like to highlight the relevance of working together from the private sector, the government, and the international cooperation in a coordinated fashion. In that way, we can guarantee that risk reduction, the preparation, and the answers before disasters is conducted in an organized way, and it is also efficient um, at the moment to help the affected population. From the United Nations, we celebrate the joint efforts that have been made along with the private sector in terms of identifying the capacity development of companies to service or to attend emergencies. The disposition to contribute to the process, the training processes for disaster answer. Also, the supports that have been made through the innovation and development of alternative technologies for processes of protection and for the humanitarian labor as well. I would also like to highlight the work, the interagency work that has been done between the Office of the United Nations Disaster Risk Relief Institution, the initiative of connecting businesses, and also UNICEF's job that have made a very important work in the region of the Americas and the Caribbean to habilitate collaborating spaces along with the private sector in terms of risk reduction, disaster risk relief, and humanitarian answer. Finally, we wish you a very interesting days of exchange, always keeping the communities at the core of your conversations regarding the disaster risk relief, the safety, and the resilient infrastructure. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Tania Chapuisa, representative from UNICEF and resident coordinator at Interim. We close our interventions with Mami Misutori, special representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations for Disaster Risk Relief. Greetings from Geneva. It is an honor for me to send you this message to the opening of the third Arise Forum in the region of Latin Americas and the Caribbean. The forum that is being organized in a joint fashion with the 56th Congress on Environment and Health of the Colombian Council of Security is a timely meeting after a meeting on the second semester of the review of the Sendai framework. This emphasizes in great measure the role of the private sector in order to help prevent and mitigate the impact of disasters. In fact, one of the main findings of this review is that a significant number of countries have informed progress within the commitment of the private sector in regards to risk reduction since 2015 through the ARISE networks. However, in spite of this progress, the private sector needs to do more in order to support and participate in the reduction of disaster risk relief and to incorporate these activities in their activities of investment. Companies may not only protect their financial results, but also the communities in which they operate with benefits that are extended through all the supply chain. We all must work together, the private sector, the government, and the civil society, in order to build a more resilient world. For that, I am pleased to highlight and to acknowledge the leadership and the commitment of the Americas and the Caribbean regions. This region has the greatest participation of companies in the ARISE network. It is the most active region in contributing at a worldwide level so that companies may be part of the solution and they may also address the growing number of disasters. Together, we can go from managing disasters to managing risks of disasters and to face also the threats and the risks before they become a disaster. Let me to conclude saying thank you to the Colombian Congress of Security and to ARISE Colombia for their role in organizing this important forum as long as the support of from UNICEF and the initiative of connecting business. I wish you a successful event, and I trust that the Americas and the Caribbean region will continue leading the way towards sustainability and the reduction of risk relief. Thank you very much. We thank the greetings from Mami Misutori from Geneva, Special Representative of the Secretary General of United Nations for Disaster Risk Relief.
Continuamos con esta instalación.
We continue with the beginning of this 56th Congress on Safety, Health and the Environment, and for that we have Adriana Solano Luque, Executive President of the National Council of Security. Adriana, it's a pleasure to have you on our stage to open this event. Can you hear me?
Muchas gracias.
Diana, thank you. Welcome. Good day to everyone. I would like to start thanking you for being here. Together in this annual meeting will always be a reason to be proud. I am certain that each one of you present here today have a decided purpose in protecting life and our environment. It is the love for what we do, the reason that unites us in this space, that invites us to share and that challenges us to have that conviction of taking that knowledge and tools that add to our lives and to our work management. So welcome to this academic party that if it's led from the National Council of Security, it would be impossible to conduct it without the trust, the work, and the articulation of wonderful partners that we work with a common purpose, which is to guarantee the hugs of the Colombian family. And that's why I would like to thank each one of the associations, entities that come from their mission in order to build together a safe and sustainable labor world. I would like to say, Mami Musitori, a very special greeting who is a representative of the General Secretary of the United Nations, as they have supported from all their environments the conducting of this space, and to be able to do this third Arise Forum for Latin America and the Caribbean. To Ms. Tania Chapuisa, thank you very much for being with us today, representative and coordinator, resident coordinator of UNICEF, interim. Nahuel Arenas, welcome to Colombia, Regional Chief for the Americas and the Caribbean for the United Nations Disaster Risk Relief Office. Thank you for being in our country. A special greeting to Aletia Arango on behalf of the National Unit of Disaster Risk Relief, who have come together from always with those initiatives. Snyder Wataki, coordinator and focal point of labor health from OIT, who is in this space. Anita Locardona, also, who will be with us tomorrow, director of OIT for the Andean countries. Carolina Galindo, director of labor risks from the Ministry of Labor. Thank you very much for being with us. Iria Gonzalez, Regional Coordinator of Private Sector Networks for Latin America and the Caribbean of ECDI. Welcome to Bogota. And Coronel Andres Serna, Director of Human Talent of the National Police Department. In this moment that we are living in, this need, I would like to start thanking to be here. Thank you for being here. Hi, Adriana. Sorry to interrupt you. You have not introduced me. I'm being with the artificial intelligence from the National Council of Security. Hi, Biwi. I'm sorry. Thank you for being with us. I know that you are with us. Effectively, you are the artificial intelligence of the National Council of Security. Tell us, Biwi, how many people are gathering in this moment and in our Congress? It is a pleasure, Adriana. In this moment, in this room, we have 1,087 attendants, and in our virtual platform, we have 532 attendants. Thank you, Biwi. It is nice to have you here. My pleasure. Greetings to everyone. Goodbye. Life is a gift, as I was saying, that we sometimes take for granted, and sometimes we forget how privileged we are to be here with good health, insurance, trusting that at the end of the day, each one of our journeys will be back home. Unfortunately, for many other people, that is not the case. Our Center for Research on Sustainability, Torcasa, through the Observatory of Labor Health, launched the last report in 2022, where it was evident the increase of 26% in the number of labor accidents in regards to 2021. Even in the first quarter of 2022, we identified an increase of 22.4% in the accidents of labor nature. It is a more source of concern to see that at the end of 2022, the number of deaths caused by labor accidents was elevated in 5.3% in comparison to 2021, and in 29.8% in regards to 2020. It may, for many of you, these numbers are only statistics, but beyond or more than 526 families saw how a parent, a brother, a son lost their lives because of a labor concern or accident. And that's the reason why you're here today. That's why we're here together. A big responsibility, which is that responsibility, the one that becomes our greatest source of inspiration for this Congress, for this National Congress on Environment and Safety, for an organization that, irrespective of the circumstances, has conducted this academic space in a systematic fashion for 56 years. It is a big challenge of knowing the needs and to pick the best representatives in order to promote this agenda that you will leave during these 3 days, and that answers to the demands that, of course, are present in the labor risks. In the first view, to acknowledge that need that we have with our society, as long as with the top management in the organizations, you are responsible for risk management, and all those who are present today, whose purpose and their reason to be every single day is to take care of other people's lives. And we're called to participate as change agents. You're called here to be a change agent, allowing to explore new ideas and to share new experiences and to learn together. And in this vision, from our 56th Congress, which is a historical one, where it witnesses that how safety in labor world links with sustainability, creating a synergy that fosters more equitable development, protecting the natural environment, and building a more fair or just society. We will be able to foster innovative initiatives, and to foster the cooperation and to establish strategic alliances that will allow us to progress towards a future where the sustainability will be non-negotiable. Besides, in a world with disasters and more frequent crises every time, generating resilience for businesses becomes crucial and acquires and is becoming every time more important. And that's why we're very proud and satisfied to integrate with the space the third Arise Forum for the Americas and the Caribbean, as it is an event that has called more than 15 countries in the private sector with the purpose of exchanging experiences and best practices, also motivating companies to adopt responsible and sustainable practices that may contribute to the reduction of risks and to measures adaptation and mitigation and to adaptation of those controls that allow us to strengthen the capacity for the answer and recovery before any disaster. Without the intention of going any further, I would like to call everyone to strengthen our country from the legislative standpoint of view, where the promotion of those labor spaces that strive for the risks reduction has been always contained within the legal framework of our country. Let us not forget that from that legal construction, we are invited to advocate for the well being and the care of each one of our workers, who is perhaps, and I say this very pride, one of the most complete in Latin America. Thanks to the continuous backup from our the companies and the people that are part of that large affiliated network to the National Council of Security, because without your trust and support, we wouldn't be able to continue fostering our purpose. To each one of our speakers, without seeing their faces, I'm very happy because I know that you, each one of you, made an important effort to be here present in Bogota, and you come together to this big academic agenda, and your expertise and knowledge allow us to have a robust agenda with a high technical rigor. Especially thanks to Felipe Bayon, who is with us in this space, who has made a special effort to be here and to share that knowledge and that experience. Felipe, thank you very much for being with us. Deep thanks to everyone making this possible, which is you. Each one of you, dear participants or attendants, you, both on-site or virtual attendants, inspire us. And we're filled with responsibility and accountability to offer you the best academic space possible. We have thought in each one of the moments that you will live during these 3 days, and those are made only are inspired in each one of you. And of course, the team of the National Council of Security, I cannot represent, and I have the honor perhaps of having the best team of the world that places all the expertise and especially all their love and their passion in months of effort. If you could only knew what happens behind all this party in order to have to provide you with the best event on safety and the environment. We're convinced that upon concluding these 3 days full of knowledge, each participant will return to the labor and day-to-day activities with innovative knowledge regarding risk management and a better perspective on how to integrate those strategies, sustainable strategies, in order to address the current and future challenges. We will continue in this way, contributing in the same way that we have done it during the last 69 years towards a purpose that allows us to guarantee that a guarantee of hogs. Without a doubt, that is our commitment with the future generations. Thank you very much.
Mi abuela decía,
My grandfather said that when one lives in this world, we have to leave a footprint. We're migrants dancing in a star, and in our course in this world, we have to leave a world where we live. Because why wouldn't you help me to make this out of this a better world? In a world of dreams, you and I met. where love flourished and shines with greater shine. A place where everything is perfect without fear, where we together build a future for the both of us. In that better world, our love becomes a reality, where kisses are sweet and passion never end. We dance under the light of a star. We find happiness, and our love is special. We dance under the light of a shining star, and we find happiness, and our love is special. Our love is special. We walk hand in hand on places of tenderness. Each moment at your side is an adventure. Time stops when we are together. Our hearts become one, irradiating our world. In this better world, our souls come together. Together in a relationship that cannot be replaced. We dance under the light of a shooting star. We find happiness. Our love is a special one. We dance under the light of a shooting star, and we find happiness. Our love is special. Stars guide us through eternal love paths. There is no distance that separates us. We will continue no matter what. We find true love. Our special love. A better world depends on you. It is a reason of pride to present you with this beautiful song that National Council of Security prepared for you with the support of Matter Band. This is not only a dream, but we find a special, true long-lasting love to protect our planet and to make it more sustainable for each one of the people that we love and that we take care of. That is and will continue being always the commitment of the National Council of Security to guarantee hugs. Thank you very much for the opening of this, and then we start with the first conference. It is an honor to have Felipe Bayón, acknowledged as one of the leaders, global leaders of the oil industry, president of Ecopetrol between 2017 and 2023, more than expert regarding oil and energy, having led the largest company in Colombia in times of uncertainty. Bayón consolidated himself as one of the most admired leaders in Colombia. In his work, there are more than 20 years working at BP, British Petroleum, occupying several leadership roles and member also of different platforms of the World Economic Forum regarding topics of sustainability, technology, and has been invited as main speaker in the most respected conferences around the world, like Energy Transition in the United States, APP, APPEC in Singapore, and ADIPEC in the United Arab Emirates. He invites companies to adopt change and how to cultivate innovation, making possible the impossible. For him, safety and at the workplace has been strategic for the organizations that he has led. In 2020, he was awarded and he's also participated in the energy transition. So a big round of applause for Felipe Bayona. Mm. Good morning. It is a pleasure to be here. Adriana, thank you for the invitation to the council. Armando, everyone. First, I'm pleased and honored for this invitation. Thank you very much for having thought about me to share some reflections and thoughts with you today. And my main thanks is for all of you, as Adriana said, over 1,000 people today called with a special interest the safety in a context of integrality. How can we make our attitudes and our actions what we do in our day-to-day is not only safe and efficient, ethic, that it generates well-being, but we also see it from the health standpoint of view and the environment standpoint of view. We take a look at the life conditions, as the son was saying. I'm going to share with you several reflections or thoughts, personal thoughts of over a little over 32 years of working mainly in the industry of energy, and also with some thoughts of life. And at the end, we're going to open for Q&A. So please, if you want to pose a question, start thinking about it. And don't worry, because I'm very good also to pose questions to all these people here in the first row. Welcome to everyone present from other countries. And without any further ado, let us begin. Let's see if this works properly. Or if you could please help me, Master. Yep, doing that. The first thought or reflection: is it legitimate to speak about sustainability? And Adriana was talking about this lunch, not only to think about health and safety, and also the environment. How to be sustainable when the protection of life is not a guarantee? And that phrase that resonates very much. It frames a bunch of things. What does it mean to protect life? How can we take care of ourselves? How can we take care of others? I love it when we start meetings like this one with the safety topic. Where are the exits, the emergency exits? I can imagine that you have all identified them. And I would suppose that many of you, since this morning when you got up, have been able to analyze what are those situations that may generate risk. I don't know if you saw the editorial of the El Tiempo newspaper today, road safety, and how difficult this last weekend was. Many people lost their lives. And we have to start right there for each one of us. I'm going to tell you a story, a short story. Some 25 years ago, I had the chance I received an international expert in safety, and it was 4:30 in the morning. We had to go from the hotel to the airport here in Bogota, and the driver went straight through two red lights, 4:30 in the morning, and the expert turns around and tells me, in what moment did I give you authorization so that my life is in your hands for having done that, crossing two red traffic lights? Simple reflection. But it's one of those things that one never forgets. Never. And that is part of what we have to think when we think about safety. Let's go to the next slide, please. Adriana showed us. I took this from the LinkedIn webpage and your bulletins from last week. This is recent. 2022. I start here. 1,482 people had accidents, or we had this many accidents on average every day. Multiply that for over 365 days, almost 1,500 daily accidents. And if you see in 2022, there was an increase of 20%, 26%, and in 2021 there was also an increase over 2020, almost 30%. In 2020, one would say, look, we were during the pandemic, we were at home, we had a different type of risk, and we had, and I'm going to talk about that. And if we see the top part in 2023, Diana was also thinking about this. We have seen already, not only the first quarter of this year, an increase. What does that mean? That things are not going well from the safety standpoint of view. And the reflection, together with the one that I was showing you a moment ago, is that we as individuals, what role do we have in regards to industrial safety and in general safety as well? Many of you are specialists and experts responsible for safety areas, and in the organizations one asks ourselves, how can we do so that the head, the president, the manager, the CEO of a company says, safety starts with me? Have you had that difficulty at any time? Yep, to convince someone to say, hey, safety is not exactly saying that I gave you budget for this year. Why wouldn't you guarantee that people are not having accidents, right? I'm wasting or I'm losing in production. I had to stop my plant because of the accident. An investigation was started, and I believe that that is not the correct perspective towards approaching safety. Safety, normally, we have to see it again in an integral way, along with ethics and efficiency. And normally, an operation that is safe is an operation that is efficient as well. Both things go hand in hand. And safety is very expensive. I say that safety generates a lot of value and saves us a lot of money. And on this part, what is the acceptable number? 1,400 every day? 1,500. Where do we have to set the standard or the bar? Zero is possible. And zero is possible. We, especially in the industries that I have been, we don't close the factory at 5 p.m. on Friday. We work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every day of the year. So zero is possible. It is absolutely possible for not to have any accidents. Let's go to the next slide, please. We are much more than statistics, much more than just an indicator. We're people and relationships. Over 560 families, I understand, lost a dear person last year. Next slide, please. show you also that indicators are important. It is always fundamental to measure ourselves to know how we're doing things, if I'm improving or not. And one does that with the health, with the studies of our children, how they did today at the school, what the scores are, what the notes, grades are. At work, how did we do? What the manager said, how was your project? This is an indicator used in the industry, and it is the total number of accidents regarding million per hours per man. In 2022, 226. To make a long story short, in 2022 was this is Ecopetrol, Grupo Ecopetrol, and I was until March 31st of this year. And you can see that this first has a couple of things. This does not provide with severity data, and this stomping or is also a fatality, and this is also not a guarantee for one to tell I have the best record possible. Ecopetrol last year was between the five safest companies in the world in the industry. However, after March 31st, Ecopetrol had fatalities in their operation close to Arrancabermeja city. So the invitation is one for always to be attentive to the care of the procedures, of the barriers that we may place between us and risk. Also, allowing that anyone in the operation stops an activity if she or he considers that as an unsafe activity. One asks several times, why did you stop the work? And one sometimes has to say, thank you for that. What is the risk condition and how can we improve that? It's an important message. How are we promoting safety in other people or not? We would normally say, if somebody brings me a topic of safety or a problem, an issue, for the foreign people, pork skin, chicharrón is a problem, and safety. What do I do? Chop their heads off? With that, what am I going to do? Nobody will ever present me with a safety issue ever again. So one has to allow exactly that the culture is, and that is a very personal reflection, is the main engine on how do we do safety. Let's go to the next one, and that's why I wanted to talk about culture. This is the declaration of culture within Ecopetrol. Six very basic concepts. The prettiest thing about this is that this was developed between 10,000 workers in Ecopetrol. Today, they have some 18,000 people. 10,000 did this job, and this was the result. Simple concepts, and see where it starts. First, life is first. Life comes first. We take care of each other, and we take care of the planet. We're not just talking about safety, and this could be personal safety, safety in the processes. These industries handle pressure, temperatures, chemicals, heights, a large amount of exposures regarding to risk on a permanent basis, but it is important to start there on safety, always regarding safety. I'm not going
to stop on the others, but ethical, I always said operations must be safe, must be efficient, they must be ethical, they must generate value. Passionate for excellence, to do things right. Human beings, people usually want to do things in a better way. And we're going to talk about technology because now there's a lot of matters that can be seen as a risk. They are seen as an opportunity. We listen respectfully. This in Spanish means, in simple words, means that if we have to say something, if there's something hard to be said, we say it. But we do not do some things that we do that we hold a grudge and say that this person 6 months ago did something to me, and so he's going to see. He's going to see for this. Wait, and you'll see. I'll be waiting for you later. You have done that, right? And in life, when someone holds a grudge against another one, the one who's damaged is oneself. Sometimes you don't even know you're holding a grudge against another person. Making possible the impossible. This is a very personal quote. We're an only team. Let's go to the next slide. Some milestones in Ecopetrol. First, Wales, offshore Wales, the purchase of ESA. Greetings to the people of ESA that are in the auditorium, but there's a contingency plan of HSE, not only for health and security that we did in COVID. And it would seem like COVID was sometime was only 3 years ago. Sometimes it looks like it was more time, but it was something that we did not know that it was so sudden that generated uncertainty and forced us to generate protocols, procedures in the face of a matter that was very unknown. Okay, this is only to tell you, before talking about the pandemic and COVID, the relevance of Ecopatrol, people tell me, okay, so is Ecopatrol relevant or not? Again, to make the story short, last year 160 trillion pesos and a profit of 134 trillion pesos. And if that profit, a part goes to the state and national government to make investments, what was decreed last year has to be paid this year. Those resources will be received this year and they go to the national budget plus taxes and royalties. Ecopetrol gave the government last year 42 trillion pesos to tax reforms. The question is Ecopetrol relevant for the state, for the country? And it may be fundamental in terms such as the living security and energy transition. I personally believe that. Next, pandemic. This graph shows the number of work fronts that Ecopetrol had. 300 work fronts. Work front may be 2, 5, 8 people, or 100, 200, or 300 people. Nowadays, after the pandemic and the recovery, Ecopetrol has about 130,000 contractors besides the 18,000 direct employees. Check this downtime during the pandemic. This slowdown during the pandemic. I remember taking the decision when the mayor said, we're going to make a simulation and everyone stays at home. Do you remember that on March 20? One weekend before in Eco Patrol, we said, everyone goes home. And we designed some things that I'm going to share with you because we could not stop our operation. Can you imagine what happened if we were to stop the refineries at Barrancarna and Cartagena and there would be no fuel? The demand for jet fuel dropped 90%. We used to sell 30,000 barrels. We are talking about barrels, not gallons in the industry. So 30,000 barrels per day. And then we sold 3,000 barrels per day. There was an occasional humanitarian flight from the military forces, and they had to use the fuel. But it's a need to adapt and to act quickly regarding a matter that was generating uncertainty. And in the crisis, we were seeing this previously in the inauguration announcements, the management of crisis and how we adapt as a society. My main role as a crisis is that in a crisis we have to react quickly and swiftly and decisively, and then we correct. Because if we start acting gradually, the crisis will will finish us, and we're not able to manage it. So, at that moment, 9,000 employees with secure connection were having usual meetings. We're usually meeting per day. Now we are going back to the normal life. There are some things in virtuality that work well, others don't. This opportunity that you have of being for 3 days to be able to share the coffee and say, hey, I learned this, I like this, would have eventually been harder. Even how can we learn from those who have more experience? And okay, we're talking about 5,000 recurrent connections. Let's talk about the next, and I'll tell you a little bit. Safety is much more than health, although health is also important. For example, there are some matters that were critical, and something that's called the operational minimum vital. And February that year, 2020, I held a virtual meeting with people. Okay, here's the picture with people that generate transmission and generation of energy operations worldwide. And someone said there's a concept that's a minimum uh, operational vital. What is that? We at that moment we were just asking ourselves, would the pandemic get to Colombia? That we find that quite funny nowadays. And I was asking, what's that minimum operational vital? And it means to understand in every operation what's the exact number of persons I need in an operation every shift. So if a person was uh, if a person had COVID, they would affect the entire group. So that's how we managed to keep the refineries operational, the National Health Institute. And the message is here that the first one who needs to raise their hand to ask for help is oneself. When we had the first fatality, the first calamity, the first person who died for COVID, an employee at the Barranca refinery, we discussed with the union, the USO, and we told them what to do, what should we do, and they said, no, you have to shut down the refinery. And we said, no, wait, hold on a moment. And we contacted the National Health Institute, and they sent a group of experts in 2 or 3 days. They reviewed the protocols. They said, some things you're doing very well, some others you need to improve. And we managed to isolate the unit where that person was working, and we were able to continue operating the refineries, and the country was able to continue operating, although most people had to remain at home during 5, 6 months. Those services of logistics and food and other services were still operating. And the question is, when will the next pandemic come? Are we ready? Are we prepared? And the idea is not to generate concern, but the idea is to be ready with scenarios, with planning, with training. So consider this. We created a health response committee. At the moment, we had the crisis committee that were operated for 7 years. Every day, the health committee, the financial committee, and at that moment, we did that to be able to face the crisis. Use of technology. We implemented a laboratory of molecular biology in Barranca to make the PCR test, because without the test we weren't able to work. You remember the drop in the work fronts? We used technologies and chatbots and the Corona app that we somehow helped to develop with the government, and there was support to the communities. And in many places, we were saying, hey, can't we work together with the communities and reopen our work fronts? Let's go to the next slide, please. Ecopetrol. I wanted to tell you in 2 minutes what Ecopetrol is. This is the Ecopetrol that everyone knows. It will be celebrating its 72nd birthday this year, August of 71. It was created as a producer, exporter, generator of petroleum and gas. In 2021, we acquired ISA, which is this column here. ISA virtually less the electric risk affects 180 million people per day with the high voltage transmission lines, the highest energy provider in the state of Sao Paulo in Brazil, and also in Colombia and Peru and Chile. And in the middle, low emission solutions. This means the matter of decarbonization. How can we decarbonize the economy? You know what the carbon footprint of each of you is? No, I'm not making a test. I'm not gonna fail you. Some of you are looking there on your cell phone how to calculate that. A Colombian, in average, owns about 5 and 6 tons of CO2 per year. When I say that to the people look at me, especially in the Congress. They said, why are you messing us? What were you messing with us? What did we do to you? Each one of us is the owner of 5 or 6 tons of CO2. Why am I saying this? Because the problem starts with oneself. What am I doing different? And I can apply that to security exactly like that. So, low emissions business line, where we have gas, hydrogens, renewables, carbon capture, a lot of things. Next, please. These are some of the projects of renewable projects: hydraulic exploitation using the same fluids of the operations to generate energy, wind parks, hydroelectric central that uses Zenith and that's used by Zenith. And this may change in the future. Let's hope that we hasten these things, but it's to generate through renewable energies and to compensate the generation made by Ecopetrol. If Ecopetrol were to be a city, if Ecuador would be considered a city, it would be the fifth largest city in the country in energy consumption. Let's go to the next, wind parks, which is, I believe, it's what comes next. Thanks. When I came to Ecopetrol, they said to me, engineer and Ecopetrol, solar farms are not going to be possible. That doesn't work here. Numbers just don't add up. When I left, we had 280 megawatts of renewable generation. It was possible. Remember what I said about making possible the impossible? The most beautiful thing of this is that this San Fernando pumps all the crude oil that's produced in Meta, which is the largest producer in the country, is pumped through solar energy. Many of you possibly did not know this. The renewable energy is being used to pump oil, crude oil, that enables us to have gasoline, diesel, and many other petrochemical products. In the end, we all feed traditional energy, renewable energy, and we need to continue progressing in this transition. We must do this in an orderly fashion. Nowadays, the world is going to, you know that we already surpassed the 8 billion people in the world, and during the next decade we will reach the 9 billion people, total population of the world. 40% of those people lack access to a reliable energy to cook. 1 billion people do not have any energy at all. So when we talk about energy transition, many don't even have energy. We have also to think that we need to include those people in the transition, and in the end, the world doesn't care if the emission is made in Bogota, Paris, Beijing, India, or Africa, because the ozone layer is just one. What am I trying to say? That if we leave some countries or communities behind, the world will not be benefited. So that's why it's important to do it with speed, but also to do it through consensus. I forget to say that this San Fernando Park, maybe one of the prettiest things is that 38% of the labor is women. And for many of them, this is their first job. And so there's labor security, inclusion, respect to human rights, ethics, everything's all related. Emissions. Now, each of you must be thinking, surely must be thinking, what am I going to do with those 5 tons of CO2 this year? And some countries, especially the European countries or even the US, the average carbon footprint of each person per year would be about 15-20 tons of CO2 per year due to the air conditioners, the heating. In Colombia, we have the advantage of having a very low footprint. That does not mean that we can relinquish our duties, but this is the transmission of emissions during last year. And this is a very nice topic. Ecopetrol last year launched a concept which is water neutrality. So people say about emissions, and everybody talks about decarbonization, but water is also important. Nowadays, there are conflicts throughout the world due to water. So Ecopetrol last year said, I'm going to start producing neutral water for 2045. And as to using 2017, 2022, the percentage of reusing water in the operations. And down below you can see the branches, including ISA, that until this year were already carbon neutral. Technology. We were discussing the AI device. Who is afraid of AI? Just one person raise their hands? Well, two, three. This could be a little bit scary, but we must think, how can I use this as a tool, as an opportunity? Will they displace us? Will they take our jobs away? That uncertainty will not be able to generate conditions that result in unsafe acts. And I'm concerned, I'm permanently concerned. Would I be more prone to not look after a procedure and thus generate an accident? Environment is fundamental. Technology generates a lot of benefits. Nowadays, so the cell phones that each one has much more power than computers that did not exist when I started working on from the pre-internet times. I used to dial and I used to make cards. Every code line was one card. That technology has served a lot, has been very useful. Sometimes they make us very dependent, but how can we use the technology in the context of security? For example, virtual reality, VR. I'm a mechanical engineer. Mechanical engineers, what do we like to do? We like to put a hand in. How can we use technology to see a device or machinery? How can we make maintenance of turbines, compressors, without the need of exposing ourselves? We can do that virtually. In Barranca, we had a very nice experience. Barranca is already lighting up. They're already covered by 5G. You have seen that in your cell phone, there's a little sign that says 4G or 5G. If you go to Barranca, they have 5G. This enables the displays and devices to communicate faster. We made a maintenance of certain equipment at the refinery. Some money was saved, some emissions were saved, and we were able to have people connected from all around the world. So, how can we use the technology to reduce the risk level? Digital twins, for example, in pumping stations, in production plants, and refineries. Nowadays, all that can be done not only with digital twins, but also through AI, or for example, monitoring of emissions. I was talking about the CO2 emissions. That includes a lot of things, including methane to use agricultural data, satellites, drones, and equipments that the operators carry to measure emissions. 95% of the operation was covered by that inventory. It means to use technology. It's to enable the person not to be exposed. And why not this? There are detectors of red zones or risk zones. I imagine that many of you may have seen that there are equipment that if they see someone getting close, they automatically stop the operation. That already exists, so how can we use those things? And someone says, well, that's very expensive. Possibly that would be an important investment, but I do believe that it's an investment that will have a quick turnout, so a quick return. So I believe that technology is fundamental, and maybe in the Q&A we can talk a little bit more about this. Next, cybersecurity. Have you heard about this matter? That phrase, I heard it from an expert in Geneva, in Switzerland. He said, there's two kinds of companies in the world. Those that are hacked, those that have suffered due to cybersecurity, and those who do not know that they have been hacked. What does that mean? That as well as with security, we need to always have an increasing level of alert. Do you imagine someone stopping the refinery again, or someone stopping a polyduct that carrying the fuel? Have you seen that the gas supply had to stop in the country a couple of months ago due to a matter of the nature of heat generation in the pipeline? Can you imagine what would happen if the gas system stopped in the country? Who uses gas today? All of us. Maybe some of you don't know. Colombia is an example, a successful example, in massification of the use of gas. 80% of the Colombian population uses gas every day. Gas is much more friendly, is much friendlier in terms of emissions. And you say, why is this guy talking about cybersecurity? Because we need to talk of cybersecurity in an integral way. Imagine Those sensors, for example, the sensor of an explosive atmosphere that is connected to an OT network that is hacked by someone, and we send a group to make an inspection, and there's an explosive atmosphere, or some gases that could be hazardous, or the limits of a tank, limits high of a tank, or RPM or speed of a pump. Someone coming in manipulating those things remotely. And as we are more connected, we are more exposed. That's why this matter of cybersecurity is so important. First, what happens in industrial security? What is the weakest link? Human being. In cybersecurity, it's the same. Maturity, we need to know where the organizations are. There's a standard that's being used. It's called COCM2, and it allows us to determine, hey, am I losing the year? Okay, what can I do to generate different conditions cybersecurity and to focus this based on the risk? It's exactly the same that we do in security, and the role of the operations center and security operations centers during the during all this hard time that we had in 19 and in 21. Do you remember all the manifestations throughout the country? In Ecopetrol, we were able to track any attacks to the infrastructure via cybersecurity, and this enables us to protect ourselves. Next, as I was saying at the beginning, have you had any problems convincing your boss that security is a good business? And you said yes. How can we do? And if I could recommend something to you, each of you would can learn a lot during these 3 days for your personal learning as well. But the question is, what should I do different to share the knowledge of security and to make clear that the responsibility in security is not only mine, it's the head of the area industrial security, the head of human talent, or cybersecurity, or the vice president. How can I make the chief, the superior, the boss understand? And that requires training, exposition. One thing that works very well are the managerial visits to the operations to review those places where there are risks and where people can be trained. I'm not an expert in many matters, but when I went to a plant, do you remember the story of the taxi that I was mentioning earlier? I was saying to the head of the shift, and I said, hey, I'm following your instructions because we're the expert in this operation, in this facility, and we have to accept that. So how can we do first to have an example, to lead, and leading is not only a matter of rank or title. Leading is not only a matter of who has the higher title within the organization chart. We are all leaders within the organizations, and somehow we need to start understanding that this starts by me. I am the one who needs to make the change. So I was sharing, that's why I was sharing you the experience with that international expert with the taxi. Do you think that I felt good afterward? After that? No, I felt ashamed. But I was saying, like, this is so natural. Of course, at 4 a.m., what do? You just have to not stop during the traffic light. You just check that no one's coming, and eventually you keep on going. But you're still managing the risk. And at the end, what do you want in life? That the residual risk applied from after applying barriers, training, procedures, awareness, that residual risk must be something that I can be comfortable with. And when I ask someone to do something, they must be equally comfortable by doing the same thing. That's our goal.
Four quick pieces of advice to close the presentation and to go into Q&A. First, people tell me, what would you recommend to us for life? Four simple things that have been good for me, that I have built upon the years. First, let us look at the mirror every day. This means what? That I don't start looking at on my side, but to me. What do I have to do differently? Because sometimes one says, "Hey, did you see your neighbor? Did you take a look at that? Look at the picture." Why don't I start with me? And regarding safety is, what do I have to do so that my operation becomes safer, so that this person in that shift, this person that is sitting in the same group that I am, somehow that person has also the possibility, so that one comes back home or to the workplace. Sometimes there are shifts of 14 days or 3 weeks, for example. One should return from those tests in the same or in better shape than the one that one started in that shift. Next slide, please. When somebody tells me no, that safety is probably some guy on the third floor that has an office. We gave him money this year, but during in these 4 months we have 3 accidents. We have to fire that person. It is funny, but how many times did that not happen? A chain breaks in the weakest link. So let us take life, control of life in our own hands. Or another topic, when somebody asked me, "Hey, I was not picked for a certain project that I wanted to participate," and I said, "Did you raise your hand and said that you wanted to be part of the project?" No. Well, you should have known that. Or why was I not promoted? Did you raise your hand? No, I didn't. Let us not wait that somebody does things for us. Let's continue. Let us build our networks, and that does not mean, hey, how many likes or how many friends do I have? That's probably important, but it is about this. And now when you go to lunch or to the break or to whatever space in other sessions, try to sit down with people that you don't know. For example, hey, what do you do? Ask that person, what is your role? Why are you here? What is of interest to you? And those things, first, one does not forget, and that provides learning for life. Next, please. Let us go. Let us return. The American people have an expression which is give back. So let's do it. This picture is Agueda and Victor in Barranquilla City. Agueda, the woman, had to wake up at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, knocked on his neighbor's door. He or she opened the door, and Agueda used the stove of his neighbor to prepare breakfast for Victor, and then they would go to work. Today they have natural gas at home, and Agueda does not have to wake up at 3:30 in the morning. Also because the neighbor at one point said, "Look, don't knock on my door anymore. Here's the keys to my house. I have to sleep. I have to go to work also. So here's the keys. Go into my house anytime you need to use the stove." So give back. One of the greatest satisfactions in life is for one to be able to give back. Somebody told me that this country, what does it require in order to change? I'm an engineer, and I have had this opportunity that I try to tell you today. And I said, the day when we genuinely become happy because of the well-being of the other, that day the country starts changing. Because one sometimes say, hopefully that guy will not do that great. I'm betting on the other person to do badly. It doesn't matter if it happens to me as well. And people say, no, that cannot be. But that is our culture. That's how we are. And I'm trying to get into your nerves a little bit and to leave you with some reflections and thoughts. Next slide, and then I will close. I don't know how long do I have for Q&A, but if you want to make questions, otherwise I'm going to ask you questions, especially people here on the first row. Here's a question. I don't know. Don't leave. Don't walk away. I'm not going to ask you. I don't know if there's a microphone. Is there a microphone? Yeah, there's a question right here. Here, and then there. And there, and there. Thank you. Tell me, Felipe, by my first name, please. If you had to summarize in one word what was the footprint that Ecopetrol left during your tenure, what would be that word? What did you leave? Two things. I believe the culture topic is a very important one. Cesar Aragon is right there. Not only a friend, but a master. I learned many things in life from Cesar. So you have to be willing to learn from everyone. Sometimes at organizations you say only I'm only learning if I look up. No, I think the culture topic was one, and also the pride of people that feel for being part of Ecopetrol. Ecopetrol is a country that many people in Colombia like, and people acknowledge it. Um, for me, it is great thanks, deep thanks. After 7 years, I have a gratefulness that I cannot explain to you to have been able to serve and to have been able to participate in the transformation. Thank you. Another question here? Over here? I cannot study. After what you have presented with sufficiency regarding how the impact at the life and safety to see things beyond production from a material good standpoint of view, and also in the conferences at a worldwide level these topics are being worked on. Why do we continue so much negative impact on the environment of the planet if we're doing so much? Why the level is the same or worse? Yeah, that's a great question. Why the impact is the same or greater upon the environment? I believe this. There are many things that have been done correctly, and that's why I was reflecting about 5 or 6 tons of CO2, because we say this starts with me at home. When one says, hey, the environment, yeah, that is a problem of the president of the country, not mine. A problem of the Ministry of National Planning Department of the ANLA entity. But one is always with this position. So the question is, what can I do different regarding water consumption, energy, recycling, 1,000 different topics. And that will continue moving forward. I'm a permanent optimistic because I come from having participated in an experience such as Ecopetrols, where things were occurred, and there was a reduction on the carbon footprint. You saw the reuse of the water. Things can be done. So one, as an individual, what else can I do to generate that change? Sometimes we say the problem of the environment, yeah, it's interesting to everyone. So what are you doing about it? Well, not much. As I live in a city, I cannot do anything. That's it. Fine. There's another question over here. And you're going to tell me that time is up? No, there's also virtual questions also. Yeah, let us take one question here. I don't know where the microphone is, but there's one question here. Okay, where is the microphone? Probably that's easier. I cannot see everyone because of lights.
¿Dónde hay un micrófono?
Congratulations, I'm Susana Fuentes from Chile. I'm all the way back here. Congratulations, because I come from a country where we are, it's not bad for business, but I had never seen an executive with that leadership in regards of safety and workers' safe well-being. I had never seen that before. So more than a question, I want to congratulate you and to see also how it's possible to coordinate with you to take you to Chile. Yeah, I'll be happily there for the mining sector. I can tell you that from my heart, because my father was a miner, and he dedicated, and I have dedicated my life to work regarding disaster risk relief and labor law to try that other people do not um, have the slow death of a miner with many years. But in Chile, we lack leaders such as you. And I would love to see, especially for the mining sector, congratulations and continue with your mission to evangelize the entire world. Thank you. Good morning. Vladimir Rincon. Hearing you, listening to you, makes one proud of working at Ecopetrol. Hopefully, that seed that you planted continues flourishing because all that work that you did as president of Ecopetrol is totally worth it. More than a question, my thanks to you because you were a person that at every single moment you had great contact with your workers and you had especially a very good relationship to the workers union, making that company to grow during the time during your tenure as president. So as the Chilean citizen was saying, congratulations, and hopefully we would have an opportunity to have you as a leader of the company one more time. Here. Good afternoon. Victor Siciliano from Cartagena City in Colombia. One question, sir. I don't know if you probably have the answer because I don't have the answer yet. I attended a talk with the Environmental Authority of Cartagena, which is EPA. They spoke about climate change and the impact on the climate change. When we talk about climate change, it's about a damage already present. My question is, during if at COP27 they said that Latin America contaminated 10% as a region, the percentage of pollution produced by Latin America was 10%. What would be our contribution as inhabitants, families, companies, in order to contribute to that impact on climate change, keeping in mind that Latin American countries, as they said in COP27, the experts from IPCC, they said that Latin America contributed to 10% of the pollution. I don't understand why the countries, Latin American countries, are presenting an individual agenda for each one of the countries. Colombia for 2030 is not going to fulfill the goals. So I say something. If in order to combat pollution, we would have to train each one of the Colombian citizens to calculate their carbon footprint, because the large majority of Colombian nationals do not know how to calculate that regarding gas, regarding energy, and all the energies that we use in order to generate life and generate tranquility. Thank you. That's a question. Well, several topics. The first reflection, thought that I have is that the recipe for energy transition is not a single recipe for the entire world. In Europe, they're seeing several opportunities. I don't know if you saw that. Maybe yes. How the adaptation process after the war in Ukraine has been. Even in countries like Germany or France, they have had to modify their energy matrix. In that sense, each country must say how to transit. That's first. Second, yes, Latin America somehow could work in a more articulated fashion or way. And I use the European example. Europe has 27 countries, part of the European Union, and they work respecting individually each country, but they have joint visions in topics such as climate change or energy transition in several topics. It's not easy. Only recently they included gas and nuclear energy as part of the transition. There were some people saying that gas had to be ended. But Latin America, I said, yes, I agree, saying that it has a large opportunity. Imagine if we could connect Latin America from the electricity standpoint of view. Latin America is not connected with high voltage energy towers. There is something between Colombia and Ecuador. They are seeing it between Ecuador and Peru, Peru, Chile with Brazil, with Bolivia and Argentina, in order to generate a topic which is of energy, Latin American energy matrix, which is a more sustainable one. That could be done. Last, I wanted to say something that I said something. Uh, let's say that Europe and the United States, which are leading this, they do their energy transition. How good is that for the world if there are 8.5 billion people not still not able to do the transition in the world? 1.4 in billion in Africa, 600 million without energy, and the rest have energy which is not trustworthy. So there is a topic to be looked in a more global fashion or way. Having said that, one wants the transition to do in a way where one does not impact people, because if we do the transition and people have to do worse life conditions, we're not walking in the right direction. There was probably a question here and virtual questions as well. I'm a medic, son of an eco patrol worker. I was impressed by the ranking of the company, number 5 worldwide level at in terms of labor accidents, and also the 1600 days free of accidents. But the disease is going to be tripled by day. So the question is, how did you do in the ranking of disease, labor disease? Yeah, there's a topic which I did not mention, and thanks for that question. A topic that sometimes we're ashamed of talking about. There are diseases that may be of occupational level, job related, or disease related to another topic, sedentarism, obesity, bad life habits, a large number of topics. But as a society, not as Eco Patrol, there's a topic that we're not looking at, which is the mental health topic. Mental health is very important, and one as a person is sometimes ashamed or fearful to raise our hand and say, I need help. Today I sit at the board of directors at a university, and they were telling me the level of the cases in terms of mental health of children has rocketed. So what are we doing about it with our sons, with the youth, in companies? That I believe there's also a topic regarding the health topic. I believe that Ecopetrol has health systems, top systems in the country. But for instance, the last time that I took a look at the numbers, people in Ecopetrol has a much higher life expectancy than the average in Colombia. We have made progress in many topics, but there are also topics that to look at the personal level. I have made this thought public. Last year, I was sick diagnosed with cancer, and I had prostate cancer, and I underwent surgery. When one hears the word cancer, one gets the chills, asking ourselves, what am I going to do? But if things are done on time, the experts will tell you that doesn't mean that the medical expert was the responsible one. Again, with the analogy with safety, the responsible person was me. And I've been public with this because if this helps to go take an exam, men are much more lazier to do this type of exams. Women are not. One could change this, and the perspective of life changes also. So I could have said, Ecopetrol, what did Ecopetrol did with my cancer? Why didn't Ecopetrol tell me on time? Why didn't they send me to do an exam? It starts with me. And today I'm able to tell this story in the way that I'm doing it. Thanks. Any questions online? Several questions. We're going to prioritize a couple because of time. How to achieve that the top management does not see safety not as an expense but as an investment? Yes, I have mentioned that a couple of times. For example, for you to expose the leadership team and the managers, vice presidents, the owners of the companies to operations, and you tell them, hey, give me a half day to talk about safety topics at the plant with our workers, with our employees. And that requires some type of training because many times things that one does not understand does considers them as not relevant. When one understands those, then you may have a different approach towards those. I would say that that is important. And also, raise your hand. Cesar and I worked. I've known Cesar for 30 years, something like that. And I many times told Cesar, "What can we do? I have no idea." Or Cesar told me, "Hey, manager, I need help. They don't help me. They don't pay any attention to me. People tell me that this is not important." Simple topics. This starts with each one of us. You wear your seatbelt to not get a ticket or because you're preventing a risk. You slow down in a road because there is a control zone and are using a radar. God and country, with all my respect to the police officers here. Or you reduce the speed because you said roads are designed for a particular speed. So how can I contribute as well? So it's a little bit of that. And sometimes raising your hand, accepting that you don't have all the answers, and of course not all the questions. It's key. How to foster a risk culture and control culture when there is a lot of overturn in the staff. That's important, and that topic, when we work in the communities that Ecopatrol makes part of, one says that how can I do for those communities that had the training are part of this process? So we have to do turnover processes not every week because that will become very difficult to train people. You would have to be very disciplined about that. Again, any person has the capacity to stop an operation if they consider it as an unsafe. Many times, new people has a helmet of a different way, not to be discriminated, but to make them more visible, so that the workers will say, "Hey, we have to take special care of this person, which is new," especially in those communities to have labor job opportunities that other people have. One last question from our virtual attendants. In risk management, you always think that nothing will happen to us. How can we improve the perception of risk and then hence at all levels of the organization? Yes, there is a topic that I didn't mention, and many of you probably know about this, what we call the high potential incidents or issues or near misses. When one says, it almost, that was a close call. Sometimes one does not realize that, but to take that type of thing to the organizations and board of directors, I'm going to make a presentation on a high potential topic that probably could have caused one or several fatalities, the closure of operations. So a very complex topic without talking about fines, but it didn't occur. The result was different. Luckily, or because effectively one of the barriers worked. So it's creating a culture of talking about those things. Understand those things, and at the end of the day, what do you learn most about in life? From mistakes, many times. But the error is not for me to chop somebody's head off because they spoke about it, but to say actually, thank you, what can we do differently? What can you do differently? And what can you recommend to me as a leader of the organization, as I am responsible for safety, so that we could do something differently? And among all of us, what can we do to take care of us? That was the last question. I say thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here today. I love to be here. I was out of the country. Thank you for the invitation. I returned to the country for this conference, but I'm going to leave again. But a definitely important topic is this. Thanks for your interest in this topic and also for your passion about it, because you make the difference in your organizations. Continue learning, Enjoy these 3 days. This space is yours and for you. Thank you. Thank you very much to Felipe Bayun for this wonderful talk that inspires us to realize how from leadership that each one of us has may contribute to the care of life. So we're going to launch in this moment, and for that you can go to Jubileo Plaza, which is in the back of the club. You can take the exit to the right, and go um, after the soccer fields. But the team of the National Council of Security will be guiding you. Remember to visit the 37th trade show of safety that integrates several companies to find everything that you require regarding safety and occupational health. We will resume at 2 p.m. with alternative conferences in all 6 rooms. Remember to download the app and take a look, check at the schedule. At 2 p.m., we will gather again for our first masterclass
Queridos asistentes, nuevamente bienvenidos. Gracias por acompañarnos. Esperamos que hayan tenido un excelente almuerzo y vamos a darle continuidad a nuestra agenda del tercer foro Arise Colombia.
Going to continue with our agenda of our forum at Rise Colombia 2023. Our next presentation is for the prevention of disasters in Central America and the Dominican Republic. Results of the participation of the private sector. So I'm going to invite the people who are going to be with us here. Claudia Herrera Melgar, Executive Secretary of the Center of Coordination for Prevention of disasters in Central America and Dominican Republic. She has been able to foster processes for the transformation and the strengthening of the sustainable development in the region through the promotion, support, and development of policies and measures, prevention measures, mitigation, and management of emergencies. Bruno Basile, we also receive him here from Panama. He is Executive Director of SUMACE organization, a leading organization in the promotion of business sustainability in Panama. He started his career in the global firm for Public Affairs, LLIC, and he has provided consultancy for over 12 years, companies in Latin America and Europe in the management of communication and corporate reputation. We also say hello, Carlos Rumbo from Panama. He is General Director of the National System of Civil Protection of Panama, SINAPROC. He participated in the communitarian police as chief of the police in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and he has significantly contributed in the reduction of disasters in Panama. Claudia Bruno Basile, welcome to Colombia. It's a pleasure to have you here, and I'll give you the microphone now. It is an enormous pleasure to be with you here today in our neighboring beautiful country, Colombia, who is always first to support us in disaster situations. And now we share a nice experience that we have developed in Central America in the framework of the drill that we did in Central America. I see some familiar faces, and thanks to that coordination, we consider that as a successful event. As it was said before, within our management of CEPREVENAC is the regional instance of the integration in Central America that coordinates the entities of integral risk in Central America and the Dominican Republic. And I would like to say hello to our president, Darío Garcia, who is with us here today, also the director, Carlos Rumbo from SINAPROC entity, who are part also of this process and especially of this commitment to strengthen the public-private alliances. One more time, our institution is a coordinating entity for adaptation to climate risk within the integration of Central America, and we contribute to the compliance of a regional strategic agenda within the framework of our policy in Central America for risk management, which core has been linked to the public and sustainable and resilient investment. And it has also been linked to the priorities of the Sendai framework, specifically priority number 1 in regards to promoting resilient investments and also to promote knowledge regarding risk reduction. This linking of our Central American policy, which is the framework for risk reduction, was approved by a summit of presidents in 2017, and that constitutes a framework, not only a guiding framework, but also an enabling one that establishes the Sendai framework as an obligation and a commitment taken by our entities and our countries, which is also a linking agreement also for the integral management of risks. In that connection that we have been developing for the compliance of a regional agenda, we have made several actions in order to achieve cooperation between the government, the civil society, and the private sector in different areas. Specifically, in order to strengthen the knowledge about the risk, we established a platform of regional coordination and knowledge, addressing the multi-threats characteristic of our region. Central America is vulnerable and susceptible to different threats, and those characteristics have taken us to drill down on the analysis and the characterization of risk, acknowledging that we cannot manage the risk that we don't know. In that sense, we have been developing different tools and methodologies for the promotion of contingency business plans, business continuity, and also a link with the ARISE initiatives and with the initiatives of the different agencies of the United Nations system. We have been developed in a joint fashion. I believe that this is the more strategic part and the result of greater impact that has taken us, that has been provided with this drill exercise where we establish that coordination, a strategic one, especially relevant and pertinent given the conditions of our region. The fact that we can now have a strategic alliance between different instances of ARISE linked by the UNDRR and also UNICEF and the Connecting Business Initiative, and now to have validated methodologies that complement each other and that avoids the dispersion of resources. We consider that as one of the main achievements of this third regional drill, where we establish different scenarios. The companies, and in here I highlight the participation of Sumarse entity under the leadership of Bruno and the follow-up of all agencies under the United Nations systems. We saw the participation of 90 companies. We conducted drill activities where we saw this connection of this scenario that I'm going to show you. The third regional drill, where we have the participation of 16 countries, not only with the strategic actions, operative actions, but also we turned this into an exchange of knowledge. It's a great opportunity for us to have taken advantage of the participants of 180 brigade members and a cooperation as it should be made in an emergency type of situation. Why Panama? Why a complex? Why this complex scenario? It answers to the reality that we face every day. Within the scenarios that we thought about, we saw a systemic approach and scenario with multi-threat. Under multi-threat, we saw geological failures, an earthquake that is linked to the Panama Canal. All this with the purpose of dimensioning the economic and social impacts, as we are certain that we are committed that we have to continue promoting actions that promote that approach change towards a more preventive approach in order to promote the responsibility and the shared value that we have in disaster situations. I not only think about disasters when they occur. So what actions do we have to develop in order to articulate efforts? So this third drill had these characteristics with the operating forces of the different countries. We were also articulated with the civil and military factions. Sections, we saw the participation of all the military forces, also including Mexico, Canada, and the United States. And we also had Mexico and the United States and Canada made available aircraft that helped us to transport our brigade members. All that with the objective, the purpose to measure time responses, which is part of our Central America policy and which is also an example also of units of articulation that we have in the region. It's a mechanism that allows us to provide an articulated and solidarity answer when an emergency situation is identified affecting one or more countries. We activate regional mechanism when there is a call for international help. And in that moment, the borders in our regions have to be null. So disasters neither know of borders. And in this opportunity, we had the opportunity to invite neighboring countries, and we were able also to link a free transit. There's a protocol for land transportation where we saw that the time between transportation between borders, what were the obstacles, what had to be tested, what type of mechanisms to make that free trade, free transit more dynamic. We also saw the opportunity to incorporate aircraft, so we're promoting an air protocol for the transit and all the humanitarian help required when a disaster occurs. Also linked to the topic of today is the participation of the private sector. We're aware of the key role and determinant role that the private sector plays, not only for the answers, but we have also oriented all our efforts so that the role and the performance is not only placed on philanthropic actions or merely assistance activities, but that we also are aware of the economic or financial impact that it on change that a disaster will produce, and how may we develop actions to mitigate that impact, to reduce the economic impact on of disasters. We save lives, which is our main purpose, and also we alleviate the financial and social impacts, addressing the underlying factors. So that's why this cooperation, which is so strategic, that has allowed the participation of the private sector in this effort, it also has a very positive impact because it went beyond having that meeting that as you saw it in the video, but we are also promoting the incorporation of the private sector as a key actor, as well as the humanitarian actors in the regional mechanism of humanitarian aid, so that they are also benefited. They also benefit from all the instruments that may be incorporated to achieve agility and the coordination that is required upon an emergency situation. To develop this third drill, 2 weeks ago, last week, we were able to present this drill in a summit of presidents. As you know, our region has different heads of a state, also with the actions that need to be developed in our countries, contributing to a regional strategic agenda. One of the objectives of this third drill was to have all the institutions and the institutions that participate in the development of our region, in that development process, which is sustainable, in order to incorporate the lessons learned out of that third drill. Without a doubt, that has a significant meaning because the participation of the private sector was not invisible. It was made visible. It was not only a meeting where we measured the capacity of our own companies, where we tested the plan, the business continuity plan, but we also saw how we are trained to answer before an emergency. And it also has a binding effect. The incorporation of neighboring countries, the incorporation of the private sector, humanitarian actors, the strengthening of the civil military cooperation, addressing other threats also in a complex scenario, as I was saying, an earthquake, even a cyber attack, as we saw in the master presentation. We have the opportunity to address these technological risks and threats, and so that we know what's going to happen and not what happened with the COVID-19. And also we included a biological threat, and within that context we were able to evaluate and assess our capacity and to incorporate assessment projects with experts of 16 countries and also a great cooperation from South America. And we also saw the help to identify through the drills important elements such as the migration, the displacement, the mechanisms of financial protection, and in there we would like to highlight the need that products that actually protect the investment are developed, not only for in the processes of answer or during the recovery, but all the reconstruction process needs to be thought. And that's why we're making an effort with the program of the United Nations in order to develop the capacities of our countries in the assessment of damages and needs, identifying those recovery processes and reconstruction processes and the resilience element. All that were addressed with mechanisms to transfer risk. And that is something that helps to continue doing an incidence with the authorities, with the government, and with all actors that are somehow linked in that work of the integral risk management. We also had a simulation of our regional mechanism, how we actually coordinated the answer and the assistance with the affected country, in that case, Panama, and the help that was being destined to that country was being coherent and linked to that specific and identified need. And in there, the results were surprising because, from our perspective, pretty much always we think that what we are sending to the countries is what the affected country requires. And in the majority of occasions, it is not the case. So that's why we're promoting significantly the participation of the private sector, those mechanisms to make the information flow so that when there is a situation report, that information, the data may flow so that we all know what is the actual situation and scenario of the affected country, and that our answer is linked to that identified need. And then we can provide an impact that our communities are requiring, and especially to help decreasing the duplicity of efforts and resources, which is also one of the big challenges that we are having. So for us, it was a big experience, the participation of the private sector, which is in the platform of information where we have characterized the risk. We have monitored all the threats, monitoring the threats in real time. We have worked with ASA and Amazon, and we have characterized all the threats of our region. And we also invite the private sector so that they may access that data. So it helps them to prepare in the best way and to anticipate also, which is key in order to minimize the impact of a disaster and to guarantee business continuity. Also, our education campus, where we have worked on methodologies and tools to define the business continuity plans. So, with all this, we're closing the cycles not only of having policies and strategies, but also to guarantee that our ideas are being translated into specific context, creating an impact in our community, and that all our attention is focused on that community or that population or that individual that require our attention. Thank you very much for this space, and we hope that it's been a benefit for many. Claudia, thank you very much for being with us, for all the learnings that you live. And it is a moment to hear Bruno. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. First of all, to thank this invitation, and especially I would like to take advantage, Claudia, for the opening to effectively be able to tell with that space for the private sector. And in fact, this drill, it was the first time that the private sector was able to link, to make a connection. And that was a drill which was very interesting and a valuable one. Panama is a country with many different particular aspects. We're convinced that in Panama, that Panama is blessed because no disasters occur there. And that socio-cultural construction has taken us to believe that it is not necessary to prevent. It is not necessary to include this in the business plans. And if the Panamanian business sector is mature, Probably you know Panama because of the benefits, financial and economic benefits that Panama provides. So the companies that move themselves in determined certain markets are the ones that take this type of risk prevention activity. Probably the banking sector has been trying to understand this topic. Of course, there's international financial aspects that make them comply with that type of regulation, but there's a long way to go still. The opportunity that we had here was precisely to be able to invite all these companies that had already some um, progress in this type of initiative, but also those other companies just beginning their way on these ideas. How did we do that? I dare to say that from the first contact that I had with Claudia and with the director Rumbo in Uruguay in January of this year, this was a process of convincing ourselves. In that event, I saw this from an integral standpoint of view, seeing how this links with the sustainability of the private sector, but also for my board of directors and my working team, precisely because of that topic, because of that feature that we have in Panama, that particularity that we have in Panama. For me, it was very important to see this, to understand that these are global and regional trends, as Claudia mentioned during her presentation, is a topic of anticipation and action as well. We cannot, as a private sector, want it to be sustainable and resilient if we don't adopt a approach which is of prevention. And as long as I was explaining this, my working team and my board of directors started to understand, and we saw this as an integral element, and it helped us a lot to invite companies to come on board. To the organization that I represent historically has had a very solid link with the private sector, with companies, but upon inviting them to this space, we had to explain to them exactly. We had to start from this starting point. Why is this important? The anticipation, being resilient, how this impacts business sustainability. So obviously, we went through these models that you probably already know in order to know a little bit where we are at a global level, to explain how this is related with the roadmap of sustainability of the companies. And also, I would say that this is the part where they didn't connect, companies didn't connect. When we talked about the reduction of disaster risk, they automatically connected that to climate change. And we told them, yes, that's what part. But also there are topics like cyber attacks, migrations, for example, other types of elements that impact companies and businesses. So when we started developing this narrative, at the same time, we were able to convince the private sector about the relevance to be self-called a responsible, sustainable company or leader. A socially responsible company, they have to incorporate this vision of risk management. So this is basically who we are. Sumarse quickly, what we do, what we look for is to connect companies and transmit to them or include within their DNA that approach of social responsibility and that long-term vision. So effectively, their business models may be or may permit companies to last in time, always seen from that integral perspective of financial and social and environmental responsible management. So I'd like to go to this slide to see how this alliance came about. I told you about the beginnings, that trip, that regional platform that I had the opportunity to visit in January, and from there we saw a seed for whatever was built afterwards. First of all, after beginning being able to incorporate this private sector in Panama, we started to work with an interagency group from different units of the United Nations. that provided fundamental work, not only to be able to understand how this works in record time. Remember, at the beginning, I said we didn't have at the personal organization, we didn't have staff trained for this. So in record time, we were able to have that screenshot to obtain those contents and information, and also, of course, thanks to our star consultant Henry Peralta, whom I thank very much, all the knowledge that he provided us with and the organization in order to make companies become engaged or interested in this topic. Again, this was totally new in our country, so we had a first session, virtual webinars, of course, inviting a series of companies. But this was very good and positive because it was a construction process. In Sumarse entity, we call this a process of building block by block, and this is the approach that we apply to any topic regarding sustainability, either gender equality, either inclusion of people with disabilities, and now with this disaster risk relief. So this collaborative work that was made again in record time, I don't know, 2 or 3 months, allowed us to coordinate and then to generate the attendance, which was strategic to our invitation, plus the follow-up made on companies participating.
Okay. Bueno,
how many companies did participate? In here we can see the numbers of, for example, the companies that went into the consultation process. We wanted to see where the companies were and what their view was on this. And then there was a group of companies that participated in the drill, in the sessions, and in the other work groups as well. I would say that this is incredibly significant because at the beginning, as we knew, all this work that we had to do regarding sensitizing the companies, and actually the answer from them was a very positive one. A positive number of companies interested in this topic, and I dare to say not only interested in the topic, but also at the working tables, their participation was actually active and valuable. And that's when we were able to identify that within the Panamanian private sector, there is talent which is very well prepared, technical talent which is willing to share information. When we talk about the private sector, it is relevant to understand that many times there are competitive barriers of business barriers that not necessarily make companies to feel comfortable sharing their best practices or the lessons learned. So in this case, let's say that the energy and the will and that technical knowledge was available for all companies participating. So the results, again, this obviously the strengthening, as Claudia said, of that regional mechanism with the incorporation of the private sector, and then what I mentioned regarding this exchange of ideas, even of contacts as well. Something as simple as being able to have that networking to connect with other companies, that they have to let them know that they have counterparts in other companies, and of course placing value into the role of the private sector within our society. That is some of the messages that our entity Sumarse reinforces within the companies in these times of insatisfaction and not untrustworthiness. It is important to reinforce that point that the private sector is present not only to generate profits, not only to call after, they're not only called after a disaster to provide funds, but they're a corporate citizen which is responsible, that is alive in the society, and they should keep the connection and that level of dialogue and transparency with the society and all the stakeholders. Last, of course, let's say that this is probably the big lesson learned, to identify improvement areas within the mechanisms of the countries and the answers, and of course the opportunities, because this is a process of continuous improvement. That's the truth. So I am only to close my talk. I just wanted to leave some ideas here. Why was this successful, for example, in record time? Mainly because of that sense of generating value alliances or partnerships. They're first formed through cooperation, second, through trust. The fact that there is no agenda of any times, but a common agenda, which is to effectively contribute to the country. And knowledge, the exchange of experience, which is key because it strengthens any type of process, and of course, multi actor spaces, which are fundamental as well. This is the best example as well. We're an NGO with a strong link that represents the private sector. CEPREDENAC entity is a regional entity. Director Rumbo represents the institution. So, as you may see, as we are achieving this, we will be able to get better and more productive results, and especially a real contribution to our countries. Thank you very much. Bruno, thank you also for being with us in this space and also for sharing with us your ideas. And now I'm going to give the microphone to Mr. Carlos Rumbo, also from Panama.
Buenos días, Claudia.
Good morning, Claudia. Executive Secretary of the Center for Disaster Prevention. My friend Somarais, thank you for the opportunity to invite us to this meeting. I have seen many people that are every day on our day-to-day activity, which is the integral risk management to get ahead, how to prepare the population and our communities. I would like to say why the third regional drill was made in Panama, because the first one was in Nicaragua in 2019, where they conducted a drill of one single threat, an earthquake type of threat. Also in 2022, there was a second drill in Guatemala country, also with one single threat, which was an earthquake. And through the Center for Disaster Prevention, Panama was picked to be host of the third drill of humanitarian assistance, which was conducted from June 13th, from June 12th to June 16th of this year, 2023. As Bruno mentioned, for us, it was a challenge to accept being the host of this third regional drill, because in our country, as Bruno just mentioned, we had a 3% of vulnerability, where a country that has different floods, and in our country had never conducted a drill of this nature, and let alone a national type of drill. So this was handy to train the population. When we talked about the drill, the population was a little bit crazy. They were asking us, what is this type of drill and that type of thing? We're not used to that prevention type of culture. So we had to reach the population. We had to go to the media. We had to go to the Chamber of Commerce, as they did not understand well a multi-threat drill, the nature of that. So the drill made in Panama in the past is that there was, for example, a structural fire threat or a biological threat, a cyber attack type of threat. There were so many different types of threats that people were scared. So we had a joint task force led by the National System of Civil Protection, where they engaged the public force, the emergency institutions as well, and they were able to prepare that drill almost during 10 months. What was relevant about that drill was that us, as a country, had never conducted one such drill. We didn't know what we were about to face. However, the preparation, thanks to the private sector and international organisms such as OCHA, USAID, NASA, and many other international organisms that I forget. Then we were able to work with them 8 months in consultation activities. The private sector also. We conducted different seminaries in Panama with private companies, with OPES, OMS, or the WHO, where we were preparing all these emergency institutions, and each one of those institutions that was responsible for the their specific type of threat, they made work groups, and 15 days prior to the national drill, we did a pre-drill to prepare for the national large-scale drill. So we were able to fulfill that objective, which was the strengthening of our emergency teams, those capacities as well, to be able to show it. Because the most important thing about a drill is not exactly how much do we know, but what do we lack in order to go for it? Where are we failing as an institution? Where are we failing as a country? And I believe that the results were positive after many people many other people wanted another type of drill, because the institutions had some 90 private companies participating and supporting the drill. And then it was difficult to believe that a person that lives on a 90th floor could come down to participate in a drill, because they had to come downstairs 90 floors. So we were able to convince people that this, more than anything, is to prepare the population, that emergencies do not announce themselves, disasters neither do. So this left us we have only 3% of vulnerability in Panama, that we only suffer about floods, but we had 19 people that died in this last hurricane. And then we were able to strengthen our capacity. We were able to strengthen those mechanisms with the Center for Disaster Prevention, and we also had to update our response plans. And also preparing the drill, we saw that many private companies did not have evacuation programs up to date. Other companies did not even have a draft plan. So we had to address with the private sector. We had to go to the communities where floods may occur, and landslides as well. So that provided us with a good lesson learned, that it is actually possible to work as a team with the region, with the private sector. We saw that as a very far objective, to be able to find coherence or a strategic alliance with the private sector. And I believe that is our best alliance nowadays. I don't know if there are any questions at this moment. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Claudia, Bruno, Carlos, for being with us, for sharing your knowledge, your opinions. You may go back to your seats, please. Thank you very much, and welcome always to Colombia. And now, as we change our scenario and being 2:26 p.m., we're going to give continuity to our next presentation. Insurance in the development and the strengthening of business resilience and community resilience. For that, I invite Olga Almonacid, who is Director of Models, working on emergencies and risk management and business continuity in Sura Insurance Company from Colombia. Welcome. And I also invite David Ochoa, Manager of Environmental Portfolio and Professional in Colombia. Also, we're going to see Maite Cornejo from Salvador, Manager of the Environment from the Business Foundation Fundemas. I invite Mrs. Parra, leading also of the Protection of Financial Supervision in the National Unit of Risk Management and Disasters in Colombia. Also, Carlos Jimenez from Mexico, who presides the working group of insurance in the Alliance of the Private Sector for Society, Resilient Societies Before Disasters, Arice, Mexico, and Cristi Luciano from the Dominican Republic, who is the Vice President of Corporate Communications and Sustainability of Universal Group. Welcome to all of you for being with us today. And our chair for this panel is going to be Olga. So, Olga, the microphone is yours.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon to all. Welcome to this space of the conversation between about the importance of insurance. In this first moment, I am going to give the floor to Carlos Jimenez, who will tell us a little bit about a successful experience regarding the parametric insurance app. Carlos, the floor is yours. Okay, Olga, thank you very much. Good day, good afternoon to all of you. I'd like to thank the organizers for the space. I want to congratulate you for this event. So we have we don't have much time, so I want to make the best of this. So as an introduction to this panel, I wanted to share a case, a very specific case, which although does not represent the public policy or a generality of risk management, we have decided to highlight this because it enables a method that cannot be specifically the only method, but it's very clear to exemplify that the method of management reaches, helps you get to success very fast. So we're going to see some slides. Not before thanking Olga Garcia Parra, who worked in the documentation, publication, and broadcasting of this case of success. So let's go to the next slide. I don't want to go into a lot of detail, so let's go to the next slide. There's a lot of methods that can be cited around this. We're going to talk specifically focused on disaster management, risk reduction, and on the different theories of this. There's one that enables the exemplification hereof. So we'll see these three pillars: management of ecosystems from sustainable use. The second one is protection and conservation for risk reduction, and finally, the restoration. Of course, everything focused towards the main topic of today. But most importantly, this is the what. But the message behind these slides is that in the core there's for what. The for what is very important. In this summary, the for what of the foregoing is in particular to reach a formula that can help hasten success. Actions based on ecosystems for risk reductions plus financial protection, and this is where we can talk about insurance. This would lead to a very specific result, which is cyclical benefit. This is the first for what, but there's another for what later on, which is in specific the continuity of the post-cyclic services. So this will lead us to the conservation and restoration focused on the final ultimate purpose, which is sustainable development. But we can still have you follow another for what, considering for what. We're gonna zoom in this new structure of concepts. This for what is very simple, and it pertains to sustainability. During several expositions, we have talked about numbers times GDP that's deviated. How much time would it take for us for at the end of the day? But at the end of the day, there's something very important, which is the sustainability of the ecosystems of humanity itself. This example is very specific. I'm going back to the what, the coral reefs, and the for what. We are very aware that they have a vital function with two specific for whats, which are to reduce energy of waves in 97% and to reduce their height in 94%. That's enough cause to have in the center that this action will lead to sustainability. This for what would leads to a story that's basically the case of success. It's a very long story, there's not enough time to share it all with you, but let me draw this in some simple steps. 2016. The what is a program of reduction and restoration. For what? To be able to clearly define the steps to follow in the reproduction, thinning, and restoration of coral reefs. In the next period, we have the opening of a trust or a fund that enables us to guarantee two things. We're talking about the for what. The what is the fund or the trust, and the for what is to host initiatives towards the objectives, but also to guarantee the resources to achieve this purpose. Later on in 2018, the what is the first restoration team. This is built following the leadership of international organisms, and I'd like to resume what we discussed in the previous exposition. Collaboration leads us to build the first team of specialized divers for the restoration, and this team, known as Guardians of the Coral Reef, makes the first successful reconstruction. And to close this story, there is first parametric insurance that enables us to design and also to cover to give a coverage that enables the for what, which is very specific to have the timely reaction capacity upon any event that may endanger the reef. This transference to the risk to the insurance is very important because it leads us to back to the initial slides. These four-step stories can be focused in the trust program, which is the first pillar, the management of ecosystem through sustainable use, and the trust enables to have a short, mid, and long-term view. And the second pillar are the divers making the restoration. But if we cannot prevent the natural impact, then we would need to be prepared to timely react, and that's where we have the timely restoration through the funding of this insurance. And the parametric insurance have been focused on governmental policies, and they have a very important function, which is to be able every time faster and more efficient to have the resources to reconstruct. As is mentioned in the Sendai framework, that I don't want to go into further detail, but the parametric insurance since 2019 has had the possibility of having continuity. Now it's in this bidding process to continue with it, and so that you can imagine which are the three triggers that activate the parametric insurers are focused on the speed of the wind. A polygon has been built where the speed of the wind must happen so that it is triggered, and finally compensation. There is a stair that in function of the impact will imply the reaction capacity for the transference of risk. This is a very specific example. Between 100 and 130 knots, there is a compensation by the insurance. In the next step, 130, 160 more damage is expected with this wind speed. So there is more transference of the risk and more holding from the insurance. And above 160, we are expecting greater impact, and there's a possibility of reaching 100% of the parametric insurance coverage. To close, and I'm going to finish talking about this. This is a success case, but does not necessarily reflect other situations, but we can take this to other levels of risk reduction, but overall it enables us to conclude and to focus. First, clearly, the harmonization of risk management in ecosystems with a financial protection that enables a timely recovery. Clearly, to integrate reduction measures, but always guaranteeing the maintenance, the existence, and operation does not guarantee the short, mid, and especially long-term. And in qualitative terms, I wanted to highlight four things. The link between public, private, and academic sector. In order to achieve this model, the scholars are fundamental. the public private companies with all their resources, but in first place the political intent, the government, the public policy supporting an exercise such as this. Very important, the purpose on the matter. We are still discussing how much will it cost, what time would it take, how many years. We might deviate the intent, but in the end we're talking about the sustainability of human species, species that are not necessarily human, ecosystems that will lead us to the third point, a portfolio ecosystem. An action will hardly solve a problem. We need a set of actions, very important, together or even in a downfall. Some have to start with time, others rely on others, but a portfolio is required. Otherwise, if we are focused on solving things with one or two actions, that will be complex. And finally, the symmetric relation. This is very important to do mutualism. The coral reef taking care of the human species taking care of the coral reef, all focused on sustainability. Those are some of the conclusions, and of course, I now will let the panel continue, not without thanking the space for showing you this case of success, such as this one. There's a lot of cases that we can do a list. Some are not existent, some that are successful, some have failed, but it is important to focus the efforts instead of wasting the opportunities we have received. Thank you very much. Thank you, Carlos. And to start talking about this process and this conversation, and started from the different networks, such as the development of this insurance front, I'd like to give the floor to Beatriz so she can tell us a little bit about how this transition has been of the parametric insurance in Colombia. Okay, thank you. So, knowing the Mexico's experience, which is very enriching regarding the parametric insurance for the coral reef, we're going to see now the reality of the parametric insurance for Colombia. In Colombia, not only until 2018 we started incorporating the term of parametric insurance for the agricultural sector in Colombia. Then in 2019 with Act 1955, which is the one that adopts the National Development Plan for 2018-2022, it defines the parametric insurance for the agricultural insurance in Colombia. Later on, through Decree 2011, Decree of 2011, it is the government sets forth that both public and private persons of the public and private law can acquire this kind of instruments. So this opens the windows with the limitation to the agricultural insurance in 2021 through Act 2078. There's a juridical and financial institution to the agricultural insurance, defining through Article 1st of Act 69 of 1983, which establishes the agricultural insurance for Colombia, and it's not until 2023 through the law in Colombia that adopts the National Development Plan 2023-2026, defines that for the insurance authority it is now possible to offer parametric insurances without limiting the sector where it will be offered, and also establishes that the national government will define or may be able to define some additional actions for a better operation of this kind of instruments in the country. However, it's also important to know that in the framework of the parametric insurance, Colombia has a national financial protection policy led by the finance ministry and the planning department that we have replicated at territorial level, that has been updated. We have it since 2013 and we have updated until 2021, and this policy includes within its objectives the financial management of the disaster risk, and this is through financial instrumentation, and this means to duly plan and to acquire financial instruments to manage disasters through a methodology reviewing the economic conditions of the instruments and to see the most cost efficient and convenient instruments for each territory, considering our strategies. And in those territories, we found that there is this problem that the agricultural insurance for the data was not implemented in the different sectors besides the agricultural sector. And we found the advantages that the parametric insurance has for Colombia. So, at an international level, one of them is the low transactional costs, a reduction in administrative procedures, speed, objectivity in the payment of accidents, moral risk is reduced. It also reduces the acquisition of this kind of instruments in users that are more prone to the different kinds of risks. And so we started seeing all these advantages that the parametric insurance has for Colombia, and we started working together at the national level to include the current national development plan, and to have the possibility of opening those doors so that the different sectors can acquire parametric insurances. So we can conclude that Colombia has worked to strengthen the regulations and to strengthen those kind of instruments as an additional measure for the disaster risk management. As my previous colleague was saying, this is an instrument that cannot be acquired just as an instrument and automatically the risk is reduced. This has to be complemented with actions of knowledge, risk reduction actions, in order to make it sustainable during its effective term. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Beatriz. I'd like to invite all the other panelists so you can come forward. So we can start with the deepening and the progress in this research and the review of the application of some parametric insurance and the opening of certain important elements that should be considered in this insurance process. Okay, so talking about the elements that we were seeing in the previous presentations, it is important to identify that through the evolution, transformation, the adjustments of risk management, we can start extending the risk scenarios as we were seeing this morning in the first speech. It's not only the natural, technological, social element, but there are rather several elements that converge and that develop new risks and that extend those elements both in risk and in the scenario and the vulnerability and the response process. And we start relating all these climate change elements, and we're starting to see new stakeholders that may be interesting to consider for the insurance process, such as the elements of nature and as living beings that require care. And after the happening of the event, they require to properly recover so that an entire territory can be sustainable. It's not just the coral reef, the manglar, but how is this element of nature behaving in that state of recovery and resilience of an entire community process? What role do these elements play within the territory to develop process, especially of resilience? And you may say, well, okay, it could be the resilience of nature, but what relation does the community have with these components? So we start opening some elements that not only have like that initial process of climate change and parametric insurance, but there's also a deepening in all the insurance processes. How is it developed? How is it made within this education process? What's the scope? And especially the binding process the insurance system has, um, not only regarding the reduction of risk and transference, but also how from the insurance process itself we can develop education, awareness, extension elements of the insurance system and how this is articulated with each of the government entities, the offices, the instruments of risk management that each country can develop in order to be clear that at the moment that a disaster event takes place, at which time during that rehabilitation and reconstruction process will the insurance start supporting these communities, the people, public sector, community sector, it doesn't matter if it's element one or two, or if it's more important the community, or if there is prevalence for the private sector, the organizations, or nature. But it's rather an equality process during a complete cycle for the development and a true depth of what insurance systems mean, regardless of the elements, as Carlos was saying during his presentation, or systems or methodology as developed during that insurance in that insurance parameter. So I wanted to do make some questions to our panelists in order to start deepening a little bit more in these elements. And I would like to ask Christy, considering the increase in the disaster events that have taken place due to climate change, we have greater recurrence but more severity in the damage and in the limits of the accident. So what aspects should be within the radar of the insurance industry? Okay, Olga, thank you very much. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank for the time and the space and to share with my colleagues. I love about this. What I love about this is that we start seeing the network of the usual suspects of those who start working in these matters. Right, Henry? So it is true that climate change, it's a reality. There's scientific evidence supported by studies. Why am I saying this? Because you found yourself with people who believe that these are conspiracy theories, and this is a matter that it's important to understand because, as we were seeing in these presentations this morning, that evidence should result in an increase in temperature at global level, the increase in greenhouse effects, and that's caused due to human activity. So in that sense, there are certain realities. For example, the Dominican Republic, which is my country, it's one of the countries that is most affected through climate changes, and we share this reality with other countries of the region, and we have to pay the price for that. And a country such as ours that shares reality with others in the region, we depend a lot from tourism, and tourism is very affected by climate changes, including other sectors such as agriculture, hydric insurance, sea and coastal resources. And on this matter, in my opinion, and the opinion of the insurance activities, what should be considered? In the first place, we should consider the assessment of those climate risks. The evaluation provides a lot of information that enables the identification of that information, the areas and the industries which are more vulnerable to prospect those scenarios. Those scenarios enables us as well to make an identification of strategies that enable the reduction of those risks. And when this happens, what would the response be to these situations? In first place, that must be considered by the insurance activities. In second place, how are products adapted to those emerging situations caused by climate change? You can see now portfolios with different coverage for risks of nature, such as floods, earthquakes, hurricanes, that go from the most traditional to parametric insurance, as we were listening previously. Obviously, in some countries this has been further developed. In others, this still needs to be discussed with the different stakeholders. In third place, it's regarded to the management of the risks. After identifying which risks you have and how, as an insurance companies, you can act to identify the vulnerable areas and the industries that are more impacted the most, you can determine action programs to determine good practices and prevent disasters. We have been working for some time in a risk prevention program where in those industries that have important risks, they are subject to a follow-up with all the engineering team and good practices team, and an action plan is drawn so that they can follow it to close their gaps. And it's not about that we're not gonna let the insurance cover you. The insurance is there, but the disaster must find you prepared. The fourth element is regarding to the element of nurturing resilience. This is within the Sunday framework. Then we do have an important element at the time of insurance and in the hurricane season, which in our country, in our case as a country, we're on the path of the hurricanes. We also do follow up to the customers so that they can determine those preventive measures that they can take regarding this kind of risks. Another element, the fifth one, is cooperation with stakeholders and experts in climate change. And this is the exemplary scenario of how that articulation takes place at a public and private academic level with all stakeholders. This is a matter that should not be exclusively of the insurance industry. And finally, a huge challenge regarding education and awareness. In Latin America, we have the particularity that the penetration index is very low. Dominican Republic cannot make this true. Bruno was saying previously that the social construction that we will not happen to us. We have the Virgin of Altagracia on our side that will protect us, and this is very guided towards. I believe that the paradigm that we need to change, and Claudia was mentioning this, how can we focus more on prevention and less in response? And I think that's the first. How can we change this narrative? This is a work of permanent education and awareness that we must be doing. I believe those are, in general, what we believe to be those aspects.
Thank you very much, Christy. Well, the next question is for Maite Cornejo. So, considering the current gap of insurance in the region, what strategies do you consider that could be developed from the private and public sectors to foster the creation to inclusive insurance? Yes, I represent Fundemas, which is a sister from Sumarse. We conglomerate over 200 members at the national level, which are private sector. When they talked to me about inclusive insurance, the first thing I said is we have to start assessing the economic situation of people. The low level that Christy referred to that we have is because people are prioritizing food every day to look for these alternatives of work. We know that at the Latin American level, most of the companies that there exist is at the informal level, and first of all they have to take care of business, and then they will insure themselves because insurance represents another cost, another expense. So what do I have to do at the level of us, which are promoting the sector, the private sector, is that many of the companies that are, in this case in Salvador country, are regional companies or global companies that are already including not only a social insurance by law, but they're also providing an additional law to their employees. That's part of the inclusiveness. So where is the challenge? That we are able to take all that data in order to show it and to say we continue providing support on this. Also, there are success cases for insurance company in Salvador that have gone into, because of the entire topic that you spoke about, because of the impacts of climate change and what do we do with people in the communities. There are initiatives for green insurance where they're bringing people attracted by a restoration system, specifically for a specific program bringing what they're promoting, and that is where we see a business opportunity and also the social impact. They're promoting an insurance so that every person takes it, not an expensive product, but it is contributing so for the mangle to be protected, for the community to be protected, because we know that those are natural barriers, and that the raw materials, which are the crab, the shells, as we call them there, that they provide the community with income, and we can maintain those healthy. And in that environment, those initiatives are important. The challenges, as you mentioned as well, are also to be able to work in the entire value chain from big companies and leveraging their providers of raw materials. That also guarantees sustainability and resilience to the large company. And then, as the Sendai framework says, we can start providing information, we can start developing capacities, strengthening and making alliances. Nobody goes by themselves anywhere today. We need to become associated and work hand in hand in order to create a collective impact and in order to survive in everything that will come in the future.
Muchas gracias, Maite.
Thank you, Maite. It is becoming an increasingly important conversation, so we're starting to connect the private sector with the community. And in that line, I would like to ask Carlos how to increase the interest of parametric insurance in the region in order to serve these risks of nature. It is common to think that parametric insurance, when people don't know them, one could think that they are new, and when we know them, we know that they're not new. But it is common to take this to the big governmental risks. That is where there is an important field, especially in Latin America and punctually in Mexico. There is actually a word that has been worked for a long time in parametrics, but it is biased towards the infrastructure of the government and how to accelerate that product. There is a work, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank the direction of Arise Mexico, because they have a clear vision and they have allowed us to work not only in ensuring, because ensure the disaster risks, but let us ensure the entire population for all risks, and that is democratizing the insurance that taken to the parametric field may allow a greater offer. How can we push that democratization of parametric insurance? Specific examples. In the case of Mexico, we start seeing very interesting offers and innovative offers of what I now call democratization of the parametric insurance in the case of earthquake. It facilitates through digital media the possibility that anyone may access a very well-established parametric insurance, which is efficient. And that takes to create much more demand and appetite and growth of the parametric insurance. An example which is contrary to the success cases that we have exposed, and which in my case from the Mexican Association of Insurance, which is an analog to FASACOL, the institution in Colombia. We also work with local governments in order to search for a parametric insurance, not oriented towards covering all the risks, but only to cover the expense of the emergencies. So we're going to start thinking for a transfer not of the entire risk, but only what is necessary to come out of an emergency. And then that will allow us to apply to other holistic type of programs, a portfolio of actions. But then when an event occurs, in here you will have a reaction capacity, a very quick capacity before an emergency. But then, of course, there needs to be a very important political example. And to close the what to do, To summarize, the democratization of parametric insurance, there is a change because this protection should not be of the total amount, but it should be scaled. And it also should separate the emergency costs. But the most important thing is that the insurance sector cannot do more than what is contemplated by law. So, in order to democratize, to have a greater offer that offers greater coverage, it requires to be contemplated within a legal framework that not only allows but also makes the sector of insurance agile, and it places it to have the possibility to make an insurance available for everybody in the population. So maybe the industry could have a greater interest in the parametric insurance. Thank you. This question is for David Ochoa. There is a common factor in the region which is the low penetration of general insurance. What strategies do you consider as fundamental in order to guarantee an insurance culture in the region that men may also become part of the Arise Network culture? First, I'm going to divide that answer in four important parts, which I believe are important to show. And some examples, I'm not going to provide them from the insurance industry, so we don't talk about like a commercial topic because other peers have explained this from the risk management. The focus cannot be on selling insurance. If that is the focus, we're on the wrong path, because in there is when our clients, ourselves, and the companies end up with risks or with duplicated coverage, covering for risks they don't need to, and at the end we don't manage the risk. So that's important. So this is a question for the public. And here in the basic education, did any of you receive robust financial education in your high school? Did you have a robust financial education? Because exactly, because no, it was not a robust nor a thin type of education. From my part, it was null. That the financial education starts there regarding the penetration, regards the insurability, so to speak. It is a topic. Think on a very simple topic. I don't have a financial culture, and that will provide financial trouble at my home. And it becomes mental health topics for family topics, problems, etc. A simple topic of education that comes from the past materializes in a risk factor, and taking that to the education strategies, it is a fundamental. And we have spoken about that with Fasecolda entity. Number two, the main compelling event, and I go to another sector which is construction. Construction in Colombia, the main part of the sustainable construction in Colombia, having seals of sustainable constructions, without talking bad regarding the progress of the government in normativity, was that one of the banks said, I'm going to provide incentives to those construction companies building sustainable buildings. The financial sector is very responsible with these changes. And then this is not only going to be obtained through financial benefits, because at the long term they might not become sustainable in many cases, but it does make that the economic sectors make the dynamics in the market to change. So the financial sector and the insurance sector are so important and relevant. Another point number three, is how to reach from the risk management that we have spoken about here. We see an important initiative. There's a company called Sura, and we follow up with other companies, some 7,000 SMEs, to improve their practices. We don't sell insurance. We follow up with them to improve their practices, and maybe through the risk analysis that they do, they will say, I do need insurance. Maybe yes, maybe not, but we do guarantee better competitiveness, and that is good for everybody, because the less amount of disasters is better for an insurance company. No, the greater amount of disasters, the bigger is the amount of the insurance policy. Number four is a topic of simplicity. How do we may convey this information in a clear, concise type of way? Last but not least, a topic about simplicity. Now, as Carlos was saying, I admire the insurance. We follow up with them exactly what we do in Mexico and what you mentioned regarding the mangles. How to convey clear information for people. We have spoken about 2 or 3 times about the risks in the World Economic Forum. In 2020 was the first time that 5 of the risks were of the same category. Environment. Never the principal 5 risks were of the same category at the World Economic Forum. But starting in 2020, it was accomplished. We've been talking about these topics of sustainability and ASG for 50 years, but it's been accomplished to take this to reality. So how can we take all these complex topics and how can we show the relevance to different people to cover for a coral reef, for example, for the benefits for a fishing sector? How can we convey that information in a simple way for people to take a decision? We have worked with Nicolas on that topic, on how to bring those concepts to Colombia and to bring a topic so important, conceptualizing several aspects which are just incipient. But in general terms, we want people to understand the importance of this risk management and incorporate them into their processes. Thank you. Yes, I want to say something which is there is a topic which is complex, which is climate change. And it is that every time for the insurance industry, the topic of negotiating contracts of reinsurance is becoming a headache. So that, at least us, as we're an insular country, that makes also it makes insurance more expensive, and it also we tell them to show me what you're doing as an insurance topic to follow up with different stakeholders to have a greater capacity for resiliency. This is a good moment to elevate the relevance of what insurance means, but there is an important road to be continued. So I just wanted to say that because this is a topic that affects us all as an industry. Thank you. As part of the conclusions of this panel, that has been a very interesting one from the technical standpoint. The conclusions, the products must be adapted to climate change. We have to foster resilience within the framework of the insurance sector. Insurance must have an environmental and social impact. We must change the value chain. The alliances, public-private alliances, are relevant in order to continue with disaster risk management and with different instruments such as insurance. And we have to democratize parametric insurance in general in order to have a greater impact. To legalize, so to speak, or to make them normative according to the needs of today is a need that we have in the entire region. And also to be certain of that approach of selling insurance, having a greater impact in terms of risk management, and also simplifying insurance is one of the works that we have to do at a national level, the governmental government, the private sector, in order to reach that public that requires simplified insurance, easy to acquire policies, in order to have greater penetration, not only to sell, but for all of us to have a source of income that could become material upon having a disaster. Thank you. It is important to add to all this that Beatrice was saying in the conclusions, which is that at the beginning of the Gyogo framework and then the Sendai framework, we talked about the relevance of including in the educational components of risk management. So it is complex, including all this financial process. And we have gone through different elements: sustainability, resilience, and we have touched base upon continuity topics before the business sector. But that process, as somebody said in the morning, starts with me. How do I manage myself? How can I do it from my own individuality? Why do I ensure myself? What is my level of awareness in order to understand from that educational level and that depth? That until that point, my resilience, my capacity to be resilient goes. Different emotional topics of understanding, of capacity to respond, but also the financial part plays a fundamental role. Other aspects may be complete, but if there is a missing link, which is that financial factor that allows me to restart um, when it becomes necessary, that is a topic when all cultures come together. Education in different lines in order to articulate something which is important and to also leave those conceptions that insurance is way back in there. It is a technical topic because in disaster risk, it also happens. So it becomes a common language of understanding, which is fundamental regarding this process of amplifying and joint elements and our role as insurers in all the process of disaster management, risk management. I want to thank you all for all your contributions. Oh, we have a question or comment in the back. Good afternoon. My name is Nubia Garzón. I belong to the Academy, Universidad Pontificia Bolivariana in Monteria, in the Atlantic region of Colombia. Two important topics. Number one is for our Mexican peer. One of our concerns is the coastal erosion, and we are doing research to see the potential to include coral reefs, artificial coral reefs. Have you contemplated that as well within the work that you have conducted? And also, at the Colombia level, it may also serve you as an important data. There is a foundation, Corales de Paz Foundation, which is working with a strategy of 1 million coral reefs. It will be interesting for you to know that experience which is being made in Colombia. And for our peer next to you, the topic, the constructive topic at the coastal region is one of the issues of us as researchers, because we have found that construction, for example, at the coastal level, because of tourism, for example, having a view to the ocean, is generating a significant problem because it generates heat islands because materials are not the appropriate ones, for example, because those are being constructed with minimum areas, 35, for example, square meters, and mental health. Those type of constructions are changing the construction activity in the coastal regions. So what your activity, how is it helping the constructing companies to effectively change that? Because the coastal line has a significant problem regarding the construction sector. And what is the contribution of the Academy from your standpoint of view? Well, thank you. I would like to start with this last question, which is the benefit from the Academy. I like all the time to highlight this. It is more common to hear this public-private concept than the concept of public-private academy. From the approach of risk management, the Academy, I wouldn't like to say to ponder relevances, but this is a table of three supports, and if there's one is missing, there is no progress. So instead of asking how to promote, the question would be how could we capitalize even more everything behind the Academy, which is a fundamental part. Going to the topic of the coral reefs, clearly the one who understands the why is the academy, the scientists behind these drills and activities. And because of that, our presentation was very quick, but trying to emphasize on what and why. If there is a why or what for these initiatives that promotes risk management and its insurance, of course, we're going to put it on the table to talk about it. And if it's an insurance instrument, it is designed and it's executed. So the purpose that we're talking about is the decrease of the impacts of waves, and that will allow to have insurance. If we think about it, it doesn't imply exclusion from the insurance industry. On the contrary, this could help to decrease the impact, as I mentioned, and even to improve the cost of acquiring an insurance policy. So, of course, it is designed, it is built, and that is thanks that the Academy can bring the topic to our table so that the purpose can become more robust. Thank you for your question. Only, I'm David Ochoa from Sura Company. Your question is a very interesting one. I believe it's more an economic context. If we see this at a company level, the external topics and the environmental topics are not quantified in many economic systems. GDP doesn't measure it. When a company is created, it is created to provide profits for their shareholders. But there is a topic that is set aside, which is the impact that a company creates. Decreasing that impact goes where in the norms and policies set to decrease that impact. But then the comfort and health of people are external topics that are not being quantified today, and that's for me one of the most significant problems regarding construction and other sectors. Just as an example, how have we addressed that problem from my company? We have a benefit for constructing companies that develop sustainable projects. We address them and we provide three types of follow-up. We provide different sustainable construction certification, both national and international, the scope of each one and the risks of each one. Number two, we show them the tax exceptions or benefits that there exist, very important instruments developed by the government. And last, we trained their sales force how to sell sustainable project, which becomes a bottleneck. So we provide follow-up within the insurance that we develop or deliver, but it is a way to reach them and to go with them along in regards to this sustainability road. We also provide discounts, not only the financial benefit, but I also go with my clients to see, and then I'm going to provide a discount because that company is decreasing the risk. But it is not, I'm going to give you money for a discount and then I walk away. No, my initiative is I will follow up with you on this, and if you achieve sustainability in your constructions, I deliver a benefit. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the panel for their for all this learning process that we have made among networks, and then to continue with this starting point because we have many points in common. There's another question. You're not going to let me close this panel, but please go ahead. Short question. I'm Juan David Rendon. I make part of the Geociencias team in Sura. Basically, I just wanted to say that it is necessary an immediate transformation of the insurance sector in order to provide resilience in cities or towards cities. We have had experiences in servicing disasters like in Mexico, and we found many difficulties to be able to contribute with resilience because it is very difficult to move the insurance market in that direction. Or the causes of the insurance companies do not match resilience initiatives. There is also divergence with the construction companies with insurance policies. So the construction companies should return the facility to the government, but the insurance clauses say otherwise. So that is very difficult to conciliate. Um, and we see problems with the insurance company when we want to take that step. We have to rebuild, but rebuild without vulnerability, and for that we have to service the current knowledge of the engineering in order to build adequately, to provide business continuity, and to provide also continuity of those families living at a place where a disaster occurred. But the clauses and the redaction of the insurance policies today does not match the resiliency initiatives. There is a participation from the customer, 40 or 50%, for example, in the earthquake in Mexico, that leaves in bankrupt any companies. So there are other amounts that are not covered. An event of an earthquake will provide an immediate bankruptcy for many companies. So there is no continuity for several businesses. There's no also the same initiative for the families, for example, and for the philosophy on the insurance. We're having a giant impediment to provide that resilience. So we have to modify important aspects like that one in order to provide resilience from the insurance company. Thank you. Thank you, Juan. I'm going to take one moment to maybe break down the technical line that Juan spoke about, because this is a little bit technical for everybody. So we as insurers also generate other layers of secondary insurance, to call it somehow. And to that we call it reinsurance. We do it with other insurance company in order to guarantee the follow-up to those people taking an insurance policy. So it's an insurance of the insurance. And it is the policies and the processes are set forth for that, all the processes for the insurance. So let's say that they also provide joint continuity, not only to guarantee resilience, but we as insurance may also have that sustainability, both to service the people taking an insurance policy and us as an industry of insurance. Carlos, I think you want to mention something? 33 seconds only to contribute to this comment. Just those concerns are very well addressed by some parametric insurance. I spoke about what we're trying to promote in Mexico, which is a parametric insurance for earthquake to cover for the first expenses after an emergency. So when a disaster occurs, in this case an earthquake that may damage public and private infrastructure, houses and facilities, the indemnity will be provided. In the case of the example, would be the intensity measured in whatever measure defined with different instruments, etc. But when the disaster occurs, there's an indemnity that, with one signature, eliminates many of these problems, because it is not to repair for the damage, but this indemnity will help you, either the local government, a company, a family, to be able to have those resources available in order to come out of the emergency. The first expenses to rehabilitation previous to reconstruction. So the message is the change of paradigms is also to see the indemnity not always focused towards total indemnity. So to find this, which is a different scenario, which is dealing with how to build quickly elements for change towards resiliency. This could address many of these topics, and it is worth to do more events of this type. And I believe that's why there are many countries here and people present here today to continue working. Thank you. So we're going to thank you again for sharing this scenario of knowledge and learning. And of course, we're going to be open before the insurance topic. Also, thank you very much to all of you. Also,
Así es, a nuestros panelistas.
thank you to our speakers and our chair. Thank you very much for this excellent panel. Olga, I invite you to please continue with me here on stage because the next moment is also yours, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Very well. Now it is 3:25 p.m. and then we're going to continue to the workshop Business Continuity Management, Crisis Management, the intermediate point between disaster and resilience, which will be chaired by Antioquia Presente and Sura Group. So I'd like to invite Catalina Diaz from Antioquia Presente. Catalina currently follows up with the Antioquia Presente entity regarding climate change. She is a professional in planning and social development, specialized in political studies, and a specialist in social corporate responsibility. Susana Fuentes is also invited. She represents Arise in Chile and she's CEO of the Precorp Group and president of the Foundation Ciudades Resilientes with 26 years of experience in the private sector preventing risks, the environment, and 13 years in business continuity, promoter of United Nations in the campaign of developing resilient cities between 2013 and 2017. She's a regional defender of the Istanbul Summit of 2016 from the Office of the United Nations for the Coordination of Humanitarian Aspects. We also have Farley Pineda from Sura. He is a consultant regarding risk reduction in Sura Insurance Colombia. He has worked in line production, logistics, and engineering, specialized engineering services. Very well. Andres Trujillo, also from Sura, consultant for 7 years at Sura Insurance Colombia, professional of occupational health from Tolima University with a master's degree in global change and global risks from the Catholic University of Manizales City. Olga, welcome back. So you only walked away just for a couple of seconds. So we are attentive for you to tell us what is going to be the step-by-step of this workshop. Thank you. Very good. In this space, this is not going to be a master's type of space. We're going to be in conversation. We're going to have an interaction space for all attendants of our space. The development of this workshop is going to be like this. I'm going to introduce this briefly in order to align these criteria elements of business continuity and crisis management. And after that, we will have a study case which will be exposed by Susana Fuentes. She represents Precor Chile, and she is also part of Arise Chile. So Susana will expose the case study, and after that we're going to divide into groups, and we're going to develop the action of crisis management for this business case. We're not going to drill down or in the ample element of business continuity, but in the element of crisis management or crisis, attention to crisis. Why do we take this crisis element? Because to manage that instant where the interruption of the normality of an organization occurs, the elements of recovery depend on them, and also resilience and business continuity depend, and they have to define the capacity to continue with a service. So why to drill down in crisis management? That has been one of the most relevant topics during the pandemic. We didn't know how to change the operational level. We didn't know how to transform a process. It was not clear to us how to take decisions, as we saw it in the opening talk, how to do that general process. So it is important for this to be a hands-on drill so that we can all interact and acknowledge, recognize the other part, how another party takes decisions and also responds to an emergency. The important elements to keep in mind, more than as a reminder, the steps for business continuity, we have elements which is define my financial sector, what is my activity, how do I develop that activity, and what are those fundamental processes for my organization to maintain and continue both in its normal day-to-day activities and any additional event. And after to have clear as to what the business does, then we think and analyze risks and resources and elements of procedures and processes which are critical for business continuity. To develop those strategies, clear strategies of what are those elements, and in here there is an important process which is what determines the times of the crisis, which is what is my minimum and maximum periods of stop. And with those two times, what do those represent for my organization? Losses, instability, legal processes, and then we start seeing other risk levels that are being triangled as this within this process of continuity. When I have clarity on the risks, when I identify strategies, who they are, the main actors within my business, we start talking about contingency plans. And then we talk about contingency plans if those critical risks of continuity. We take a turn here because risks are within that activity, but it's not the only one. But those are other elements that can occur because of the disaster or because of another situation, and we have seen that during the morning. Claudia was saying that gathering the elements of the drill regarding cybersecurity for all technical and technological risks, and we also talked about of other risks such as the reputation that affects the image of an organization. All these elements require a testing system depending on the level of the organization in order to measure, to put to the test those processes of contingency and that process of identifying and the coverage of the risk in order to determine that capacity of the organization. And then we set a management activity which allows to drill down on the resources, elements, and activities that allow identification of that general process. Why speak about continuity, business continuity elements at a scenario in which we're talking about disaster risk management? Because we're talking about more ample elements and larger elements. We talk about sustainability, and today is our day-to-day activity. And we also speak about the integration of risk management with sustainability. And the private says, and where do I go with this? Where will I stay? How do I organize myself? And then we say many times that in the private sector, we have it in general terms. The topic of resilience sounds as very romantic sometimes. So let's go with the technical part, with all the parameters, technical parameters, that each one of the elements allows development that process.
We identify the risks, the main risks generated by the intervention. Well, the continuity risks, the disaster risks are in the lower part, but disaster risk that has the particularity with a private organization and is that it can trigger any downfall of the other risks. All risk can take place individually. All organizations have a reputational element, for example, and this could trigger a legal risk or any other kind of risk, and this could endanger the individuality of the organization. But when who materializes is a risk of disaster, one comes after the other. So if the disaster risk takes place, doesn't matter its nature, then there's a legal process, there's a financial process, there may be even legal process. Because it can also happen, and that was another element that we're going to see tomorrow, and those are the technological risks triggered by the risks of nature that also imply all the elements of continuity. So if risk takes place, for example, that in terms of the organization, what does that represent at an environmental level? And there is financial risk in that due to the fine that may cause, and there's a legal risk, and this makes that the continuity of the business become wider, and that's when crisis management has a fundamental value. What is crisis? When we worked at some moment with Susana in a process in Chile in the social aspects, there was a common element in which, and it was the difficulty for managing the crisis. The companies were asking, how much time can I be in a crisis? And it's the same thing that we have been asking ourselves in COVID, and how much time was the time of crisis? What would I need to have 1 day, 2 days? The only way to identify that is by planning and developing the basic elements of that business continuity. And the definition in the general context of what a crisis is that situation which is inherent to the abnormality that alters the due course and the general affectation of the activities of organization, regardless of its activity or economic sector, which sometimes could be more complex than others depending on what they are developing. So, which are like the important elements to consider in crisis management? When we have an event, the first thing we need to identify is the nature of the crisis event to know whether it's real or not. Exact. Just because what we were discussing due to all this technological risk, all the cyber elements that may interpret, intervene, or generate a false alarm that can trigger all kinds of vulnerabilities in the organization. But we have a first element of verifying the event, a crisis committee, and here I'd like to do some checking with that element of crisis committee. Organizations nowadays have committees due to many elements for different systems, for different processes that are being developed. So you can say, okay, so we need a business continuity committee, and they'll respond to another committee, and then someone raises the hand and says, okay, but I'm in all committees within the company. Oh, okay, so this is when it is important to compile several elements of the organization systems that they have established. How have they established them so that they can collect them all and thus determine what are the main principles to generate that huge crisis committee that with critical elements. There's another important in crisis management, and that it is that the most recommendable thing is to be responsible that can be affected with the crisis. I mean that critical process that can materialize that crisis process. And many times we remain with certain job that has more contact, more relations, but at the moment of taking decisions, it's not that easy to generate that clear relation of the crisis committee. After the crisis, it's essential to be able to activate elements of important elements of care, of legal care, of response to authorities and control entities, and developing all the elements of the contingency plans. How is the organization working at the moment? After activating those plans, they should be developed during the time that the organization has previously determined at a minimum time and a maximum time, knowing that after the maximum time that crisis could start generating important losses for the organization. That means beyond the sustainability capacity regarding continuity. It is important to have a fundamental element, and that is that as we have the maximum time to know when the crisis will end. Today we close, today the event ends, so we can determine the teachings, lessons learned, the feedback, and the changes and adjustments to the continuity plan. Because it can also happen that due to facility and agility, we would like to progress at our time in crisis. So that's not as beneficial for the organization to stay in a permanent crisis in order to accelerate all the kind of processes. So, in that context, in the general context, that framework to develop the entire plan, the entire process, the tests, what's determined, that's when an event is materialized to develop this framework of resilience, and it's to determine in what moment do we manage to be resilient or not. What's important to consider, and why is it necessary to have like the theory of crisis management. An organizational risk can be generated that was never considered before. It's a new risk because a new service line was acquired, because there's a new process, and that we generate for the organization elements where we start from scratch to create the contingency plan for the crisis and to reestablish the process. So it's very important to consider the elements of that framework regarding the plan, the structure, how is it used, how is it updated, and what are the elements that can be expressions that trigger the efficiencies of this business continuity plan. So, well, I also wanted to explain that depending on the organization, we could also have contingency plan, business continuity plan, or we can have management systems, which are wider. They also include other elements, and at least for Colombia, we do have a fundamental articulation process in matters of business continuity with disaster risk management determined in a normative element that determines the elaboration of the plans of risk management and disaster management of entities, of public and private entities. And that's where we collect also the important elements because an organization is also part of a territory. It's also part of the recovery of a territory. If we do not have, and anyone, we could think that it's only that private company, the one in construction, the one in service in utilities. No. The sector, I don't know, let's say that in the entire region there's a higher penetration of public entities in sectors that private organizations when compared to public sectors such as education, health, and they also need business continuity. They also need clarity on how to articulate themselves in territory recovery processes. That's why it's important to have a direct articulation with disaster risk management to generate territorial resilience. So let's say that after um, this small introduction to readjust or to be able to have elements to manage a crisis, there are some organizations that do not have business continuity and are subject to a crisis. And this is where this practical exercise that will develop comes in. So I will give the floor to Susana, who will talk to us about the exercise. Then we will go back so you can see the slide of the points of the important elements to manage the crisis so you can consider them within the space of the exercise. So I'm going to give the word to you, Susana, so you can also play the video. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. First of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity of saying a few words here. First, I'd like to briefly comment that business continuity is essential in all kinds of organizations, either an SMEs or a big, large or medium company, and it is sometimes one of the greatest weaknesses in public sectors, as Olga was saying. The methodologies of continuing the business are not only adaptable to a private organization. If a government, for example, had a business continuity methodology, it would be more efficient in many aspects whenever they face a crisis. So, in order not to repeat myself beyond the technical aspects, we're talking about a matter that's very long, and I'm very passionate about this, actually. So I just want to say that when we think in business continuity as something external to the organization, I always formulate in workshops such as this that it's very important as a person, as a human being, to have the business continuity plan. What happens if I lose the job? What happens if there's a fire and my house burns down? What happens if my partner dies? After 10 years, what happens? What will I do with the company's thing? Hopefully, we had all the systems in place, and I had to assume the responsibility of starting all over again without my deceased partner, who was also my spouse, and that has a huge impact on everything. So if we're talking about continuing with the business and entrepreneurial resilience, the main thing is that as human beings we have to be resilient, but we must also experience this. I always say that we have to go from theory to practice. Truth is that all this theory is useful, but there's a moment when it is quite simple to make a continuity plan, a known continuity plan. And I'll give you that advice because in my case, if I had not had that plan in my group of companies with my deceased partner and spouse, how do I come back? So the task, your homework for you is to think, what would happen if tomorrow I lose my work? This is kind of strong, but what will I do if that happens? Am I insured? If I have a business continuity plan, a personal business continuity plan, as simple as it is, I will have the experience to be able to take it to organizational level. And that's what I want to tell you of my experience that I had to live myself. So I wanted to share this with you so you think about it. Regarding the case that we're going to see now, it is pertains to something that's very common and that happens in all countries, and it's that it's related with fires, with the blowing of a reactor within a manufacturer that generates an explosion. And there we can start with a small operational error within the company, but that small operational error within the organization may generate a disaster, a huge disaster, something that's minuscule, as Olga was saying. A disaster is something quite big, but within the organization, something small can generate a huge disaster within the entire territory where the company is. So we're going to play the video, which shows the case that we will be able to work on, and we will be able to exchange opinions and share this experience. But as I'm telling you, it's always important to start these matters thinking of things like what would I do if I lose my job, or this or the other, and all situations, because when the personal crisis comes, that's when we find out that we're not prepared. And I say this because of my personal experience, as I was mentioning. So let's go see the video. Let's watch the video.
May 19th, 2018. The Carrara America chemical plant in Pasadena, Texas. The plant manufactures Eval, a copolymer made from ethylene and vinyl alcohol. Eval is used in food packaging and storage containers. Carrara shut down the Pasadena plant on April 6th for a maintenance turnaround and to install various equipment upgrades. By May 18th, Carrara operations personnel were taking steps to bring one of 4 reactors back online. The reactor, known as Eval Reactor 2, looked similar to the others, but had a lower maximum design pressure of 740 psi. The design pressure of the other 3 reactors was 1150 psi. The reactor already had liquid methanol and ethylene vapor inside. As operators began incrementally raising the reactor system pressure, they did so by adding additional ethylene vapor. Pressure was raised in order to reach the target pressure necessary for the reactor to start up, while also checking for leaks. In the meantime, chilled liquid from the plant's newly installed refrigeration system was circulating through the reactor's heat exchanger. After 11:20 p.m., the reactor pressure, together with the low temperature from the chilled liquid, created conditions that allowed the ethylene gas in the reactor to condense to liquid. This caused the temperature in the reactor to decrease. Around 7 a.m. on May 19th, a supervisor noticed the low temperature in the reactor and instructed operators to stop circulating the chilled liquid through the heat exchanger. The reactor was surrounded by a heat transfer jacket, which uses water to control the temperature inside the reactor. To further help warm the reactor, Carrare personnel periodically added steam to the jacket, increasing the temperature of the water. As the temperature of the reactor increased with each injection of steam to the heat transfer jacket, some liquid ethylene inside the reactor vaporized. This raised the pressure inside the reactor. By about 8:45 a.m., the reactor reached the target operating pressure of nearly 600 psi, but pressure continued to increase. Around 9 a.m., the pressure reached 640 psi, and the high-pressure alarm went off. A board operator responded by periodically opening a pressure control valve to send some of the vapor inside the reactor to a flare. The board operator was concerned about exceeding environmental emissions limits for the flare. As a result, he did not fully open the pressure control valve. He was also focused on other startup activities and did not realize the valve was not open as much as it needed to be to bring the pressure under control. Pressure inside the reactor continued to climb. Shortly after 10 a.m., operators initiated the next step in the startup. At that time, a new board operator took over and noticed the pressure in the reactor was over 700 psi. But the operator did not recall that this reactor had a maximum design pressure of 740 psi. He thought it could withstand higher pressure like the others. Like the first board operator, the new operator only partially opened the pressure control valve, not realizing how dangerously close the pressure was to the reactor's limit. The partially open control valve was not enough to relieve the pressure in the reactor. Shortly before 10:30 a.m., the emergency pressure relief system activated. High-pressure ethylene vapor discharged from the reactor into the atmosphere. It was released horizontally toward an area where many people were working, rather than vertically to a safe location. Soon after, a nearby welding machine likely ignited the vapor, and a large fire erupted. 23 people were injured, many as they urgently tried to evacuate. The ethylene-fueled fire stopped after approximately 3 minutes, when the emergency relief valve closed as pressure in the reactor normalized. In total, over 2,000 pounds of ethylene was ejected to the atmosphere. For more information, visit csb.gov.
Después de ver el caso, after seeing the case, we're going to divide ourselves into 4 groups. We'd like to invite you to make 4 groups in the auditorium. You can move your chairs. We're going to, we need a 6 people group, and we're going to give you the case printer so you can review it and read it. What will the exercise be? You're going to have 10 minutes, no more, to manage the crisis of the event, to consider whether that company has a continuity crisis, which are the risks. In the paper, you're going to see some questions that will guide you to respond to the exercise. So I'd like to invite you to make groups, please.
Please be organized in groups.
¿Cómo estás, Ana? Fíjate que ando en otro país. Pero ahorita no te escucho muy bien. En inglés. Dime, Ana, mucho
Planta química de Curacay, América, en Pasadena, Texas. Actividad desarrollada.
Diego. Ya. ¿Puedo seguir este grupo? Si alguien quiere trabajar en este grupo. ¿Acá tienen otros? Gracias.
Fecha de venta 18 de junio de abril de 2018.
Gracias, Ana.
Para el 18 de mayo, Nacional de
Costo, ¿cómo hacer que sea más accesible el beneficio para la persona? Pero también que obviamente consiga los ciertos requisitos para ser caso de estudio, liberación
a través del intercambiador de calor. El reactor está rodeado por una camisa de transferencia de calor que utiliza agua para controlar la temperatura al interior del reactor. Para ayudar a calentar aún más el reactor Faraday, el personal periódicamente agregaba vapor a la camisa aumentando la temperatura del agua. A medida que la temperatura del reactor aumentaba con cada inyección de vapor a la camisa de la transferencia de calor, un poco de sereno líquido dentro del reactor se vaporizaba. Esto elevó la presión dentro del reactor alrededor de las 8:45 am.
Para el 18 de mayo, el personal de operaciones de Carade estaba tomando medidas para ese reactor parecía asegurar la presión máxima de que la presión de diseño del reactor el reactor ya tenía esa limitación de vapor.
Va a necesitar.
El sistema del reactor funciona automáticamente. Se elevó la presión de vapor hasta la presión automática necesaria para que ocurra la ignición y el tratamiento de excavación de la tubería. Mientras tanto, el líquido del sistema de ventilación recién instalado de la planta circulaba después de las 11:30 de la noche, la presión del reactor
Porque me sale al contrario el logo.
el reactor se estaba en líquido. Esto causó la temperatura relativa del reactor alrededor de las 11:30 un supervisor para bajar la temperatura del reactor a 24 grados y a través de la temperatura externa el reactor estaba conectado obviamente con el
Es importante que tengamos
It is important to keep in mind that we have time limited for this to structure what would be the answer, and the question would be.
Bueno,
Okay, time's up to identify the 5 questions. We had 15 minutes to define the answer as well. So now this is what we have to do before a real event. Going to the media, provide a real answer that some important entity is calling us. So next, Andres is going to circulate the microphone in each one of the groups. They continue talking at that group. They never stopped.
bueno,
Because of time constraints, it is important to close those conversations at this time. So Andres has a microphone. Please give it to someone in the group, and they will tell us what they defined what they spoke about regarding the questions that they had. Ready? So we have group number 1 here. Go ahead. According to our conversation, we consider that the event may unchain a crisis of continuity at the plant because the administration and the operation of a plant that has so much risk for the workers and the community also has a high responsibility from the administration at the occurrence of a disaster like this one because the causes could originate a lack of control of operational controls that can also bring forth legal constraints and problems. So the operator has a license to operate that plant. That license could be revoked or removed. Additionally, we would also have a reputational and environmental crisis and potentially another crisis with the workers' union, with the community and the family of the workers involved. In what moment of the event must the continuity crisis should be declared, and what roles should be involved? The immediate action plan is the attention to the emergency protection of life and health of people that were hurt and also the ones who could suffer damage because the reactor probably remains unstable, but once the life and health are safeguarded, there should be a table of initially a technical and operational table for crisis with environmental engineers should be composed, should be made up, and also with the legal department and communications department as well. The continued risks that could come a reality for the risks identified previously to propose the crisis management. We mentioned the first is health and life of the people, and then the stabilization of the current operation of the reactor and a stable reactor, and then the assessment of the environmental risk materialized in order to understand how nature is going to be affected and also the health of the surrounding communities, also articulating with local authorities to inform if there is a need of service through the local network of attention as per the severity level and also the reputational and legal handling. Thank you. So we have a poster here. I don't want to. Before the first question, if we consider that the event may unchain a continuity crisis, the answer is yes. Why? We're going to explain. Why? Because there's affectation to the people, considering that there were 23 people hurt, so there's an affectation to human resources. And that possibly, that human resource will not be able to continue working. So there is a first situation. Number two is the affectation to the physical infrastructure, which is not going to provide any service. At the same time, the environmental Impact and infrastructure impacts also. The reactor is not going to work, so the business must stop or will be stopped. There is an impact on productive processes, obviously, because this is a cascade type of effect, so there is no production, and there is also legal impacts as well. The second question, at what moment should the event declare a continuity crisis? And what roles should compose the crisis table? We believe that the crisis situation should have been declared when the reactor reached 700 psi, which is the maximum limit. However, they continued with 710, 740, so the crisis should have been declared at 700 in order to service the protocols or to activate the crisis table or the protocol that the company had in place. In this case, we are under the impression that they did not have one. Who should compose that table or what should be the roles involved? The plant manager should know what the capacity is and until what moment should a crisis be declared. The chief of security or safety and health at the workplace. The chief or the manager of the environmental area should be also there because of the emissions. The legal manager, the physical integrity of the facilities should be involved, and the commercial area, sales area as well. We believe that all these people should compose that table, crisis table. The next question, what are the continual risks that may become material? Exactly the same ones that were identified. The risks affected should be staff or personnel, impact to the physical and operative infrastructure, impact on the environment, and obviously the surrounding community or the area under direct influence in the plant. And fourth, according to risks identified previously, how to propose the development of the crisis management. First, the company should have a crisis table that should become active upon this type of situation presents itself. There should be protocols or a very clear route for all staff to know. It is not that every worker functions as a silo. It cannot be an instinctive type of reaction from the workers, but there should be a protocol or a very clear route of action. And third, also a continuous training program for the staff so that people know what to do, so that people know that if the reactor reaches this type of thresholds, they should stop. That's our thinking. Thank you very much to all the team.
Well, for our group, it's the English group, so I'll be speaking in English. Yes, very slowly. So it was similar to a lot of what was said by the previous group, and this is a really interesting case. We do think that the event triggered a business continuity crisis because of all the cascading impacts that happened. There were 23 persons who were affected. The ethanol or the release in the atmosphere, the impact of that, it can affect a lot of persons, including fatigue, dizziness, and other health complications. But we thought that not only for the employees of the plant, but for everyone else around. We're not sure if it's close to a residential area, if it's close to a commercial area, and the impact on other businesses, on the lives of individuals, that is extremely important, and that's a crisis. It was asked at what point should a crisis be declared. We thought that once a plant was shut down, that of course is a crisis. So not only when the impact happened and persons were affected, or the fire took place, or there was a release in the atmosphere, but such an important operation having to shut down, we think that the customers will be affected because they will not be able to get the products and services that they usually do. So that in itself we need to consider business continuity or crisis management, not only when something terrible happens, but preventing, as we saw this morning, we spoke about this morning, looking at preparedness and prevention as opposed to response and recovery. What role should be part of the crisis table? We thought that all management, the entire management team, their different eyes, different minds coming together, they should be critical to that. But also health and safety, ensuring that the CEO, yes, we spoke about that, the person who is managing the operation, the operations manager, also the crisis manager, because such an important business would have different or someone focused on safety. If I'm missing anything, please feel free to share if there's any other employee that I missed. But we thought that everyone, even a janitor, have an important role to play in any business. So we shouldn't discount the role of different employees in the process. They're key individuals, yes, as management, but there are many other individuals who may have a role to play in this. What are the continuity risks that can materialize after the event? I spoke about a few of them previously, the impact on the community, the impact on other businesses around. With 23 key employees, and Pettifer mentioned that these 23 employees would have been supporting at that critical time while the plant was shut down. So if these 23 people are not there at such a key time, who are we going to have to support in bringing the plant up? Now, we also spoke about if these 23 people are injured and they're unable to return to work, do we have other options of trained individuals that we can leverage to come to the plant to help to bring it back up? So these are some of the other impacts, but we also spoke about the consumers. The customers would not be able to get their goods and services as they usually did because the plant has been affected. I know time is ending, so just go to the last one. Number 4, in accordance with the risks identified, how do we propose developing that plan? So we also spoke about looking at, there were just so many elements. With the gauge, there were no protocols. How can we not have some gauge to indicate this is a maximum and at that point we need to do such and such? Or how can we not transfer that information to the next person who is coming on shift? Like, there was no communication between the team members. And that is extremely important, having the protocols established so we know exactly what to do, how to communicate, what to share. Even if it looks similar, all 4 of them look similar, we can't assume that there's no assumption that should be taking place. Everyone should know the information. And Pettifer mentioned there should be stuff written. So whether we put it on the plant, it's in the office, like different people have to know this is the limit. And in case this happens, this is what we do. Not just open it slightly, but know exactly the action that needs to take place to mitigate this. And of course, looking at what went well, looking at what the weaknesses are, and not just having only the persons within the company at the table, but having some external eyes who would be able to point out certain things that we take for granted because we see it all the time. We think that's okay, but someone else comes in, they may say, you know what, you need to pay attention to this specific one. So all in all, this exercise allowed us to look at how do we think of crisis. And we relate that to our countries. We're from small islands, yes, the 2 of us, but all of us think of our utility companies, think of even other businesses. And if we don't pay attention to preventing disaster, preparedness and preventing, then we'll be focused on recovery. And we don't just want to recover. We lose finances, we lose people. Lives are important, lives above money, but we lose a lot. So these are our reflections.
Thanks.
Siguiente grupo, por favor. Bueno, pásalo si quieres allá, que allá el...
We, fortunately, in order to put a stake on the wheel, we took a different approach in many companies. Organizational resilience is not urban resilience, nor resilient people. Those are 3 different topics. So let's go to business resilience. where we have four basic plans: emergency, business continuity plans, crisis management, and recovery, disaster recovery technology plans. So let us center in that a plan of crisis management is a document previously defined by an organization with clearly defined scenarios telling exactly what is or is not a crisis. So, for the first question, if we consider that the event may trigger a crisis, the answer is if the manual that the directive committee wrote patiently drinking coffee, if the manual reads that that is a crisis because the scenario was registered in a plan. If it is not there, it is not a crisis. So what is the reason? If you take a look at the scenario, which is a very technical one, actually the company took operational measures that made the valve to be opened and the pressure to not go beyond 900 psi, right? We don't know either if they stopped servicing their sales or their operations, their commercial operations. So that is also important to define. In what moment should a crisis should be declared? We focused on crisis, which is a reputational topic, and with that, look, we the first 6 hours are fundamental and for any business. So in here, more than 72 hours went by and there was no exit or no plan. So that is a fundamental problem, and a plan says that you should quickly go to the media to participate in a debate, not to manipulate, but to tell, here we are, we're sorry about the 23 people who died, who passed away for the environmental damage. But the message is that even with this crisis, with good crisis communications, it may be possible to lower the foam, so to speak. And that is not a crisis for a private company because we're talking about organizational resilience. So the risks may come from any of the four parts that I mentioned, but at the end of the day, a crisis plan exists because all risks at the end of the day, if they're badly managed, become a reputational crisis. So remember Macondo in the Gulf of Mexico, or Kushima Daisy, especially when companies go in the stock exchange. This is very important because if you don't provide a perception of control and simple, honest, and empathic communication before your customers and all the stakeholders in your company, the value of your stock is going to go down, and that even if it sounds terrible from the urban resilience standpoint of view, that is what matters. A conclusion is that this is known to those who dedicate themselves to this. The answer to a crisis does not depend on the magnitude of the crisis, but with the speed with which we answer. This is fundamental, and in this reel, we see only 72 hours without any communication before the stakeholders in the organization. Thank you very much.
Respondiendo a la pregunta.
Answering the question, we consider that the event may trigger a crisis. We, as a team, established that yes, mainly because 23 workers were affected by this incident. Normally, when this occurs, at least in Chile, when there are a certain number of workers, the fiscal entities will go in to determine the cause or the causes. So, upon having this topic occurring, the company have several risks regarding the occurring of the incident. There are risks for corporate image related to this event, product also of the impact that the liberation of ethane on the environment has, and of course there is an impact on the surrounding community, and that generates also a problem for the relationship for the company and the surrounding community. Additionally, when we see with the team, when should the crisis be declared? As you said, what was your name? I'm sorry, Juan Carlos. Yes, eventually companies should have a business continuity plan in place, but they also have to determine when to act. because a crisis as such should not be when the event occurs. But yes, it has to occur when there is a plan duly structured and articulated, which will set forth what to do. So we believe that the crisis goes at the beginning. When upon seeing the first flame to regulate the pressure of the tank, and for a business continuity plan, people should be able to open a working team, do a plan so that the disaster does not occur at the end. That is what should have occurred. But we also detected that possibly, depending on the example of this case, is that there could also could have been failures in the identification of a risks in the sense of risk management at the base. If the staff are not trained without basic tools, very difficultly they will affect that a productive process, and that will trigger a crisis ultimately. What are the risks? The ones that I was talking about. Additionally, there are operational and technological risks. Chemical plants. I have experience in industrial processes, plants, and when there is a crisis in the liberation of chemicals, for example, ammonia, our plants have a set of alarms regarding temperatures, and those alarms imply the arrival of operators. So if the alarm triggers a certain temperature, the valves will be closed automatically. So if the plant does not have a safety system mechanism, so it is very complex to operate a plant in case that this disasters may occur. According to the risk identified previously, how can a crisis be developed and who should head the Department of Crisis? Normally, those departments need to be developed by people who have executive roles, as they have decision roles. It is important that the operators, supervisors, the health and occupational health areas of the business are involved, but also the general manager, the finance manager, the environmental and community managers, because our business at the end of the day, irrespective of if it's a chemical plant or another one, will have an impact on the society and our processes and the resources that the company may generate. I believe that one of the conclusions is that the industry or the areas of work should have a plan addressing the reality of the business. Maybe we're skipping on very simple things like risk management, where we spoke with the team about also in health and safety there are working plans. And when we do work in heights or with handling chemical products, there are always essential parameters in order to determine if I can do the job or not. And with those procedures, we can save or mitigate these type of disasters. So the company should have procedures in place to generate the stages necessary in order to conduct their activity, because the crisis plan will allow us to progress or move forward on how to improve a procedure, but we also want to identify the root cause and to have a crisis team before having a disaster. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Very valuable contributions from all groups. Oops. Yeah, the crisis committees eventually one could define possible scenarios But when there is a crisis like this one, the theory says that they should meet again because there was a situation that obviously we're lacking a lot of information. We don't have a lot of the context, but the scenario should be evaluated again because there was an error here, and then the crisis manual should be updated, and the committee should meet again. It is important regarding the communications part. That is very true because if you don't talk about that, another entity or party will talk about your crisis. So it is important that your company is the first one talking about your crisis. So the scenarios are not written on stone. Those are going to be updated as crises or incidents occur. Thank you. Thanks for this drill. It was a very interesting a drill with different standpoints of view, integrations, elements. And actually, what when an event occurs in a company is the capacity of the listening capacity of each group, because each specialist in each area has clarity over the specific area. And in order to handle a crisis, we need to arrive at a consensus, a general plan, and a determination depending on the experience, the scope. We could also have different elements. I would like to summarize the fundamental aspects of this drill, including the relevance of finishing processes, the communication systems of those processes, who knows them, how are they developed. In there, we see fundamental elements such as the induction and reinduction processes for staff. How is the handoff of a shift? Only one person knew actually what was the maximum threshold for the valve. Nobody else did. So for everybody else, that was normal, and they operated um, regarding fear for the environmental risk and the relevance given to the answer in cycles in the definition, the capacity, the amount of people also who operate there, that crisis management, because we're there, but when a crisis is organized, we could have 20 other aspects, so we have to determine the number of people that should manage a crisis. And another topic is the teams providing an answer from contingency plans. The definition of those elements of answer, the responsible areas also, in order to provide mitigation for the event, the relationship between company and community, which is fundamental to have that bilateral element of risk, identifying the alerts, which is very important in there to determine those elements that could trigger a crisis or a bigger event, but that system to determine that through the risk system and also the adaptation to the plans. The business continuity has a feature which is that it is unique for each organization. It is not a base. It is not, yes, there is a template. No, each company has its own seal because of the elements personal for their organizations. So the contingency plan should have also elements that characterize and that allow to provide continuity for businesses. Thank you very much for your participation in this activity. I hope that you could take some base elements for us as organizations and for other organizations that we're going to oversee at a certain time. Thank you. Olga, thank you. Thanks to everyone participating in the workshop. I'm sorry that my reading is so short, but I would like to immediately invite you to the big room because in just a couple of minutes, a topic is going to start. They're going to talk about the strengthening of the companies in order to make them sustainable and resilient. So maybe a very short cup of coffee, please, and then you will go to the grand room. We will meet again tomorrow at 7:30. Thank you for your participation. that there was a greater accidentality in the work. The sector, financial sector, was mining and engravables, a registry of 21,000 cases every year, meaning 60 accidents every day. Thank you, Biwi, for this interesting data that you're sharing with us during our 56th Congress on Safety, Health, and the Environment. Welcome to the Sustainability Forum, strengthening the companies to make them sustainable and resilient. A panel conversations made jointly within the Congress and the Arise Forum, which is organized by the United Nations Disaster Risk Relief Office and the National Council of Security with the support of UNICEF and CBI. This academic panel next will be led by the Arise Network in Colombia, and we want to highlight all the members: the National Council of Security and the Antioquia Presente, SURA, FENALCO entity, FENALCO Antioquia, FASECOLDA entity, Responsabilidad Integral, the National Unit for the Disaster Risk Relief, Carvajal, USAID, USAID, Andres Consulting, Resilient Consult Solutions, and Smart ID Solutions. This group will come together with the RISE network for the Americas and the Caribbean that have made presence during this Congress, highlighting the commitment of the private sector of the region in building sustainability and resiliency. So our thanks to all representatives of the countries present here: Chile, Colombia, Dominica, Salvador, the United States, Grenada, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, Mexico, Panama, the Dominican Republic, and Uruguay. So without any further ado, we invite all the attendants of this forum regarding sustainability. In here we have John Caracatzianis, expert in sustainability, representative of the Colombian Security Council, lawyer from Javeriano University with over 25 years in practice in sustainable development, directive in different companies, worldwide classes, a professor also in human rights and in government and ethics, corporate ethics in Universidad del Rosario, Andes Externado Tecnológica de Bolívar University, among others, consultant from SEs. And then Mr. Caracatzianis, welcome to this space. Also, we have Elisa Trujillo from Mexico, National Director of RISE Mexico, architect with a specialty in sustainable architectural design for the planning of infrastructure, and she has taken the program of disaster risk relief and local sustainable development. She recently finished a diploma program, and she has collaborated in multiple social programs with different organizations in Mexico, Spain, and Germany, specializing in topics regarding urban resilience and the relationship for poverty. Lisa, welcome also to the stage.
Se suma al panel el señor.
Also, Nicolás Ordóñez, Executive Director of Antioquia Presente Corporation, engineer, administrative engineer, master in humanistic studies, and director of Antioquia Presente, entity that has reestablished the conditions of the communities and sectors affected by emergencies and disasters, generating resilience and contributing to the sustainable development of the territories. Mr. Ordóñez, welcome to our space. I invite in this moment also Mr. Juan Roballo, Officer of the Rights of Children from UNICEF Colombia. He's a mechanical engineer from Andes University, from the top management program of the same institution, also from the negotiation programs in Harvard University, and corporate sustainability from the Business School of New York. He worked previously in 15 years in managerial positions and regional in the private sector, mainly in multinational companies and Colombian companies of massive consumption and products for the industry. Mr. Roballo, welcome to this scenario and panel. And also in the group, Jimena Pinto, representative of the National Direction of the National System of Emergencies, SINAE, from Republic of Uruguay. She's licensed in psychology with a specialization in the national strategy of the Center of National Studies of the Defense Ministry in Uruguay, candidate to a master's degree regarding vulnerability program and also in environmental conflict, and also a course program in resilient cities. Dear Jimena Pintos, welcome also to this panel. To chair this forum in sustainability, we have Nahuel Arenas, Regional Manager of the United Nations Disaster and Risk Relief Office for the Americas and the Caribbean. During the latest 20 years, Nahuel has led programs of humanitarian aid and disaster risk relief and the cooperation of the development in Latin America, the Caribbean, Africa, and Asia Pacific. He worked as a humanitarian manager for Oxfam in the United States and also for the Japanese Agency of International Development for Action Against the Hunger and Habitat Consultancy at the United Nations. He has a master's degree in international politics from London University, a specialization in public policy and crisis management, and candidate to a PhD from Birmingham University. Dear Noel, welcome to this space. We could start now, right? Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for being with us in this last round, in this last conversation for today, which was an intense day, very interesting for different perspectives. One will have different bodies and for different rooms in different conversations, but we're just dividing ourselves and prioritizing our work. But without a doubt, we have seen very interesting conversations as in this panel that we're having with all these people who have experience and provide us with very rich perspectives in the entire region as well. We're going to talk about sustainability and resilience. What do those words mean? Those concepts as well. First off, what we think at the beginning, our companies, when we think about sustainability, they thought about the environment and climate, and also climate change, which highlights the extreme changes we face, all types of disasters with saying a new event that could be moderate to severe. We don't know exactly, and this El Nino event comes to a warmer climate, so the previous estimations do not serve well, because today we have this big problem in our hands, and the event of El Nino will also warm the global temperature even more. So we are facing these challenges, and then that's where the resilience word comes. Sustainability and resilience linked among each other in the development of capacities. First of all, I would say, in order to have a reading of the context of today's world, of this society of uncertainty, where the uncertainty is the new norm, where challenges are interconnected, where the world is interconnected. Before, maybe we imagined that a virus at a city, in a medium-sized city in China, could affect the supply chains, the tourism, the education. Of course, without talking about the loss of life and work. We wouldn't have been able to imagine the impact that a war in Ukraine could have had. in the food systems at a global level, or also in our pocket, because the gasoline, for example, is more expensive at this moment, and the price of different commodities as well. Nowadays, everything impacts us, everything is linked, and that's why I said that these concepts take us to having, first of all, a look or a reading of the context of the reality and on how the different systems are interconnected and the different risks, and then to adapt and look to prosper and to contribute to the well-being of the societies in which we operate. We cannot ignore that this not only is an impact in companies, but also in the workers, in the workforce, in the communities, in the supply chains as well. So these concepts regarding sustainability and resilience are inviting us to have a more ample look that encompasses more in a more integral way, and also to integrate more with our view. So what we're going to look for with this conversation and with all these experts that bring experiences so diverse and so rich is to explore the connection between these concepts and bring them to their reality with their concrete examples and experiences, with their practices and also with their learnings. The purpose of this exchange is totally aligned with the purpose of this entire event, which is, of course, to exchange knowledge and best practices and to promote a business culture which is more solid and most adaptable and more responsible. So we're going to have a dynamic conversation. We are many here. We have so much to say. I'm going to propose that we have answers between the 4 and 5 minutes so we can continue making progress, and at the end we will have a reflection space. Nicolas, I'm going to start with you. I said that it is not enough to think.
To think on sustainability within the company, within the limits of the entrepreneurial identity. We need to take and extend this philosophy to our providers, our suppliers, our distributors, our customers, consumers, communities, encompassing the entire life cycle of a good or service. So, what experience can you share about this sustainability focus applied to I would like to talk about sustainability, but also regarding risk management and building of resilience, which is the core of this conversation. I believe that first, before that, I'd like to talk about the corporation I represent. We've been working for 40 years the reestablishment of life conditions of communities that have been impacted by a disaster. That has led us to implement an integral model of addressing communities where we manage environmental and economic conditions and the reconstruction of the livelihood. This has led us to have a lot of achievements. We have managed to rebuild more than 8,200 the houses. We have also made follow-up into several examples, cases outside Colombia. We were in Haiti helping to build an entire neighborhood after the earthquake. And we have also worked with several companies that are working, who ask us to help them in matters of resettlement and other processes, and that's the corporation Antioquia Presente. And we have made a question. We just don't want to respond to the disaster, but also be there first before. And that's quite complex because we were at our comfort zone. We already knew how to do things, but we were just only responding to the disasters. But that has led us to work in matters of risk anticipation, and that has resulted in action plans with communities, territories, societies. And what I'm saying is that now we are developing resilient societies. That's the mission of the corporation now, to responding to the question and talking about the connection of sustainability and risk management and resilience. I believe that what we have to do is to demand that to include this because first the concept of development that does not have a base on the risk is not sustainable, that will not last. We have seen that a lot of investment is made, but the roads are fall, the houses do not stand, and we have noticed that if the development processes are disrupted, and then we have to invest much more to establish it. So the risk is fundamental if we want to continue investing and having developing that uh, lasts over time. Some ideas that we have seen in this agenda. First, we have understood the threats. We know what will impact us, what is impacting us. Every day there are different communities that suffer and that lost everything. We have cases in Providencia, Morcoa, La Veiga, all the communities below Hydrotango. We know, we work with the communities, we know what are the threats and what will happen. The frequency and the intensity, what do we need to do to pass to concepts such as vulnerability and exposition. We have worked a lot and we are in these fundamental concepts if we want to progress. Second, we need a language that's much more simple. Resilience is very complex. It's a complex word, so we must understand what community this means for communities and what it means for organizations. Resilience is very romantic for companies because it means to continue the business, and that connects us more easy in a more easier way to the decision takers. The third matter is to build a governance that includes the departmental, the local, the national level, but also to include the companies and the academy. The national government has progressed a lot. I think that EX23, that's a huge progress in the country, but we are not seeing progress. In the last minute that you have talked to me about supply chain, if we fail to understand those matters, how will they impact us and how will they impact them? We will not be able to have the development that I'm talking about. So we need to see how can we include these parts of the entire process that are fundamental for the company to be able to exist in time. We must understand, we must involve, and they must have a role and a responsibility. Thank you. To add to that, we are as strong as the weakest link of our community. That's what we have to understand. Lisa, and in Mexico, I believe there's a fantastic experience. In general, companies are more committed to sustainability in general, to integrate environmental, social, and governance criteria. But also in Mexico, from beyond, it looks like there's growing interest from the companies in the prevention and, of course, in the learnings that have costed lives. Those learnings have been made truly on a lot of pain, a lot of suffering, a lot of loss. But I believe that now there is a greater commitment in the prevention. How has this been managed? How have we managed this commitment from the entrepreneurial sector to integrate within their strategic strategies and organizational model to include resilience? Well, first of all, good afternoon to all. For us, it's a pleasure to be here, and I believe that following up with what Nicolas was mentioning, that's very similar to this path that we've gone through as a company in Mexico. We have been working for more than 20 years in giving response to the community's emergency, and within the entrepreneurial part, it was great because we started this path from a philanthropy focus, and we've been working as time goes by. And we have seen from which philanthropy and as a social responsibility entrepreneurial, then we saw it from social impact, and now we're talking about prevention with new business models that are based on a focus of preparation and prevention and doing good. We believe that we can push this so we can generate new business models which are more sustainable in the long term and which are more resilient. In our case, I believe that we had four premises since we started, and recently, as some of you may know, we launched a model that's known called as United for Them, where the private sector uh, uh, addresses a more preventive focus, working on the before, during, and after. We know that in the past there will be more resilient societies to have this preventive focus that we still have working on it for some years, but we need to generate strategies that enable us to give immediate and efficient answer to our communities. That's why for us, I believe that we had four clear premises in the start. And the first one to raise awareness on disaster, risk of disasters. In Mexico, we say you cannot love what you not know. So if companies have not mapped this well, why should they be uh, working on disaster prevention? If we keep seeing this as a risk um, that's beyond our four walls, and that it's not something that affects our company, then this will not progress. And the truth is that as companies, this affects us. This really affects us. And the fact that the employees are not able to get to the plant, that affects our business. On the other hand, it is also important to articulate everything. Since we started working with Unidos por Ellos, United for Them, since 2018, when we started working, we had this matter with different names, and as we were saying, some are talking about continuous operations. Now we talk about resilience, uh, adaptation to climate change, but everything is related. So we started seeing which actors are the stakeholders are the strongest. When we started saying how could we articulate ourselves to double efforts, I believe that's very important, and regardless in the region, I believe that we are champions. Sometimes in trying to display efforts, endeavors in an individual way, when I believe that what's uh, what's uh, what's best is to do it integrally. On the other hand, I believe that there's a matter of transparency. For accountability is very important for us, not only for response matters, but also so for them to see how they are inciting within communities, and to see how the funds are generating a stronger ecosystem in risk management. I have very few time, right? Well, if you want me to ask you later. Well, and in the end, for us, it's very important, and with this, I like to finish. It's important for us not to stay in the speech. For us from Arrest Mexico, it's very important to take action, to start visibilizing this path. As I was saying, started in the awareness through a communication strategy that's very strong, and currently we are inciting in the communities. I believe is something that's great, because we're seeing how theory meets practice. Well, that's there's a lot of topics to continue determining, and I'll ask later about the afterwards. But now I'm going to take what you were mentioning regarding the community and the workers, and I'm going to give the floor to Juan Pablo, because UNICEF has been working in readers and community resilience, business and community resilience, understanding as well, leading the business to understand how resilience is most wholesome and holistic concept that goes beyond the limits of the organizations, and that must include the employees, their families, and their communities. Which has been the response that you have received from the companies regarding that initiative? I just wanted to explain to the auditorium this business and community resilience, these three words, business, community, and resilience. First, what you were mentioning, to go beyond the walls of the company, to go towards the community. Second, very importantly, to involve the company not only in financial matters, which was a matter that not all of them, but many organizations that were similar to ours were made this mistake, because we were only seeing the company as a financer as a funder of as a funding source for these matters, but companies have a lot of resources in technology, know-how, and capacity for innovation, logistics capacity, sort of things that are very important. Not to mention the capacity they have to influence and advocate for many matters of the public agenda that are important in matters of responding or preparing for a disaster, and to involve them in everything and as possible to involve them in all the stages in risk management. So that's the objective. That's what the business community receiving pretends. I have very proud to talk about this because it's a very core strategy, but it's very new strategy because we've been here for 2 years. So there's very fresh learning, and there has been very recent. The response of the company that we have received, it has varied a lot. There is a logic depending on the country. What factors influence? We see there's a lot. First, there's the presence, what's present in the country in terms of organizations that somehow include the private sector and promote this kind of actions and dialogues. In our panel, we have Nicholas, we have Lisa, we have several organizations representing just I was talking to Bruno about adding in Panama with the organizations. There's also people from Peru. So in these countries where there's more or less formed ecosystems of organizations where there's already a progress, the response was quite swift. It was like a car that was just starting and it could start quicker. In other countries where we don't have this, it's more difficult. And another factor that has an impact is, of course, the kind of prevailing condition regarding possible disasters. The specific case of Colombia, I talk about Colombia first. We have something that's very complex that we call triple affectation, and is that there's at least three huge factors that would lead us to disasters. First, all these matters of natural origin disasters. Second, massive mobilizations, specifically due to adverse matters, and third, everything regarding armed conflicts, everything regarding combats between armed groups that leads to displacements and these kind of things. So maybe there's countries where there's variables. For example, Panama and other countries where the focus was 100% disasters of natural origin, and so there are several topics where the private sector may be more prone to linking. Natural disasters could be one of them, but there are agendas such as migration or armed conflicts where the private sector may want to stay away because of political matters, and the response depends on the country. So there's a lot of affinity with this kind of risks. I would say that those are the main factors. Well, that's excellent. I will rest my neck on the other, by the way. And what you were mentioning are multiple actors, multiple risks, and multiple challenges. And a little bit, I believe that these concepts of especially resilience, because as Nicholas was saying, they cannot be sustainable if they're not resilient, imply to address this complexity and to understand this complexity, the multiple risks, the multiple threats, multiple levels, multiple stakeholders. How does the private sector separate the companies of this complexity? Obviously, it's easier to say, okay, no, I'm just looking after my shareholders, my investors, and this interest, and I'll keep going forward. But afterwards, we know that the consequences could be very short-sighted. So now we have to consider the variety of interests, as we were mentioning previously. How could we address this? Well, it's not actually a challenge. Resilience is something that's absolutely natural for a company and a sustainable organization. If we wanted to give a definition of resilience for a company, remember the first guides of the reporting initiative, the methodology that surely everyone used for the management report that is born from the Commission in the UN in '97, and in the most part of the indicators which are the same that the corporate assessment of Dow Jones will consider sustainability, where Colombia has 12 world champions in environmental management. We could say from 2,000 companies, 12 is not much, but those are 12 world champions that are above the average of performance sustainability. And why am I saying this? Because resilience is to turn risks into opportunities. You'll see this in every sustainability indicators, risks and opportunities. The second financial indicator is great, and there is no social and environmental risks. There's financial risks. Now that you were saying that they just dedicate to the board of directors and not to the risks, they will not be dedicating to the board of directors. The question is whether that board of directors knows the business, knows their risks, and knows the expectations of their and interests. Because there's nothing left to be done than to manage the risks. Then we go back to those matters of knowledge that Elise was mentioning. If we do not know what we do, we can love it. We cannot love what we do not know. Yes, that's natural. So the truth is that the challenge is in integrating the purpose of any organization to turn those risks and to manage those risks to make them a sustainability opportunity, a value opportunity. Resilience is to turn the risks into opportunities. Talking about opportunities and
from the National System of Emergencies, ARISE, they saw it, which is a private sector network for resilient societies, and they saw this as an opportunity from SINAE, and they boosted it. Why? Hi, good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here representing my country. And on behalf of my national director, Sergio Rico, I say greetings that he is virtually with us. Thank you, Noel. And yes, talking about challenges, we had an important launch of the RISE network in Uruguay in the 8th platform, regional platform of the reduction of risk relief in Punta del Este, that many of you present here today participated in that event. And good, our president, Virginia Estarico, is leading the process, exactly in coordination with what SENAI entity is, which is the National System of Emergencies in Uruguay. That in difference with other countries, it's an entity, a decentralized entity that works with many different sectors and levels of government in an articulate and coordinated way. So the value that we provide to the private sector is key regarding this of integral management of disaster risk relief. But also we potentialize the proper use of resources and of capacities exactly at the moment to intervene in different moments. As my peers said, and the speaker Noel said, we always work not only from the vision of the emergency, but that we're also looking for integrality in the complementing of the work of the three parts. The perspective part, exactly where we work from the sensibilization and the training and the prevention, and the corrective management or topic, early alert systems and mitigation, and the compensatory management, which is where we actually use resilience as it is.
Bueno, agradecer tu presencia también porque
thank you for your presence as well, because Uruguay is also going through a stress situation in this moment.
Desafío con
Actually, and of course, this is a clear example of how resilience and sustainability come together. What answer have you received from this initiative that has been launched, and in general from the private sector, in terms of change that are required in the business models and the ways of working in order to face this type of situations? Yes, because I'm sorry, I'm going to do a presentation here. We had the regional platform of disaster risk relief, which was very successful at Punta del Este in January, and during all the organization, they always told us that here, Uruguayan nationals, as there are no disasters in Uruguay, and now you have going through a drought problem, which is very important. So I think the event in Uruguay was a very good one, plus the launch of a rice also in that country and everything that is coming also for the entity. I agree totally with you. But I believe that the slogan is to transform difficulties into possibilities and opportunities. Our country nowadays, it is facing an emergency because there is a water deficiency declared by the President of the Republic last June 19th in a press conference for Montevideo and the metropolitan area. And well, working within the framework of the normative 18621, it is exactly where we are working in coordinated fashion with all the ministries and the organisms and institutions that are facing this situation, which nowadays is affecting us, and that we believe, as you were saying, Uruguayan nationals do not care a lot about natural disasters, but talking about sustainability, it is one of our greatest challenge to guarantee SDG number 6, which is clean water, drinking water for everyone. To guarantee exactly this topic about water availability and its management to leverage sustainability. So, as an example, from the measures that have been taken from the state along with the private sector, we could also mention that we're working with the goodwill of bottling companies that are working in an exponential pace in order to provide for the entire market so that bottled water reaches all the population in different presentations. At the same time, we have offered pits of drinking water for the use of this resource for the entire population. And from the logistics standpoint of view, we have also the alternative of different transportation companies that have come together in order to offer tank trucks for the distribution of water also. So I believe that at the state level, we're aware of the goodwill and collaboration of the private sector in all measures considered in facing and coming together strong out of this situation that calls us in this moment as a national system. With this, within this topic of the synergy, private-public synergy, counting on a rise, it is of great importance to us because we are maintaining different meetings with what is the council, and to take this ahead is for us a challenge of great success. It's a big challenge, but considering that this current situation challenges us to prepare better, because our slogan reads that to be prepared makes a difference. So thank you very much. Thank you. In the middle of managing this crisis, of course, we will have many good learnings, and taking this of being strengthened. Elisa, you have a lot of experience regarding this, participating and strengthening these articulations between the public and private sectors regarding disaster mitigation. But please talk to us about how to come out strong out of a crisis. What are the key elements to come out strong? Sure. I would rescue what was mentioned here to turn risks into opportunities, and I believe that the risk mitigation, even it was it's transversal. It was mentioned in the morning. I believe we can reduce risks even if we're having a disaster in this moment. I would like to place a tangible example that can group all these factors and also what we were talking about to take this speech into action. We had a very interesting exercise with one of the communities of the Pacific coast in Mexico, which is in Sinaloa state, a community hit by a hurricane, and reconstruction was required. Normally, the private sector is seen as the donor, and when I talk about a donor, it is not necessarily for services, but as a donor of monies, of funds, and then the community is going to be recovered by an art act of magic. But we don't see that one of the most relevant parts is how that community returns or evolves, because going back to a state of normality would be going back to risk. But how do they evolve to become more resilient and sustainable? So what we did in Mexico, particularly in the recovery part, was to connect the academia, the private sector, the public sector at the federal level, and also the private sector. How? We took funds from a previous trust, which is for FEDEM, which is for prevention. It sounds crazy, but as Jimena said, management is a cycle. It's a cycle. So within the recovery part, we took a prevention fund, not rebuilding risks. And we could have stopped only on the infrastructural level, meaning in recovering houses. But what we did was to take a step ahead, and with the and GNP, AXA, Zurich, Cemex, also insurance companies, they helped us in the infrastructure part, and also social organisms that helped us in the part of action, in recovery action, like different foundations, and others like AT&T that helped us in developing a plan of risks so that the community would know those risks and went from being a passive entity to an active one. We generated an interesting project that ended up in a manual of resilient communities. And in that manual, what we did is, of course, a project of resilient communities implies many topics. It's not something that we could do alone by ourselves, but any company that wants to have a resilience project for the community has a manual, not only with good practices, but also with practices that we learned, or to say it in other words, what failed. So all the actors know that in the reconstruction of houses, for example, we need a work supervisor, for example, things that will look probably very obvious, but the private sector would have a very effect in the reconstruction. On the other side, this project was not only on the reconstruction part. We also worked with AXA Foundation, and with them we created a new tool of transference of residual risk, meaning a house is very well built. We guarantee that that house responds to the local threats, which are floods and lateral winds. But even then, if the house would have any kind of failure because there was an unexpected or atypical event, the house is 100% insured through Fundación AXA, with an insurance that for less than $10 covers for the entire house. A house of 2 rooms, 1 bathroom, 1 dining room, and another room. So the local government takes ownership of that risk. And as we know that the communities, the economy of these communities, in many cases, the large percentage goes to topics of housing and food and basic topics for their existence. There is very little money to take on other types of services. So what we did was also, with the support of different NGOs, to take financial education to the families that benefited or collaborated with this project. So it's not only that the community knows already the risks, that they own a house, that they have mechanisms for prompt recovery, but they also have other types of capacities that allow their day-to-day to be transformed into a development process, that it brings them closer to their development, and that we avoid this new risk that we could have avoided because of a lack of knowledge. Juan Pablo, makes me go back to your side You said that
La experiencia tiene 2 años.
the experience was of 2 years, but as I imagine that one of the something that what we wanted to look for was for a financial um, muscle between different entities, local entities, the United Nations, and other involved agencies as well. So, what has been also the lessons learned from the community? How have they responded within these initiatives of communication? Look, in these 2 years, the response has been a proper one. In general terms, the things or the topics where we have achieved a greater progress is regarding infrastructure. So, just a simple, concrete case in Peru, where they have very good architecture for all the model of business community and resilience in regards that there have been agreements with all the institutions and with all these organizations of the civil society. I don't know if Juan Manuel from Hombro a Hombro Foundation is here with the communities and other actors in order to make progress towards concrete programs with the community. Things that have been tangible are, for example, a short time ago, also in this country, there was a hackathon. I don't know if everybody knows what that is. Is an encounter of programmers and experts in the digital field to develop an application that nowadays is ready to be implemented in order to work on the preparation of families. So everything that families require in terms of change, in terms of information. That hackathon had a participation from the academy in Peru, from the private sector, especially the telecommunications and the digital sector in Peru, and that is about to go to market. And the purpose is to reach 50,000 families in less than 1 year, families that have made use regarding the training process and also with the application. And if there is a disaster, God forbid, that this becomes a useful tool for to react, more tangible, where things are more measurable, in line with some examples mentioned by Jimena. This same type of logics in a country like the Dominican Republic took us to celebrate an agreement. And all this works very well if the private sector has an agreement which is very well documented, and not only just a few conversations of intentions, but agreements that upon having a specific scenario may be executed. And the case in the Dominican Republic was the logistic operator, which is the largest one in the island, covering ships and also a large airline, and that allowed when COVID hit. They were able to supply 24 hospitals in critical areas in the Dominican Republic with preferential times, with warehouses, special warehouse for medications, for food, for special goods. So that type of example is the one providing an answer, and the logistic has been saved lives. I think that's the best indicator during the pandemic. We would like to have a larger number of those cases, but those are being built in time. In Guatemala, we're seeing some interesting cases as well. Colombia, of course, with the complexity that I just mentioned of this multiple affectation, has been a little bit more difficult to have models that start so quickly as the ones that started in other countries. But examples like the Dominican Republic or Peruvian one show very good response of the community. I like the first example because it brought about the dimension of innovation to let us sit down and let's look for solutions. And within that line, I wanted to ask you, John, I'd like to ask you regarding complexity because they become simple topics. The agenda for 2030 and SDGs, 17 SDGs, this is basic Chinese for many companies, or it is not. How are companies believing that they can contribute or they may contribute to this world agenda? There is an obsession on collecting them, SDGs. I see that we have to impact 8, 9, 10, or all 17 SDGs. No, we have to make an impact on those relevant on our value promise, because there is no better way to contribute that from everything that I know how to do and where I can obtain a result. As I was listening on the topic, and I'm sorry, but this is not the answer to your question. When you were talking about isolated efforts, there is a bunch of success in those isolated efforts. I had to work a few years ago in an airline with an amount of natural disasters in Colombia, and that airline helped Puerto Rico, helped Mocoa, and helped a bunch of people. There were many years transporting vaccines, rescue staff, and an amount of topics. But I always miss an idea that I have seen coming and going during the last 20 years, and taking advantage that all our guilds and associations in our country are associated per market sector. There was an idea to do a virtual bank of materials and services, because companies produce goods and services required during the disasters that sometimes are cyclical. We know every year that there are going to be yes, and I would like to talk. Yeah, I didn't want to tell about this because there exists an opportunity to organize the offer of goods and services from the private sector, and in this way may become products of social investment of high impact that provide value of those companies, that value the action, and that are natural to the processes that the companies already have. Having said that, with the management, sustainable management of the companies, meaning with the compliance of my value process and creating environmental value, I am going to impact a number of those SDGs. But we have not associated these SDGs with the strategic objectives of humanity, and we have not correlated those SDGs of our organization with those. So we could almost work with the same performance indicators, we could work with the same strategic objectives of the organization, but definitely in this way we're going to be able to have an impact. It's not the number. People have become obsessed with that. We have to make an impact on SDG number 8 regarding sustainable cities. No, it is not an obligation. What we have to do is, from what we see, comply with our purposes and objectives. What of those humanity objectives we comply with? That is the philosophy behind SDGs. I hope that for 2030 we don't have 36 SDGs, because if we continue multiplying them, that will occur. But we have to associate that with what we have, because there is no better way to contribute to the human agenda than to act responsible in a safe way. What we do, what we know how to do. I'm talking about associating and integrate. Nicolas, the Secretary General of the United Nations, always said that global challenges are every time more integrated, but the answers are more fragmented every time. How can we address this challenge from the companies as well? To be able to integrate and relate sectors or market sectors with this global agenda. Exactly where John stopped. Yes, we were one of the big apps in order to work on disaster topics. We have organized resources from many companies, from many people. We invited the academy and the entire social sector to work after the disaster. With these new global problems, it is natural that problems evolve, and we have to rebuild those capacity to face the new challenges that we have in communities that are fragmented and processes that are fragmented. I'm going to connect and turn those risks into opportunities, and that happens how? Innovating, as Lisa said, that I like her logic behind business lines to solve the problem. If there are no resources, no actions can be taken in order to work for the communities and for the territories as well. And in those new business models, I believe that we have to go out, and that is one of my invitations, to do this via philanthropy and the associations, and we have to go into the business course. When we are able to do that from the academy, the foundations, and the social sector, and see how an impact is creating greater revenue or expenses, then we will see actually the resources channeled for this. That is our big bet. We are exploring how to do that, and the idea is for us is to innovate, not going back to the past, but to see the technology, the innovation, the capacities. There are other then we can see how to face the problem. And that is our your final call to action. And then what would be your final message and call to action? I would be go back to Kofi Annan, because when we had the idea of the global pact, please think about the answer beforehand. We talked about conciliating values and private ethics with the values and the expectations of the civil society. And this is no different. They have never been, because the mission of a company is to satisfy the social needs. That we cannot be prosperous in crisis, in societies in crisis. Societies are not in perfect equilibrium. They don't have to see only with this topic, but we have this. We have disregarded the role of the company. The company is done to satisfy the needs of the society, and the consequence of doing it well is profitability. With 30 years of sustainability, if there is no objective evidence of social value showing that good things are going to happen to everybody, which are the groups of interest, because those are the ones affected by our conduct. If there's no evidence for us to produce that we protect and mitigate the impact which necessarily we cause to the environment, because the earth without human beings is very sustainable but doesn't have any grace. If we don't make evident those practices, then there is no financial value. This is natural of businesses and companies. So the video signal is out. And that possibility just came back. We can only achieve that working together, looking actually what is actually the sustainable development, to generate value with all people, taking care of our common house. Seconds, call to action or final thoughts, please. Seconds, in seconds. It is a challenge. To close, I believe that we should emphasize exactly on that there is a launch of the Arise network past February 28th. It doesn't mean that the private sector in Uruguay did not help for a long time. Always within this framework of being able to work jointly from an agreement, a commitment from the highest of levels, exactly from the presidency of the Republic, coordinating everything. I believe that that's the key, the proper coordination of resources and the existing capacities. Why? Because in that moment we have to work in the here and now. But how? Since the beginning, in a preventive way. So I believe that to place emphasis in that prudent and adequate coordination, having this strategic vision to value whatever we have available, which is a lot, but in a coordinated, orderly fashion. So thank you very much. Juan Pablo, in shorter seconds, even please, to not repeat my peers from my role in UNICEF, and keeping in mind that the majority of the audience is private sector. The majority of the private sector has always interested in terms of development regarding education. When they think about families and childhood, there is one of the topics where one of the most interesting topics is the education, where you zoom on the investment. Unfortunately, it goes to topics which are reactive or assistance topics that we're going to provide backpacks for a school. So that's the call to action, and to tell a little bit, taking a different angle than my peers. If we take a look at that investment in education from the resilience standpoint of view, meaning preparation, if we help a community to become resilient in keeping their education, there's nothing more resilient for a country, for an education program, or for a population, that the education is not interrupted for any reason at all. We're seeing the effects of the pandemic. We see the effects when there is an armed conflict. So that same investment thought with from a preparation standpoint of view before logistics that may not interrupt the education is going to be a much more resilient society. Final message regarding sustainability for me would be The cost of action would be articulation not only between sectors but also at the multilateral level, that we have fostered that in Mexico through working free actions in jointly arise from a local perspective, from a global perspective, with a local type of action. I thank all of you for all this wisdom that you have shared with us. I'm not going to say this again. We talked about articulation, cooperation, integrality, an ample look, not stopping at the discourse, going from discourse or speech to action, and to anchor in that without dissociating that, because from that we will be able to turn risks into opportunities. Thank you very much to everyone for your attention, and the microphone goes back now to our presenter. Thank you for this expert panel that led the conversation around the sustainability. Thank you so much to each one of you for being part of this scenario of knowledge management from your expertise and your experience, with a special thanks to Mr. Noel Arenas for chairing this scenario. And with this, we conclude our first academic day of this 56th Congress on Safety, Security, and Environment, and the third Regional Forum at RISE. We will resume tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I ask to please our speakers in the panel to give me 1 second to take a final picture. Thank you very much to everyone.
Mucho gusto.
Igualmente.